T minus 1 minute. T minus 50 seconds. T minus 40 seconds. T minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Oh my God. I forgot that I muted myself. Sorry, y'all. Sorry. How about now? Let me give it a minute. Sorry, y'all. I don't know what the problem is. Yeah, take two. Everybody leave and come back. But no, you're fine. Realistically, all I was saying was I hope everybody's day has gone well. And for those of y'all who may or may not have had the opportunity to watch the vlog, which I am sorry it ended up being a half an hour. Didn't realize that until after I finalized it. But my day today has been a little bit of a hot mess, but I dealt with it. We're going to keep on trucking, you know. So look at that. All these housemates coming through up in here. I wasn't expecting you guys. Y'all were having too much fun in Discord for me to think y'all were going to show up in here. That's good to know. That's good to know. I mean, some people just get a little overrun by, oh my God, that's 30 minutes is too long. I don't want to devote all that time. You know what I mean? And I haven't put out anything that long in a while. So that's kind of like, sorry, you know, but you know, I didn't want people going, well, what happened here? Well, what happened to that? And why isn't your face red? And all these other things, you know, because I was supposed to have that stuff done to my skin today. All of my Halloween decorations got here. I've got all of my little odds and ends and all that to be able to set up my stuff on the lawn tomorrow. I got this little, let me show y'all this. This right here, it tickled me. I love it. Let me just, I'm not going to turn the spiral on, but I'm going to turn the light on to go on my porch. Oops, sorry. You guys are going to get a little bit of a, whoop, sorry. Let me find a way to do that without, there we go. Ha, 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 ha. But I thought it was super cute. I don't know how likely it's going to be that I'm actually going to get any sort of trick-or-treaters, but, you know, be nice to be at least a little bit set up if somebody does happen to come on. Fiona's mama got that at Walmart, if you can believe it, and they have all different kinds. They had that kind. They had like a Jason Voorhees, and they had like a Chucky and a couple of other ones. And I had I said it in the vlog that, I kind of wanted to do like a pumpkin, but what I'm worried about is that, it's a little early to do one unless you buy like one of those foam ones where you can carve it and then just leave it out and nothing happens to it. But if you carve a real one, that's food. And even if you do stuff to it to preserve it, it still doesn't last as long as it should. But even if I did a pumpkin, I don't really know what I would do, what I would carve. I mean, I don't really like, your the little cutout patterns that they give you with the kits and stuff. So, I mean, I would want something a little different. The last time I carved a pumpkin, I did one with an alien face on the front and then like a ship and like the beam on the back of it, so that the ship and the beam kind of projected onto the house from the back. It actually was really cool. Instead of, I just decided to miss. So you bought your own zombies. Way to go. Cheap payment too, though. So, you got that going for you. Hey man, you got $5. That's all it takes. Thank you, Travis. It was actually not too bad. I mean, I did a lot of running around, got it, goofing off and all that stuff, So, man. Heather, you didn't know that was even such a thing. By the way, thank you, and tell Amber thank you and tell her I love her and I appreciate her sending me the message. And I say that because you know who all I haven't heard from today? I hadn't heard not one word out of my brother or my dad today. My younger brother, that is. Do you know that that's really bizarre? Now, my younger brother, I kind of understand. He slept all day. He got up, he got dressed, he went to work. That's fine. It makes sense for him. It slipped his mind. It's whatever. But my dad, that doesn't make any sense. But, whatever. It's going to be really fun to rub it in when he realizes that he forgot to say happy birthday later on. So, just call me Molly Ringwald because my birthday has been forgotten. Which is actually kind of funny because back in the day when I had really short hair, like pixie cut hair, people used to tell me all the time that I look like Molly Ringwald. And I was like, I don't see it, but okay. It's not so much bought in, says trail of meth and things take. Oh, that's true. Very true. Very, very true. Thank you. I'm glad you're going to tell her. Well, I mean, realistically, God's honest truth, if they don't say anything, I really don't care one way or the other. It's not that big of an ordeal. It just kind of caught me off guard, because usually, like my folks, I would have heard from them like kind of early in the morning, and I haven't heard anything out of him. Hopefully, the step monster hasn't killed him or anything, Which part? Narcan pinatas. That would be awesome. So, okay. Let's just say this. What do y'all think? Yes, I remember 16 candles. That's the point that I was making with the Molly Ringwald joke, Yeah, I could say so many things, but what would be the point, Thank you, Tangle Bliss. I appreciate it. Oh, my goodness, y'all. Okay, so let me ask recommendations. What do y'all think? I mean, like if I did a pumpkin, what should I do? Believe it or not, I had the wild idea of getting one of those carvable pumpkins and putting Chantal's face on it and putting it up there. The problem is I could not find a picture that I could get to translate to a black and white to actually give enough detail to put it on a pumpkin. So I was going to do that, but I have tried so many freaking images to be able flipping them so that they're a negative so that I can get them just, one way or the other. And I just haven't been able to work that out. So, but I'm not talking about that. Do you have amenities to blow that pumpkin up with? No, unfortunately, I don't. Unless you've got some sort of connection that I need to know about. If so, then by all means, you let me know. Right, she gives off the Oogie Boogie vibes. Well, it was just the whole thing with Chantel's face being on a pumpkin. I was really kind of hoping for the one where she's doing this. Yeah, that one, because of how big her head is, it would make like a perfect pumpkin. You know what I'm saying? Putting her face like in the middle and letting the pumpkin be her head. That would have been awesome. But I just could not work it out no matter how hard I tried. But more of what I'm asking about, though, in relation to the pumpkin carving thing is like outside, and I'm sure I'll get around to it. I got to go get the foam pumpkins before I even sit down to even look at it to try to figure out what I'm going to do. But I figured you guys might have some ideas. You know what I'm saying? Secondary note, I almost bought a Oogie Boogie from my yard and a Jack Skellington, but I was just like, no. And for the cost of what I would have bought for like a 3-foot tall Oogie and a 3-foot tall Jack, or a 4-foot tall. They were both 4-foot tall. I got a 5-foot tall and an 11-foot tall thing to go in the yard. So, I mean, for less than the two 4-foot ones combined would be. So I was just like, we're going to go with the bigger ones because I like the way they look anyway, better than the Jack Skellington and Oogie Boogie. So, really, I will keep that in mind for future reference. Oh man, you could build one. I mean, you could build one. I mean, it's entirely possible. The problem is that I have neighbors that live right on top of me. And if you don't think that one of them wouldn't call the law, you are on some good shit. Especially the neighbors that live to this side of me. They would for sure call the law on me because it would probably set their dog off into a conniption. Right. See, excellent point. She don't live that far away, not far enough away that she can't come over and hang out for a little bit. Me and her would be into all kind of hairy-carry if she drove over here. Well, yes, I know. And it's because you have the more temperate climates. And even though that's, that makes you very lucky because, especially if I put it outside, if it's in the direct sun, it's going to get cooked a little bit, which is going to make it more likely to start melting and kind of oozing and stuff like that. That's part of why I was saying I wanted to go with like a foam pumpkin instead so that I don't have to worry about it. It'll hold up to rain, the sun, all that stuff. Actually, believe it or not, I have zero access to chloroform because I do not work in the OR. Heather makes a great point, and her live out in the middle of the woods. We might actually be able to work that out. That would actually really be great. Hey, Hannibal, how you doing? So did you get those messages I sent you? I was really kind of surprised by all that, by the way. The only downside to that, I think, if I drove over there and we blew up a pumpkin with Chantal's face on it, you do know that she would be like online throwing a conniption saying that I was threatening her. Because you know how it is. She takes everything personal. She makes everything about, oh, well, you're threatening me. This person just blew up Can you believe they went through all that effort to put my face on a pumpkin just so they can blow it up? I I have the page saved so that I can go back and take a look at it and do some research on it. But I have not actually been able to sit down and like look at some videos yet. But I will be doing that over the next couple of days. What'll probably happen is this weekend while I'm working in the middle of the night when there's nothing going on, I'll probably pick up some vids and take and see what I can see. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Jerry Ann it's a Fiona's mom gave me the heads up on a channel that she said has this lady Jerry Ann on it, and that the chick is a hot mess, and that she does a lot of the same stuff that, like, she's like a combination of like ALR and Foodie. So I was just like, might not be terrible to look into it. So, yeah. And they already know when you bring other people over that it is on. So, they know. Thank you, Miss Abby. It's good to see you. Where you been? Right, exactly. Apparently, this lady that she referred me off to, Jerry Ann, has actually even done the I have cancer thing, but hasn't actually shown anything that makes it look like she has cancer. She kind of pulled a Shani. You know what I'm saying? You know how Shani used to do that? I have breast cancer. But she never has any symptoms, or she never shows her going anywhere to get any testing done or anything like that. Same sort of circumstance. And that's what, that's part of why she was pointing me to her, because she wanted to see what I thought. Oh, you're keeping it low profile. I see. Got it. All right. Nothing wrong with that. I ain't gonna tell you to lie. I've been doing a lot of lurking today too, because I've run around so much that I got like hella behind on all the conversation. Yeah. No, I agree with that 100%. And I think that's part of why Fiona's mom wanted me to look at it, because I've dealt with so many people who've had cancer over the years. There are a lot of subtle things that you can look for that'll actually, help you kind of figure out if somebody has cancer or not. And she was like, go take a look and tell me what you think. So, I'm totally fine doing that. And if I see anything that I'm like, just jumps out at me like, the math just ain't mathing, then I may actually end up doing something on it, which is not a bad thing, especially since, let's be real. Our girls are a little stale, guys. We know this. You weren't always. Who's Jenny Apple? Hang on. Now you're going to make me look. Because that name ain't familiar to me either. Oh, are you freaking serious? That lady actually has cancer, bro. She ain't got not one hair on her head. You got to be kidding me. That's ridiculous. I feel like I just watched that on Dr. Phil. Yeah, probably so. That's wild. Yeah, I may end up having to do some sort of something on all of that. So, for all my housemates out there, how much of the Yo Mama stream did y'all watch today? Did y'all watch all the section from the live? I wanted to get y'all's opinion because he went like hella easy on me. He was actually agreeing with me, which kind of caught me by surprise. Because, that's not his norm. Not really. And he actually wasn't even really giving Hannibal a hard time, which was really kind of surprising too. Oh. She ain't lying. All it would take is me stopping somewhere halfway between here and there and grabbing those things. She would help me bury a body. She would help me rob a bank. You name it. She's down. That's my ride or die right there. Is Hannibal still around? I haven't seen Hannibal in a minute. I would actually like to know what Hannibal thinks. We didn't really get to have a whole lot of conversation about it. SH, welcome. It's good to see you. Thank you. And it's okay. You're going to catch up. You're not that far behind. Hi, Steph. Good to see you. Can I ask how you found me? Just curious. I'm going to fall out. I'm going to fall out on the floor if she says your mama, though. Just to forewarn those of you guys that are here that came in because of your mama, I do talk about Foodie. I do talk about ALR. I talk about Breezy. I talk about whatever strikes my fancy. Hi, Daniel. Good to see you. He's kissing your ass and agrees with you. He's looking to loop into you for himself. Well, I mean, I did just get through saying in that whole clip that he was saying, I don't take sides. I don't go to war for people, all that stuff. So I would hope that that would be enough of a notice. You know what I mean? And okay. I don't really watch his channel like that unless something points me there for a specific reason, because I mean, he's just really, his brand of humor is really not my speed. You know what I mean? Hey, you were explaining the Marty thing in the Kuwait paperwork, so I don't understand what it was. Oh. That was on Hannibal's channel. So, okay. All good. Just wondered. Rephrase that. You're a trick for good Chinese food. There's a difference. So I had to say that though, to give kind of a notice, because I know a lot of the folks that are on the Yo Mama side of the YouTube game, they don't really fall in line with the discussing the Foodie and discussing the ALR. They don't really jibe with that. So I figured I would give that kind of notice ahead of time so that people are not caught off guard thinking that I'm something that I'm not. But again, I don't really have any allegiance one way or the other. I'm really just kind of talking about what I see, you know? I mean, it's not even really me giving any kind of a biased opinion. It's just pointing this out, being like, does anybody else see this? Does this look odd to anybody else but me? Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. Just had to ask. Totally fine. Gain and gird. It's good to have you here either way, even if you are late, love. Totally fine. So what do we say? Me too. Hannibal's an awesome dude. What we say, we get into some girl foolishness today. Because they's been, amidst my weekend working, these girls have decided to go a little ham on the uploading. Hey, excuse you. That's my foot. The children are playing under the desk. Hello. And Lodge.
Actually just posted 2 TikToks. A Trisha Paytas one, just moments that I love from frenemies. I had to look at that. I've been loving TikTok again. I don't know. I go through moments where it's like I can't stop posting on there, and then like you won't hear from me for a year.
So I saved that clip because, you know, that whole I'll post some TikToks and then you won't hear from me for like a year. That is really only applicable when, you know, when she's got a chick living up in the house with her. She only goes on TikTok when she's shopping for another woman. I mean, we know this. We've seen this. We've seen the TikToks. You know, she is, I don't even know what to call those god-awful TikTok performances of hers. I mean, they are ridiculous. And I mean, why is she acting so new about it, you know? I mean, just say it. Like, I only go on TikTok when I don't have somebody around. It would make more sense.
I love me a Jeep, and I love cow print, but I'm just not so sure that they go together. I mean, you know what? I don't even have a car. I shouldn't be talking shit.
You're right. You shouldn't. I mean, you should have just, if you were going to do anything, you should have been like, look at this Jeep, y'all. Ain't that cute? And then just kept it pushing. Or better yet, just not even put some random stranger's vehicle in your vlog. You know, that's almost as rude as videoing people in public without their permission. I mean, if she were close enough to that vehicle was parked in such a way that, you know, it's possible that, you know, tag information could have been pulled off of that. Excuse you. I don't know if y'all can hear that. The children have the zoomies. I thought that was ALR. I didn't know that was a Jeep. That's funny. Well, you know, if she were wearing the cow print dress, would have been a case of who wore it better. You know what I mean? Either that or she's been gnawing off random parts of the paint. Oh, exactly. That's all that TikTok game is her advertising, trying to loop in a new woman because she got to go that way because most people who are probably right there in her general vicinity, they're not suckered because they can see her exactly as she is, you know. She can't use that, woe is me, I'm a victim, nobody understands me like you do. Exactly. Say it, Inferno. Now, you don't like to be fat shamed, okay? You get up in your feelings when people point out your size, but you leave in stuff like this. Can you really be angry when people make fun of you when you're making fun of yourself?
The one, folks.
This is another one. This whole body videoing.
Let's do it.
You cannot tell me that she's doing that selectively, and she should not be angry when people troll her. She shouldn't be angry when people troll her. I mean, look at that. You are giving people ammo by which to mock you. I mean, why? What would be the point?
And got a bunch of boxes. I forgot to film in there, but we needed boxes for like the TV. I know
I forgot to film in there. That's perfectly fine. God's honest truth. And I say this after filming having a 30-minute long blog today, which I didn't plan for it to be 30 minutes. I didn't video every single thing. Obviously, that would have been, oh my God, it would have been a damn 8-hour vlog, which, you know, I'm sure some people might have been okay with that, but I wouldn't have been okay with uploading that. I mean, but I guess I really shouldn't be surprised that she had it even as a thought in her mind to video getting boxes in Home Depot, because I mean, look at what we're ending up with. The end result is literally 10 minutes just or a little bit more every time, because she has nothing to actually show, you know.
There's a lot of questions. First question is, are you still doing OMAD?
I will give her that.
The answer is no, I'm not right now. Next question is, when is the last time you weighed yourself? I actually have not weighed myself 10 days, maybe more. So
is anybody out there shocked? Throw me a 1 out there if you are shocked by the fact that she's not doing OMAD or that she hasn't weighed herself in 2 weeks, because I'm not. And I'm going to tell you, she actually makes an amendment to this saying that she was doing OMAD and was having a small snack at bedtime. That's not OMAD. That means you eat one meal a day. You know, this one, that's why I continually say with her, I don't believe anything that she says, because we keep getting told, oh, I'm doing this. Oh, I'm doing this. Oh, I'm doing this. And then when she comes off of it, she starts to let details slip. If you're not going to do it, just don't do it. Quit claiming that you're doing it, you know? And then she acts surprised when people don't believe her. They call her a liar, you know, or they question every little thing. And it's because, again, she has set this up. This is the culture that she's cultivated from her viewers. Yeah. Exactly. Yo, really?
A lot of people were asking, where's the hickey from? Which is kind of going away. How do you...
Nobody cares where the hickey came from. Whoever asked that has to be like 14 or 15 years old.
Find out that you're in love with someone else. Well, she figured it out herself. She said that she could tell.
Couldn't be because you were in the bathroom or all over the house shooting TikToks with your cleavage hanging out. Because she's seen that before, right? That's what roped her in. I mean, anybody who has any sort of idea what to look for, it is not going to be hard to spot it when you see it again. She makes it sound like she has this tendency to conflate things, and I just don't understand why she feels the necessity to do that. I mean, God's honest truth, if she would just get up and say, look, I haven't done anything all day. I don't have anything going on. So I'm just going to eat and we're just going to talk. At least that would be honest, you know, as opposed to, right. Exactly. You know what? Hang on. Hannibal. My dude, come on up here. You might as well. Me and you having a whole same conversation. I'm having it live and you're having it in the chat. Just come up here. Okay, well, you tell me when you can. I'll be here. Okay. We'll do it when you get back to the house. Because, I mean, realistically, we always have a better time when we do it, when we do this anyway, versus talking back and forth, you know. Yes, Juicer, it is. How are you, darling? Good to see you, by the way. How about that? All that last night turning into a hot mess, Juicer. Good gracious. QC from... Oh, no, it's fine. Totally fine. It turned into a whole lot of something. Good gracious. All right, let's continue on with Ambular here.
It was a massive gallbladder attack that lasted for over 24 hours. And I figured something like this was going to happen due to my rapid weight loss recently.
So, her massive weight loss that happened recently, but that's been more than 3 weeks ago. Now, I don't know about any of y'all, but if anything, I do not attribute any sort of gallbladder issue with her, you know, an acute issue with her losing weight 3 weeks ago that she has since gained back, I'm sure. It probably has more to do with the fact that she is eating like garbage, and she has been for the last 2 weeks at minimum while she's been kind of radio silent. You know what I mean? True enough. True enough. Right. That's that. Blondie, that's exactly what I said when I saw that. I was like, are you serious? Agreed. I'm down if you guys are. It's good. That's a good thing. But, I think some of it, with that whole Hurl situation and you, Juicer, is the fact that she really probably should have kind of like apologized. You know what I mean? No, dude, Hanny, she said over the last month, she claims that she had been eating like OMAD, like one meal a day, and that she lost 30 pounds doing OMAD. Now, we've already had this conversation, like her trying to say that she's intermittent fasting. Like before that, she said she was intermittent fasting. We know that this child is not fasting 16 hours a day. And we also know there's no way in the Sam hell that she is doing one meal a day. It is not humanly possible. If she were doing one meal a day, she would have dropped 30 pounds the first week. Okay? Because remember, I told you I figured it up. Her basal metabolic rate is 3,070 calories. So if she's eating one meal, let's just give it to her that it was 1,000 calories. That's still 2,000 calories of lack of intake. And there is no way she would not have dropped like multiple pant sizes. It's insane. Okay, good. Well, I'll take that. That's better than nothing at all, Yeah, she would have been dropping it. Ooh, she would have been dropping weight like it was going out of style, man. There's no way in the world. That's true. Very true. But not based on her eating habits. What we've seen of her eating habits is she does a lot of one of two things. She's either leaning super healthy and I'm having vegetables and chicken sausage and cottage cheese and mustard, or she's ordering off a DoorDash. She doesn't really do an in-between,
So the mixture of that and like yo-yo dieting, and it was bad.
So the mixture of this drastic weight loss and yo-yo dieting is what caused all that. Now, first off, her diet is what contributed to a large part of her gallbladder issues. So I don't even know where she's trying to. You have to actually be on a diet for more than 3 days for it to have that sort of effect on the body. For somebody like her, it would take more than 3 days, which is her average. She only tends to go about 3 days, and then she's already off, kind of veering off into left field over there, So I don't believe any of that. And that's part of, with her, that's why I make a lot of the videos that I do explaining the medical aspect of things, because she loves to tell everybody that, oh, I'm obese, but I'm healthy. Nah, boo-boo, at 528 pounds, that is improbable. Highly, highly improbable.
Everything is set in stone. Like, a lot of people ask, how are you really doing? And sometimes it's hard for me to like find the actual word.
That's interesting coming from Ryder Lynn, y'all.
To pinpoint how I'm feeling. I think I'm numb. I just feel like life is like happening around me, and things are obviously happening to me, but I don't feel like they're actually happening to me. It just feels kind of like I'm just watching it all happen, and it's not actually happening to me.
Could that be because she doesn't really have any kind of capability in developing and maintaining relationships with people that don't involve her controlling the other person with money? Could that be because she doesn't go anywhere? She doesn't really do anything. Could it be that she doesn't have any hobbies that aren't solitary hobbies? She is lacking the ability to develop a connection with the outside world. And as sad as it sounds, that includes YouTube. That includes YouTube, that includes TikTok. Her sitting here talking to herself on camera is not the same thing, and for some reason she kind of doesn't see that, I'm pretty sure she bought it that way.
Was doing like one meal a day with like maybe a small snack at night.
See, and here she is after all this time of her claiming she was doing OMAD. She's freely admitting that she wasn't eating OMAD. She was eating a meal and then eating after that. So it's stuff like this that makes people not listen to her or believe her, because she's very disingenuous, number one, in how she presents herself, and two, later on when she's off the wagon, she tells on herself. This is why people don't believe her. I agree, it does have to be, but the thing is, though, this is what she chooses for herself. That is the way that, she could change it, but that would involve changing herself, and she's not going to do that. No, she hasn't said yet. She's going to do this whole surprise ordeal and then, make it a whole thing.
I think I want to go back to doing that, but I think I want to eat my one meal a day on camera.
Has anybody told old girl that, YouTube has changed the policies in relation to eating on camera? Because technically what she would be doing would be considered a mukbang, and, that's being kind of scrutinized right now, It
just keeps me accountable, and I know when I eat on camera, I do eat a lot slower than like I do in my real life, and I'm able to just like enjoy my food more when I do that. So it's definitely a thought that I'm having. She's 10, folks.
I don't know if I believe that based on what I have seen of her and the way she eats. The only time that I would believe that would even be remotely possible is when we have those nice little charcuterie type plates and everything with our broccoli and our carrots and all that stuff, and she only shows a bite of each one. And that's mainly because, she's dividing it up that way, mainly because she doesn't enjoy those foods, even though she tries to claim that it's so good and how she loves it and how she's so full from it. You can look at her and tell that she doesn't enjoy it. Anybody who's been around long enough can tell you she is like a toddler when she eats, because if she gets a hold of something she likes, she starts happy dancing. She'll sit there and bebop to herself. That's funny, Heather. You're wrong for that. Hey, Sunshine, thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's just getting old. We'll continue.
She's 10, folks. Yeah, it breaks my heart. But.
Okay, I put that in there because she's talking about Twinkie, them having to go to the vet's office to get Twinkie more medication because she's in joint pain, because apparently that's not uncommon of a dog Twinkie size and type around that age group. And do you see what she had to say? Yep, she's 10, folks. It breaks my heart. So flat affected. No hint of emotion to it at all. I'm going to tell y'all, I have seen her have more emotion over something that she took out of the microwave than she did over Twinkie in that moment. And that's sad. That says that she doesn't even have the ability to form real connections, even with her animals that love her without fail unconditionally. That's really sad.
So, God, that medicine works like a charm. They want her to only take it a couple times a week, but if we notice that she's like getting better and stuff, they don't want her to like continue taking it.
Hang on, let me continue.
But I noticed whenever she stops taking it for a little bit, she starts to be in pain again. So I mentioned my tick.
Okay. I held on to that section because this is the same girl who went out to eat with Destiny when Twinkie was sitting at home in pain instead of taking her to the vet. I can almost bet that the vet wants Twinkie to be on this medication 3 times a week in perpetuity because of the fact that Twinkie's issue is going to continue to be an issue because she's going to progress in age, right? Obviously. So this whole, we notice when she goes without it, she goes back into pain and whatever. That means that this one, what is happening is they are more than likely running out of medication, and Amber is not going to get the medication or making the effort to call and have the medication sent into the pharmacy for her to go get it until it's to a point where Twinkie is so uncomfortable that she has trouble walking around or she's crying or whatever. It is taking some sort of prompt, some sort of actual physical distress from the dog to get her to act. So, I mean, it makes me question her thought process. That's true. That's so true. You can't tell me right now that if Destiny called her up and said, you know what? I've thought about this. I'm leaving old girl and I want to get back together with you. Amber would throw everything down and just, she would be right back with her again. No question. Highly doubtful. Because she remembers things, but she remembers the version that she wants to remember versus the actual events. She's another one that she likes to rewrite things. I never said that. I never did that. Yes, you did. Here's the video. Well, I don't remember saying that. Well, just because you don't remember saying it or you don't remember doing it doesn't mean it didn't happen, you know? Well, the problem with that is that if Twinkie is supposed to be able to get up to move around to lose weight, in addition to the portion control that they've been doing with her, she's got to be able to actually get up and move around. She can't do that. She can't do that if she's in pain. Let's see. OSB, remember a while back when she said they were taking Twinkie to the vet late last night and she took the time to film herself getting ready and took a shower. Yes. It was a whole thing. Man, she caught hell over that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. She was talking about Legos. We got to take her to the vet and this and that. And then we cut to Legos and then we cut to something else. It was a whole thing. And this next part is just, you know, the need to lie about stuff that's just absolutely unnecessary.
My cheeks are so red because I've been just doing a lot.
Sure, Jan.
Turns out when you wear AirPods, when you make TikToks, there's like a glitch. Like when I watch it back with my AirPods, it's perfectly fine.
Now, anybody and everybody who has watched any of these TikToks can tell you it doesn't matter what you're playing them on. Her lip syncing and whatever the audio is are not matching. It has nothing to do with those AirPods. It has to do with the fact that she's awful at it, you know? So, okay, that was the end of a section. Let me jump to the next section. This is from today. Right. Well, I don't know, because the God's honest truth, Travis, the fact is there are a lot of people out here that would be realistically, God's honest truth, if she took responsibility over her life, her weight, everything, her emotions, all of it, if she said, you know what, I'm sick of being like this and I'm ready to change and I'm ready to do something about it, and her channel would probably explode, because there are so many people out here that do actually want better for her than she wants for herself. People love an underdog, which would be what she would be, you know, but she is so aversive to doing anything that requires her to be uncomfortable or for her to put forth an effort and actually put in some work. And that's part of why she is the way she is, her and Foodie both. And I've said it, what it is they are too comfortable with being comfortable. Change is only wrought through discomfort. That's just the way that it works. There is no drastic change to oneself, physically, mentally, emotionally, that doesn't come from a development initiated in discomfort. Everything starts from discomfort. And over time, it's like going and working out for the first time. You go to the gym that first couple of days and oh my God, everything on you is on fire. You're sore. You feel like you can't move. The more you do it, the easier it gets. No matter how much the weight may be that you're lifting when you're in the gym, even as you're building up on those sets and you're building muscle, and even though you have that little bit of an ache, it's not the same as it was that first night, that first day you went in there. It's uncomfortable in the beginning, but eventually it gets to the point where it's not uncomfortable anymore. And in that process, you're working through the discomfort, but they're not willing to do that. They don't. Yeah, he said they've had no change since they were 12. That goes back to that being comfortable, being too comfortable with being comfortable. Oh yeah, man, I'm going to tell you the God's honest truth, Hannibal. I'm one of those types of folks that when I go in and I do a leg day, I work myself to the point where my legs feel like spaghetti noodles at the end. And as crazy as that sounds, that is such a great feeling to me, you know. And same way with my arms. I'll work to the point where I feel like I can't even pick my arms up and I'm just like, you know, and I can't really put my finger on exactly the best way to describe that feeling, but I like that feeling.
Stuff is going to be gone forever.
Okay, and this right here is why homegirls TikToks are awful. Right here.
To be gone forever. Forever in this apartment, not forever in general. Just
she's a bad actor. You know, and that's why I think so many people get amusement out of making fun of the TikToks, because they really are that bad. That in combination with the failed lip syncing, I mean, it's just endless hours of entertainment at her expense. And she doesn't seem to get that. Right. Same. That too. All right.
I'm going through a lot. Things that I will never probably talk about. Just
things that she'll never probably talk about. But she won't ever talk about them until the point happens upon us where she needs to garner some sympathy, or she needs to divert away from some episode where she has opened her mouth and inserted her foot, or when somebody comes out and tells everybody how she actually is when the cameras are off. Then we'll hear about all these drastic things.
No, I'm a human. I am complex, and I just have a lot happening. But I
sure
notice that when I get really, really stressed, I disappear from YouTube, like completely.
That's because you end up on TikTok, darling. All you do is switch from one place to another. You are still online. You are still seeking out attention from strangers.
Just a lot. Okay, this isn't the memorial yet. So
okay, this was at the very end. She was talking about all of my stuff is going to be gone, and I've made so many memories here. And then she was like, wait, this isn't the memorial.
Isn't the memorial yet, so we're not going to do that quite yet. But it's coming up soon, you guys.
I have got to find the soundbite of Ricky saying no one cares, because nobody cares. Why are we turning that into such a huge ordeal? You're moving. You haven't died. Nobody has died. God almighty. I can't with this one. Ooh, Abby's coming in with the snark, and I love it. Ooh. Then we've got this, and I had to leave these in, y'all, because these just I couldn't help but laugh. Performative vacuuming. Tell us you have nothing else to do.
So here is my... Definitely do that because cats hate car rides. Sweaty and Wasabi are going to literally meow the whole time. I want to make them like as comfortable as possible. So I wanted like a professional opinion.
Let's just call it what it is. Her professional opinion was probably Google or some sort of messaging board, because any vet that I have ever met, the one that I had prior to moving included, straight up said, we can give you medication to give them so that it relaxes them and they sleep through most of the drive. These two, Jinx especially, flat loses his ever-loving shite in the car. He will try to literally destroy whatever carrier he's in. He will scream at the top of his lungs. And I'm going to tell y'all, if y'all haven't seen the video from where I moved from point A to here, I drugged them. I got with the vet and said, hey, look, you know how he is especially, but I have two and we're going on a 3-hour car ride. I need to know what to do because I'm not going to be able to focus on what I need to do and get there safely if they're losing it. So what do I do? And the vet said, here, give each of them one of these. Now, they both did a little bit of chattering, a little bit, not a lot. But do you know they slept majority of that car ride? It's a lot less stressful on them because, you know, they go to sleep and they're where they're familiar, and then they wake up however long later and they're somewhere else and they're not disrupted or, you know, panicked by being in the vehicle, you know?
Like I want to start doing cameos again. Like my cameo is open, so you can definitely request, but I just feel like I haven't been more, and I'm really, really interested.
Let me bag up. So she started hawking the cameos again. Why in the ever-loving world would anybody want to pay her for a cameo where she spends the first 2 minutes of it saying somebody's name, saying, I hope I said your name right. I'm so sorry if I didn't. Please let me know if I didn't. I mean, why would anybody pay her for that when you can see it? I mean, when you go on Cameo, it shows you like the last 5 of them that have been bought. And every single one of her cameos start out the same way. I could order a cameo from her and say, my name is Ann, and she'll say, hi, Ann. Oh my God, I hope I'm saying your name right. If I didn't, please let me know because I'm so sorry. And then we have another however many seconds or minutes long the cameo has been bought for. I do not understand her. Well, here's the deal, Alexi. The only reason that Chantal wanted the cameo is because ALR had them. If that makes any sense. That whole move was, number one, it was a money move because she knew she could make some money. Even though it might have been temporary, because it is temporary for her. People are burnt the hell out on her cameo thing. She might as well just take her little commercials down because I don't see, it would not matter where she went to. She could literally fly to Mars and say, hi guys, I'm on Mars. Reach out to get your Mars cameo now. Da, 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 da. Nobody's going to buy them. Nobody's going to send her a request for a cameo from Mars. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter where she is. The people that are going to buy a cameo from Chantal have bought one. But despite the fact that Chantal likes to say she doesn't compare herself to anybody, she absolutely compares herself to Amber. She absolutely does. You know? Parents are sleeping. Oh, yeah. You get the right combination of the right medication from a vet for them animals. Oh man, they will sleep the whole way. They'll shift. They might make a little bit of noise, but then they get comfortable again and they're down for the count. Apparently. Oh, she's an ancient Norse name that began with a J and sounds like a wine. Asked for a cameo. I would love to see that. Please do. I'm missing a sound. I think cameo voice. You have to have so many followers to be able to qualify for a cameo, Heather. That's the unfortunate downside. And ain't nobody going to want to hear me talk smack to them for a minute. So, I mean, look at how many people I've got in here. Not many people are going to be in here for me to talk smack either. And this is free. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is so good. Sorry, y'all. I am slowly working on my cheesecake. Slowly. Trying to keep myself from ending up with palpitations. Oh, yeah. Yeah. See, the difference is that ALR is not the slightest bit jealous of Chantal, in the slightest, okay? If anything, the only thing that could bother ALR about the Chantal situation would be the fact that Foodie is in a relationship with somebody who hasn't ditched her. You know what I'm saying? And I think the only reason that it hasn't actually bothered her is because I think ALR realizes that whole thing with Sala is a sham too. So it hasn't gotten under her skin. But on Foodie's end, every single thing of ALR's bothers her. The channel, the number of views, the number of subscribers, all of it. All of it bothers her. The only thing that I think that the only difference is that Chantal looks at ALR and ALR's size, and she thinks that she's better than Amber. So Chantal is probably jealous because she's looking at Amber going, I'm not anywhere near as big as her. Why don't I have as many followers as her? Why don't I get as many views as her? It's different. This last part on this is her talking about publishing some of her writing.
I'm really interested in publishing some of my writing.
Dude. All right, so I want to see a show of hands of who's going to be buying this girl's poetry. Somebody please show me some hands if you're going to put down your hard-earned money to read middle schooler poetry. Your guess is as good as mine. Oh, that would be awesome. Oh, that's true enough. True enough. Yeah, basically. Oh, yeah, there's no doubt about that. She will never, even if she gained enough weight to where she is larger than ALR weight-wise, like numerically, she would never admit it. She absolutely would never admit it. By the way. Well, Hannibal, you missed it, my dude. Me, Heather, and Inferno, we're having a whole conversation about pumpkins, about carved pumpkins, because I want to carve a pumpkin for my Halloween decorations. Excuse me. And I had the thought originally to get one of those foam pumpkins and to put Chantal's face on it. But I haven't been able to find a photo that I have been able to get to translate to a black and white with enough detail for me to do that. I was actually going to take a big pumpkin and put that Chantal face on it. And then Inferno started discussing blowing it up. Hi. Can I help you? You can't have any of this. This is not for you, buddy. Can I help you? Hey. It's mine. It's mine. Yeah, explosives and chloroform came up. We were having an interesting discussion. True enough. Agreed. Actually, for those of y'all out there, Heather and I had a whole discussion about me going over there at some point coming up, and me and her going four-wheeler riding and getting into all kind of stuff. Because I'm going to tell you, she lives out in the middle of the woods just like I used to. And it would be something else. Holy hell, I never even considered that. That's an amazing idea. Amazing. And I'll tell you what, that's a great idea. And I'll tell you what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to use Slimer. And I'm going to I'm going to write on it. Hi, Beezers. That would be awesome. See, you don't want that. You just think you do. You so spoiled. Oh, come here. That is not for you, my man. It would tear up your belly. It would tear up your belly. Little bagger. Oh, I will be Inferno. Have no doubt about that. I have no doubt. We need to work it out so you can come down too. You would have a field day, my dude. Hey, yeah, man. Hey, Heather ain't playing. Heather ain't playing. We get in all kind of fun out in the middle of the sticks, my guy. Oh, that's another good one. That's another good one. Ooh. Aha. Oh, true enough. Even though that's the first I've heard of it, but it's nice to know that I have a place to go, because I can already tell you right now, Dad has already offered more than once for me to come down there and stay in my old bedroom. I have no desire to stay in that house so long as the step monster is there. Right. Chet the Toad. He's a very sweet, lovey boy. It doesn't take much for him to kickstart his motor. And once it's going for the most part. He's a sweet fella. Well, what started that whole conversation about the four-wheeler thing was that Heather and I were talking about Hannibal and the jokes that Heather was making the last time Hannibal was on stream. And that somebody in the chat had said that there needs to be a channel made called Wiener Weight, because that was something that Heather kept saying. It's Wiener Weight. And me and her were laughing about all that. And she said, no, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a channel called Whale Sheet. And all I'm going to do is run over stuff in the four-wheeler and yell, Whale Sheet. And that was just like a whole thing. Yeah, I told her that I said, he probably don't know what to make of you. But of course you do, Hannibal, because she is a lot like me in a lot of ways. We're both goofy as fuck. Well, what gets me is that She's supposedly the one that keeps track of all that stuff to remind him to do things. Like when my AA birthday came around, I had talked to them a few weeks before and I made mention of it, and he had her put it in the calendar on her phone so that she could remind him. So I don't even know. I mean, whatever. Like I said, he's going to feel really stupid when he realizes it. And it's just whatever for me at this point, you know? Yeah. Not one thing. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the crazy thing is, at the minimum, you know, he could have said it on Facebook or something, you know? Let's see real quick. Yeah. Alrighty. Oh yeah, she's learned. She has learned well. She has had two crazy women teaching her how to deal with people. You and I make quite the hell of a pair of teachers. So of course. I mean, I would rather her be a little bit of a rattlesnake with people than for her to be walked on. You know that. Well, he hasn't stopped talking to me. He only talks to me when he feels like it. And it's just like, whatever. I'm not worried about it. And I told him this, and I've said it multiple times to pretty much everybody. I'm not going to sacrifice any of my peace to bend the will to say all of that is okay, because it's not okay with me, and it never will be. That is just the way that it is, you know. Yeah, and I mean, like, I have a guy that I'm friends with that I met like 15 years ago, and he actually has me on Facebook. He said, yeah, I got 123 emails over the last week and reminded me that it was your birthday, and he was actually one of the first people to tell me happy birthday on Facebook. It's like, I haven't seen this guy in 10 years, and he's still telling me happy birthday. But, you know, it's just like, whatever. Yeah, will be. Not dealing with that. If you don't want me around, fine. I'm not fixing to just be buddy with this new woman just because you chose her. It doesn't make it okay for me. It will never be okay for me, you know, such as it is. I'm trying to get home, but I'm also trying to help my elders party this. You take all the time you need, my dude. Thank you, Hannibal. Hannibal's like, I'm going to step in and play dad. Happy birthday. Yeah. Yes, I know. And elephant. And alpaca, I believe. There's a couple of them, but you can actually get them mixed together. Yeah. And then they got like one of three different kinds all mixed together. There's like a whole page, and it don't even tell you who sent it, but I can guarantee you if I did something like that, they would probably know it's me. What is she doing, Boo Man? What is she doing? She is up high. She's up high and away from you, isn't she? But do you know? That's why I put that cat bed up there so you guys could go up high and perch. I put it up there so y'all could go up there and perch. She's the only one that's used it, though. Goofy. No, me either. Well, I mean, okay. The position that I take on it all is it really isn't so much about the fact that I wouldn't have chose her. It's just that it was too fast. Too fast. You know? I don't think, number one, that he has actually dealt with everything that happened. And two, you know, he doesn't know this woman. He knew her 6 months and then they're engaged and they're married a month later. You know, it's just like, I just don't agree with none of it, y'all. I just don't. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's like an apartment.
Okay, let's kick it off with Knucklehead here.
Yeah, it's like an apartment, kind of. It's not just like a hotel. We've been to a few hotels. In our culture, like, women don't leave the house as much as the men to do things. They just like stay at home.
Well, I mean, the only difference, God's honest truth, Hannibal, between the garlic and breezy and my dad and the step monster is the fact that dad and step monster didn't meet online. That's the only difference. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Realistically, this whole shebang here, this first part of it, is just me clipping down the videos so that, you know, I kind of make sense of it for me, because most of it is her talking about nothing and yelling "hi guys" at the chat, and that just irks the ever-loving snot out of me. You know what I mean? Yep.
I don't know. I know there's a big, large chunk of you guys that still thinks that I'm not happy here and that you're just waiting it out, that I'm going to go back to Canada. And you know what? I just want to say, if I did go back to Canada, it wouldn't be a shameful thing. Just whatever. Life is life. That's what happened, you know. But I'm not going to, you know. As long as I can help it. Maybe it's the memories. I don't know. Maybe it's the memories.
I have a feeling that this one would do anything and everything, including selling her soul, to avoid going back to Canada. Between, oh, look at Shannon. What's up, my girl? I didn't even see you sneak in here, girl. It's good to see you. But I think that about Chantal because, number one, she would have to eventually at some point admit that she failed in this relationship with Sala. She would no longer be able to avoid the taxes that she has moved hell and high water to not pay. She would have the realization that there is absolutely nothing to go back to, you know? So I have a feeling that she would do everything right up into sell her soul to somebody to not have to go back to Canada, you know, as sad as that sounds, but it's just the way I see it.
Yeah, I've gone through a lot more there, a lot more pain, a lot of happiness, but a lot more pain than Kuwait. So
exactly, Juicer. The whole comment about, you know, there was a lot more pain lived through in Canada, some happiness, but a lot more pain than in Kuwait. The part that she doesn't seem to acknowledge is that a lot of that is self-imposed. A lot of the issues that she has, a lot of the things that she's been through are things that she walked into with her eyes open and knowingly subjected herself to, and then got upset and hurt and all of that over the fact that she went into the situation with clear vision of it all and still expected it to go her way, which to me it's amazing exactly how skewed her mental status is, that she is seeing it clearly, but she then still continues to get upset when things don't go the way that she imagines it in her head. Isn't that interesting? I mean, I meant it when I said that Chantal would be a case study for somebody. Between her mental health and her physical health, oh my God, if you have got a dissertation to write, a case study that you have to write for your master's program, this is your girl right here. The only thing that would hem you up would be having lab values. That would be the only thing that would hem you up, was you wouldn't be able to get a hold of lab work in the slightest. But everything else, visual observation, physical assessment on her wouldn't be even really be hard to kind of work out because of what you see. The swelling in the legs, the barreled belly and chest, all of this stuff, she would be a hell of a case study for somebody. But, that's all up to the person that would choose to do that. I mean, God's honest truth. If they did not get an amazing grade, doing an actual case study on her, I would be surprised. All of that is self-imposed. She doesn't have the willingness to do the work. Yep. Well, that falls into that same conversation we had about ALR. It's the same thing. They've gotten too comfortable with being comfortable. And then with Chantal, you can add it. You can add on this oppositional defiance sort of thing that she's got going on. If you lit Chantal's abaya on fire and told her to stop, drop, and roll because her abaya is on fire, she would stand there and argue with you about why she shouldn't stop, drop, and roll, and who are you to tell me what to do? That would be the response that she would have, instead of wondering why her ass is smoking. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's how mentally ill she is. It is beyond wild. Right. She is big on self-sabotage, huge on it. Sorry, y'all. Chantal, actually, in my mind, Chantal is a PhD in self-sabotage. She does everything humanly possible to literally be her own worst enemy. It is wild. Right, but you can't tell her that. Well, that bar may not quite be 5 feet wide, but at the minimum, that window, if you look at the window here, that window is at least 2.5. And this and the bar line up here. Okay. And then this has, if you ride that straight down, you're looking at least a 1/2 foot there. So that's about a 3-foot bar, I would say. That's eyeballing it now. But either way, that's a huge bitch. So, I need to find that soundbite too. I got a lot of stuff I need to do with my time, y'all, that I ain't been doing. She's at least 6 feet around, no question. All right, we'll take that. We ain't nobody mad at you. Right. You couldn't tell her otherwise. You could not tell her otherwise, Juicer. She don't want to hear not nary bit of it. Right. Starting 50% stanchions on the floor rolling, so it would be easier for her. Quite true. But you even telling her to, just the fact that you're telling her to and why she should, don't you tell me what to do. My ass always smokes. It smokes naturally. You don't know what you're talking about. Prove to me that my ass is on fire so before I stop, drop, and roll. You can't prove anything. I mean, think about all the times we've heard that sort of behavior, Oh my God, you so wrong. Okay. Shannon, I know you ain't been in here very much. Krusty Krusty is my best friend. Me and her have known each other since middle school. That is my ride or die right there. And her and her stepdaughter showed up in my live stream a little while back wanting to know what was going on. So I gave them both like a Reader's Digest version of Foodie Beauty and ALR. And Heather is Krusty. Her name is Heather too. She is all the way. She is kind of caught up in it now. But she sees pretty much everything that I see, that you see, that everybody else sees. And she's only been around for about a month. Isn't that insane? How little bit of time it takes, and she can see right through all of Chantal's foolishness. Oh, she's cuckoo cuckoo, man, but she's a good time. I'm gonna give her that. She always has been. But that's part of why we mesh so well, because our crazies kind of match up, you know. Excuse me, y'all. Oh yeah, did not take her long at all. She ain't much different than me. Right. Heather squared. We are a mess. We are a mess. 'Tis true, but I will give him this. The fact that, and I said this earlier, I don't know if you were in here yet or not, Abby. I do gotta give it to your mama on that whole thing of him covering the live stream. You know, he was actually polite. He wasn't making fun of anybody. You know, he didn't dog me, or, I mean, like, he made jokes and stuff, but it is what it is. But he wasn't dogging like me or Hannibal. He was actually agreeing with a lot of what we were saying. It was really, really shocking to see, you know. I was surprised. I mean, like, and the jokes that he made was like, he was like, look at her face. He's like, oh my God, her faces. And he's like, oh, she's all the way over this shit. I mean, stuff like that. But I think pretty much anybody who was watching that live stream or that was in the live chat, you guys could look at me and tell. I was just like, what the fuck? You know? Oh, hang on, y'all. We got another party joining this gig. All right, bro. I'm online, so say hi.
Hi. I was just calling to say happy birthday to you.
Well, we was talking about that, me and the gang a little while ago, because I said that, you know, I had not heard from y'all, but I said I know where Daniel's at. Daniel's at work. I said Daniel got up, washed his butt, put on his uniform, booked it to work. You know, and then he's been at work all night long.
Yeah,
so
sorry.
It's fine.
Not only has it been a chaotic night, the portable unit is down. So I've had to bring patients from the ER down to the X-ray room for something as simple as like a single view chest X-ray.
Oh, bummer. Well, yeah, but you know, could be worse. You know, y'all could be having to ship everybody out to get an X-ray. So, you know. You roll with what you got. Well, what is the deal with Dad? Is Dad still alive?
Yeah, he is. In fact, the plan for us is that he knows I'm coming down to spend a few days with you.
Yeah.
And of course he's going to be coming down too.
Really?
Yeah, and they're going to be taking me out for a birthday dinner.
Oh, yay.
Oh, come on. It's birthday dinner.
What I've always wanted, forced interaction with people, with somebody that I don't really want to spend time with. I'd like to spend time with just Dad, but it's humanly impossible at this point, I think.
Well, I mean, you could try asking him. I mean, I'm sure he'll be, more than willing.
I doubt it. But, you know, it is what it is. I'm actually surprised that they're going through all that. But I haven't heard anything from him, like, at all, since they went back down there. You know, when you hung out with me,
yeah,
the last time, I haven't heard anything from him since then. So I had to Oh, Heather is in the chat. She said, "Tell Daniel I friended him on Oculus, and I'm patiently waiting for a response."
Oh, I'm sorry about that. It's been a while since I last used the Oculus Quest to the the Oculus Quest 2. It's been a while since I last did it. But I'll get around to it as soon as I after I get back. So
don't make her come looking for you, because she knows where to find you.
Okay. I got to get going. I got a work order I got to do. Just printed out as we were talking.
Okay. All right. Well, try to have a decent night. I'll see you Sunday. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be down Sunday. I'm going to try to come down Sunday morning.
Oh God, dude, I'm gonna be asleep Sunday morning. So if you want to go home and go to bed and get a little bit of sleep or whatever, you can.
Okay. All right. Well. Okay. Yeah. I'll do that instead.
Yeah, I'm working a 12-hour shift on the Saturday, and then I work an 8-hour shift on that Sunday. So if you want to come down late, yeah, you're good.
Okay. Alrighty. You have a good night. Okay.
You too. Talk to you later. Say bye to the gang.
All right, bye, gang, and Heather, I love you. You take it easy now, okay?
I will. I'll see you soon.
All right, see you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Sorry, y'all. I had to answer that because if I didn't, he would have called and called and called and called and called and called until I picked it up. He is very much a worrier. He is very much the worrying type. So yeah. Let's see. Let me back up. I done missed a bunch of stuff. That should keep knives out of the picture. Oh, true enough. True enough. Yeah. There's certain places you really shouldn't take it. You shouldn't mess with stuff that's gonna be like cause personal harm to people. If you want to make fun of somebody's looks, fine. If you want to make fun of how somebody talks, fine. If you want to make fun of somebody's views, fine. But the things that matter most to them, leave that alone, especially with just like foolish, like internet foolishness. It's just a little, it's just a little much, and it's unnecessary, I think. Ooh, that doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me. I don't know if you'll win that battle, Heather. He's got longer arms than you do. I think a lot of people forget that he does and just class him as a harmless joker. He's not. He's vile, jealous, angry little man who looks at women as sexual objects and disrespects every one of them. Well, I'm going to say this. That's why I was kind of like surprised about his reaction to everything, because God's honest truth, he was not rude in the slightest. I mean, like, that's why I said, I was like, he was actually kind of nice about the whole thing, which really surprised me. But maybe because he kept saying it, he was like, she's saying a lot of stuff she's saying stuff that makes a lot of sense. Or he's like, we've said this on the channel before too. We've said the same thing. So maybe it's just because the points that I was making was stuff that he agreed with. Maybe that's why. I don't know. Or maybe we just caught him on a really good day, like at a really good moment, like the stars aligned and, all that stuff for that to even happen. But, there's no way to know for sure. No way to know for sure. It could turn on a dime, to be truthful. It's more than a little much. It's a lot too much, because if I ever had someone make fun of my dead pooch. Yeah, agreed. But I will say this. I will give him this. He has not made any sort of jab in the direction of FFG's mom. I will give him that. The dog thing was still dirty, but if he were being vile and vindictive and nasty intentionally, he would have, about FFG's mom, he would have used that to take a jab, and he hasn't yet. I'm hoping he's starting to see things exactly how they are with Foodie. I'm hoping that he's seeing that Foodie was trying to use him as a pawn. Did he? Oh, holy hell. When did he do that? When did he do that? I mean, I know he made some kind of comparison between, well, you're talking about her being online when her grandma died and you're online when your mom died. I remember that. But what sort of low blow did he take with it? Because that's just insane. Why would you do that? Right. But I guess. Sometimes when it's going to land on them and shit, so he won't bring it up. He will also have to deal. Exactly. That's part of it. That is part of it. Maybe so. Maybe so. But the only reason that I said all that is because it really caught me by surprise when it was pointed out that he was reviewing the live stream. I was like, oh hell, here we go. He does, as far as I know, he doesn't have any idea who I am, and all that stuff. And I was waiting for something kind of offhand to be said, and it never really came. I was just like, this is not what this is not the sort of response that I'm used to seeing. But I was just like, all right. Alrighty then. Now, there's nothing saying that ain't going to change. The next time he does a video that has me and Hannibal in it, he may dog the shit out of both of us. But, you don't know until it happens. Not for sure. But I was expecting him to come in, come in hard in things. But he didn't, amazingly enough. I don't know. Like I said, maybe the planets and the stars kind of lined up perfectly, and that's the only reason why, Or it could be the, thing too, no way to know for sure. She can't talk. It's her husband's birthday, and she was mukbanging instead of banging. Oh, gotcha. So, of the current circumstances, we were the lesser of two targets, basically. And we were arguing against a lot of what she was saying, because not only was he after her, but he also dislikes Breezy. Makes sense. I consider that a jab, because after constantly talking crap about that woman, citing your honest to attack her, you have no business even mentioning her mother's passing, even to offer her condolences. Well, I can agree with that to an extent. I mean, the whole I'm sorry for your loss thing, that I can understand, but it should be sorry for your loss and then just keep it pushing. That's the way I would handle things. But, well, I mean, but that tracks back to what I was saying earlier. I don't take sides. I don't get involved. I'm not going to war for anybody. There would be no benefit in trying to develop an alliance, because I don't do that sort of thing. The only person I'm going to battle for is myself. And it doesn't matter who it is. If I see somebody say something out of pocket, or if I see them do something that I don't agree with, I'm going to say something. It's kind of like that whole conversation with Gorlworld and her trying to justify all the crap that she was saying about Jessica Meska. And I meant what I said. It took everything in me not to lose it there for a minute, because who are you to try to tell me when somebody is or is not actively trying to make adjustments and change their life and to be sober? You don't know. You don't spend 24 hours a day with her. You know exactly what other people know. Her in the sobriety house thing and her getting kicked out, that was over something that she may not even have had any clue that she wasn't able to do, which is what she said, that she didn't know that she couldn't video there. Now, the recording the AA meeting, there is no hard, fast rules in AA that it is documented nowhere saying that you cannot do that. There are whole AA meetings on YouTube with speaker meetings on YouTube. If it were a whole thing that they did not ever want you to do, you would not be able to listen to AA meetings on YouTube. I'm getting sick of having people tell me what sober people do and what people in recovery do, especially when they're not addicts themselves. Stop telling me about shit, my lived experience. You know, it would be like me trying to tell Hannibal what it's like to be a black man. How the fuck am I supposed to know what that's like? I've never been there. Or it would be like me telling Heather what it's like to be a brunette. How the fuck am I supposed to know? I've never been a brunette. And I can imagine that Hannibal or Heather would be like, well, what the hell do you know about it? You know, you would probably feel a kind of way, you know. All these people are venomous. They're venomous to each other, venomous to their view. Oh, 100%. 100%. Yes, ma'am. I thought that was not her place to say anything about it. I agree. You're wrong. I'm not trying to change my mind. How I feel, how you feel. I have a few triggers for your mom. I got you. Well, no, I mean, I don't really, my perspective on him really hasn't changed. I mean, he's just really not my speed. But like I said, I was just kind of caught off guard by all that. And that's about all. I gotcha. So basically, we're just talking about a freak off-color moment that happens. And I said it earlier that, you know, broken clock is right twice a day. So, you know, here we are. We got one time where shit was making sense. And from there, it's just, you have to have your own skin before you understand. Exactly. Travis gets it. And that's why that whole conversation infuriated the out of me, you know. People heal. They have to heal, but you have to make an effort to discover how you heal in order to make the effort. Oh, listen to Heather coming through with the big brain energy. You are the MVP when it comes to him. Inferno. Did you see him put me in his last song saying, oh, really? Right. I mean, but the whole part of that thing with the Hurl and Jessica conversation about the sober living house and about the AA meeting part of it, those are things I can speak to. God's honest truth, not every sober living house that you go into actually gives you a handbook. There are some places you go into that you find out rules as you go along. And unfortunately, that looks to be the case with Jessica, which bit her on the tail, you know? So, you know, that's just the way it goes. But open meetings, actually, Juicer, even some closed meetings. Because like our speaker meetings, the speaker meetings that I go to, they're closed meetings. They're not just open to the general public to come in and sit down. But they will still video them, and they will, you know, with the speaker's permission, they will upload them. So, you know, look at Heather's question, y'all. Well, I mean, there's plenty of them that have kind of cycled through it. So, you know, I guess it's just his turn. I would expect nothing less from you, Hanny. That's just the way it's supposed to be, my dude. Hey, we said it in the Marty conversation. Move in silence, my guy. Move in silence. He uses Hannibal's pick, called him Hannibella, but couldn't even spell it right. Went through. I almost said something about him being upset because it was. I have a mental image of Mr. Burns. Excellent. Exactly. The only difference is this. Okay, you need to modify it a little bit and make Mr. Burns a black dude with a bald head and a gray and black striped tabby cat wrapped around his shoulder like a scarf. Excellent. There you go. There you go. Exactly. You'll never let them know what you're going to do. The thing goes, nobody expects a Spanish Inquisition. All right. Let's go back to the crazy lady here. Let's go back to the crazy lady. Yep. What's on his next? Oh. Oh my Lord, that's funny. That's funny. Oh my good gracious, that was too much.
And I just like, as a Muslim, I just like being in
If you only knew my rage versus my constraint. Bro, I think it would be a damn good time just to watch you lose it one time. You know, I mean, you ain't got to go like 100% into it. You could do like 45, 50%. And I have a feeling that would be a fucking show, bro. I have a feeling. Oh, yeah. Heather can, same. I mean, God's honest truth. And Heather can tell you, Heather has seen me in the state that you're talking about when I have lost my ever-loving shit ready to take somebody out. Oh, girl, let me tell you. She has, she's seen it. She has seen it. Ooh. It's always the people that try to kind of dial back that tendency in ourselves that when we do let it out, it comes out like, Yep. And that's the way it goes too. We always wait until it gets to the point where it's kind of like a steam whistle. The pressure gets too much and then it's just like, and just it all comes out until the steam is gone. And it's enough to blow eardrums for miles around. You know, believe me, I get it. I get it. I'm like that too. Right. I'm holding it as I have unpursued feelings. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Qualifier will only share things about their story. Yeah. Well, and I think that's part of the Juicer. That's part of the reason why too, you know, there's that whole, the anonymity side of things, why a lot of people in AA and NA don't, that's why they say no last names, no identifiers and stuff like that, just because they don't want people to feel like they're being outed by people in the group. But, you know, there are some that will out themselves freely and openly. Every time at a meeting, my name is so-and-so, and my name is so-and-so, and here's who I am. You know, full name and all shebang. Don't care who's in the room. Don't care whether or not there's Zoom video going. Don't care if they're recording, nothing. Just puts it all out there. And I'll tell you, I mean, it ain't, that sort of stuff ain't for everybody, but I got respect for people that do that, because you can tell they've been around so long that they just don't care. They're like, this is who I am, man. Such as it is. Believe me, I relate wholeheartedly to that feeling. Ooh, that's going to be interesting to see. Going to be very interesting to see. Animal, my dude, you still out and about? I used to be a major people pleaser, but these days I say what I mean and I mean what I say. Might be blunt, but truthful. That's true. Believe me, do I understand that? I used to be one of those people too. And over time, over some years and just all kind of foolishness going on, I just finally got to the point where I'm like, you know what? I don't give a crap anymore. I just don't. I mean, nobody lays their head on the pillow next to me at the end of the night, that would be the only person whose opinion would matter, you know? I don't know. We'll have to see how it plays, you know? Man, dude, we don't. You know what? I tell you what. Hannibal's busy. Copy. Anybody want to come up and chit chat? I'm down to talk to whoever. And I'm at the point where we can talk about whatever, because I think we've kind of given up steam on Foodie. But I mean, later on, there will be a little section of hers that I want to do just to prove a point, because she tries so damn hard to say that her eating problems are in private only and that she doesn't binge in public and all that other stuff, when there's proof of otherwise. Sweet Inferno. Anybody else? Heather, you want to come up too? Hey, way I figure it, anybody wants to come up. The more the merrier. Don't hurt my feelings. I mean, the way I look at this whole stream is this is a birthday party. Y'all want to act a fool? Y'all can come on. Lexi. Okay, have a good night, babe. Sleep well. She's not conducive to the environment she's trying to pretend to create. Agreed. Actually, I tell you what, while we're waiting on Inferno, let's watch this whole section about Foodie. She made the claim that her binges are done in private where people can't see her, and that when she eats in public or on video, that is not a binge because she does not exhibit behaviors that she would in private. Now, this video, and I can't even remember where the hell I stole it from, but oh, that's too bad. Good night, Panda Pondu. I hope you have a good night's rest, hon. See you later, okay? When there is proof that this woman binges out for God and everybody to see, and you can tell, and I'll point out why.
Yeah, baby. Come to daddy.
Okay, so real quick before we get into it, I've clipped this down to make it more condensed. But what will happen with her is you will notice that there a lot of the eye darting, okay? She really only does the eye darting like that in public where people can see her. You can't tell me that that is not a shame response on her part, because she knows that people are gawking at her, okay? There are plenty of videos of her where she's eating at the villa, her eating in the fart box, her eating in the hotel, all of that stuff, where she's videoing and she's eating on camera, but she looks at the camera, she looks at her food. She doesn't really dart her eyes like this. When she's in public, she's left, she's right, she's left, she's right, she's all over the place. If you'll watch it, this particular video is one of her fast food funerals that she did. And if you'll watch her eyes, watch her behaviors when she's eating, this is a shame response on her part. If she didn't care as much as she says she doesn't care, she would not be so concerned with people watching her.
Come to mama. The line to Taco Bell is huge. Let's go across the way. Everybody has me questioning. Are you sure you want this to be your last?
Hi, Amber.
You'll never be happy not being able to eat this stuff.
What about more? Agree? And I'll see you when I decide.
All right. So that was her in the car. That was a fast food funeral. She went to like 3 different places. She got like multiple things at each place. And yeah, there you go. A woman who hid by a dumpster to eat her food, who goes out of her way to drive down the road to go somewhere else to eat with the eyeballs. Yep. I have my moments where I catch things, Hannibal. And when I do, you know I can come through with some receipts, okay? This is in the same video. This is from the same video. This is the second part of the same video. Here she is at home, and she's eating in the comfort of the kitchen at the villa. And if you'll watch her, she is not darting them eyes around. She is focused on the food.
Not going to be an easy way to do this.
Boss.
All right. So that was some years back. Here we are. This was her binge out in the market in Pattaya, where she jumped from place to place to place to place, and she got food at place to place to place to place. And only in one place did she actually sit down and have her food there. Everything else that she bought, she moved away from where she bought it from to eat it. And even then, moving away from where she bought it from to a different location, she still was darting them eyes, acknowledging that people was watching her. She's not really eating anything, you know, not anything Chinese food wise. You're fine. So I've clicked this one down too, and just watch her.
Oh my gosh, okay. Yum, it smells good. Okay, going in the hatch. Coconut sticky rice and mango.
Wait, that can't be right. I don't care about people staring even like 1%.
But continues to do the eye darting and making eye contact with people because they're staring at her.
Hungry for good freaking food. This is heaven on earth for me right now. It's how long we're staying or what we're doing.
Yep, exactly, Okie doll.
Thank you.
Okay, you see what I mean? First thing she bought, she moved away to eat it. She moved to another place, she bought food, she stayed there, she ate it. She went and bought food from another place, she found another location, she sat down, she ate it. If she did not care, number one, she would be just as focused on that food as if she were sitting in the hotel room, as if she were sitting in the fart box, or if she were at the villa alone. Even if the camera was there, she's still alone. She says her binges are reserved for private moments only. Then her videoing, her eating in the hotel room makes it no different than her being out in public doing this, because she's alone. The difference is in this particular circumstance, she's a lot more self-conscious because she's acknowledging that people are looking at her like a circus sideshow. Because you can't tell me that there ain't a whole conversation going on around her about how large of a woman she is and how she is putting that food down. You know what I'm saying? So here we are, that bravado has its chink in it. And now that I have seen it, I can't unsee it.
Now people are staring.
She said, now people are staring because I got Nutella all over myself. They were staring long before that point, okay? Let's just be truthful about this. Now, here we are. This is the one from today, okay? This is this is literally a meal and got everything else, okay? This would be the equivalent to me. I don't know about y'all out there. This would be the equivalent to me of 2 meals between the spring rolls, the sausages, the cheesecake by itself. Calorically would be 1 meal, you know? So, I mean, you can't tell me that she doesn't binge when she claims that it's all specifically meant to be done in private, you know? So and her behavior in this video is no different than it has been any other time she's been behind closed doors. So you can't tell me that she doesn't care. Watch how focused she gets.
I'll drink the full sugar. But oh, babe, I'm full. Yeah.
I clipped that because she made that statement. Now watch her behavior from here forth.
Thank you. You want to try a bite?
Too much.
Yeah. Actually, I'm getting full, so.
Now, between this actually I'm getting full and the babe I'm full, she continued to eat more of that rice. And then we moved on to this.
Actually, what I'm doing is a good habit with food on camera.
I X'd out on that.
Stopping when I've had enough.
Stopping when she's had enough. And twice she has said that she's full prior to pulling this cheesecake in front of her. Yes, exactly. She does. And she needs, and realistically, if she would just acknowledge it and call it done and do videos about other things, none of the argument and everything about these terms of service and the back and forth she's having with people, none of it would be going on. I agree, it doesn't. Not in the slightest, because God's honest truth, she will eat to the point where she makes herself sick. I have no doubt about that. Okay. That freaked me out a little bit. Right. She's bigger. She is bigger now than she was 3 weeks ago. And she's definitely bigger than she was when she left Kuwait. I mean, nothing about her habits have changed. No matter what she tries to say, she is slowly eating herself to death. Well, not so slowly, but she's eating herself to death.
Ooh. A lot of places do have little chairs to sit, but it's like outdoors, it's hot. I don't have an appetite when I'm super hot, you know?
Didn't we just watch that market video where she had sweat running down her face and she completed a whole binge on camera? I thought she didn't have an appetite when she's hot. I just, the logic, the mental gymnastics involved, the level of energy it takes to make that level of gymnastics even remotely possible. I don't know how she's not exhausted all the time. You know, I honestly don't. That's an excellent point. Jim, you must be on the replay gang trying to catch up. God bless you. Honest to God truth, most of us and the amount of interaction that we have with this particular content type would probably make some of us a special individual case study, because some of us are a level of invested that is almost strange. I'm not going to lie. And Heather, to tell you how to use the StreamYard link. If you click on the StreamYard link, it's going to open a window. Okay. It's going to open a window on your phone to StreamYard. You put in all your identifiables, like your name, whatever photo you're going to use, whatever. And then what it'll do is it'll bump you in and it'll put you in like a queue And then from there, I can just add you to the stream. And I'm throwing it back out there for anybody that wants to come up, because at this point I have basically covered all the video foolishness that I had. And here we are. I mean, we can talk about whatever. Y'all can share your thoughts on what I've put up so far. Or, you know, if we just want to shoot the breeze a little bit, we can do that too. I am good with however we want to play it. Let me see. Hang on one second. There was something that I was fixing to look up, and I cannot remember what I was going to look up to save my life. Oh. And I'm going to tell y'all the God's honest truth. I did not watch this most recent couples vlog because, you know, that dry as 10-day-old turkey. And I just can't stand the sound of Sala's voice. Well, Blondie, you would never not be welcomed here. It isn't like there's anything that you could really say that would kind of have like me booting you off or anything. What's up, my girl?
Hi.
You're muted, darling.
Oh.
Heather, turn your mute off.
My mute is off. I swear.
And you can hear her, so why can't I hear
her? I don't know.
What in the ever-loving crap? You hear her, but for some reason I'm not getting her. Hang on. Let me find another way to Jimmy rig this. Maybe this is on my end, which doesn't make any sense in the slightest that it's...
That means...
All right, how about now?
That means that while she can't hear me...
Why am I not hearing her?
You guys can ask me all the good stuff.
Edit mic settings. Okay. See, I'm not getting anything at all. That's beyond bizarre. Hang on, Heather. I'm going to try something. One more time.
It says everybody can hear me.
Why am I not getting... I'm not hearing anything. That's insane. Go for it, Heather. Tell them anything you want to tell them, just so long as you're not telling them where my bodies are buried. What the shit? I am so glad you are having a good time at my amusement here. This is ridiculous.
Oh my gosh, she was a nut. Like, there was absolutely zero level of give a crap. The funniest story. Okay.
Well, I just put him in. Hang on a minute.
I have to tell you, she used to have this old Mercury Lynx station wagon, and I will never forget, it broke down with a whole load of us when we had all decided to go out to, like, the movies or
Still nothing.
something.
What the hell is
There was
going on?
like 7 of us piled up in it. And we were in the middle of what, well, I mean, I guess it's what you'd consider a big town. I think we were in Tallahassee. And
And see, she's just a talking, and I am not hearing any of it.
there's like 7 of us pushing this old busted wagon down the road on the busiest road
And nothing
in
I'm doing is fixing
Tallahassee
that. That is beyond bizarre, y'all.
on a Friday night.
And there ain't no telling what in the hell Heather's telling y'all right now either.
Getting honked at. And then we have Heather like sticking her finger out the window at everybody that's going by. We're getting yelled at. She's yelling back. It was the best day ever. Literally. That was a great one. Let's see. Y'all, it is not letting me respond to her at all, and that is hilarious. But no, Blondie, that's probably one of the funniest. I think she's already told everybody about when she called the house and my mother picked up and the whole mama said that corn makes you fart thing. What else did she do? Oh, she's leaving out the part that when we first met, we absolutely abhorred each other. Hated. It was so weird. She used to have this old
I have found a loophole, but I'm
Mercury
behind.
station wagon, and I will never forget. It broke down with a whole load of us
Mm-hmm.
when we had all decided to go out to like the
How am I
movies
muted
or
now?
something. I don't know. Can you still hear me? What? Well, I mean, I guess it's what you'd consider.
Okay, am I back now? Oh, this is ridiculous. Okay, you guys can hear me. Can Heather hear me? Hang on. Can hear us both, but I can't hear. I'm still not hearing her. Hang on.
This is all her fault.
Audio. Mic.
Let's see what
All
else do
right.
we have.
See, and
Oh,
I caught a moment of it, but it blinked right back off again. Screw it. I got a loophole. I'm going to stream it through YouTube.
Blam. We'll wait for her. What else did we do? Oh, I'll have to find it. I have pictures from when we were like freshmen in high school and video.
Keep in mind, Heather, I'm like 20 seconds behind you.
I got you. I'll have to send them to her so she can post it. I've got the video and pictures of all of us loaded up at like my mom's house, and I have her doing the Macarena on the treadmill. I still don't understand that concept. What else did we
Amidst other
do?
things, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It was the
Um,
only place for me to stand.
That's true, because your brother used to like to come over and take up the whole couch and drink chocolate milk. That was like his whole reason for going anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Because mom and dad wouldn't let him have it. That's why.
Oh yeah, my mom didn't care. She was just like, here, it could be worse. At least you guys aren't, out smoking doobies and snorting
Oh yeah.
Bolivian marching powder off each other's butts. Well, it's true. I cannot see
I love you, but
anybody's.
it never would have got that far.
That's true too. I cannot see anyone's questions. So if anybody has a specific question, you have to give it to me. Oh, the computers.
Now, Heather, I've told them that, and I said it the other day when you were on stream, that you really should start a whole channel, because it would be a hoot.
I don't know. People get over me real quick because I truly do not take myself seriously, like, at all. If I did, I'd probably go crazy.
Well, but look at the psychotics that we're talking about on here, and one of these women has 80,000 followers and the other one has like 150 plus.
I mean, and that, I know you were trying to spread off from that, but that in itself goes to say a lot for social media. I mean, really. So
True. Very true.
I just, the quality of it is insanity. What else did we do? Let's see. Was it you that the horse, it was me and you, or me and somebody, we got the great idea we were going to ride the horses, and then the horses decided that they were going to have none of it and just sat down. I think that was you.
That was me.
Yeah, we never even made it out the driveway. Mine decided.
It was me.
Yeah, Michaela said, nope, I'm not going anywhere. And she sat down, and then Casino said, nope, I'm not going anywhere. She don't have to go anywhere, and sat down. Yeah, that was a weird day.
Yeah, I was just like,
yeah, never seen that one before.
they wasn't having no part of it.
None. Zero. What else did we do? We were always the cutlass. Don't forget the Don't forget the cutlass. Every day we had to stop by the Texaco. Dang.
Let me throw one else out there, because I caught that you were talking about the the station wagon. And everybody and their brother is going to be like, what? Do you know everybody, just about everybody that we hung around with had sex in that car but me?
Ew. Yeah, I'm going to have to go on a one-off and say I never did. And
Mind
honestly,
you, now there were rules. There was like no making no messes. Okay, then it would be just me and you then. But I was just,
you had the perfect opportunity to rent it out by the hour. You're missing out
I
on
would
some
go places
serious.
and then, I would turn around and be doing other things. And the next thing I know, people would be naked in it.
Oh my God, what was the movie that had Will Ferrell in it? And there was a giant homeless orgy in his sad little car.
Look at
The homeless people. The other
I can't think of
guy.
the name of that movie. And I know where the car went, Inferno, but I'm going to tell you the God's honest truth. That would be a hard pass.
Wow. Oh, I did not need to. I knew of two.
I was just really caught off guard that it never seemed to fail. Whenever I would go somewhere, somebody would end up in the back of it.
I'm caught off guard that there wasn't a smell.
Well,
Ew.
the air conditioning didn't work. So what did I do? I drove around with all four of the windows down all the time. So I think that was the only thing that kept it from it.
I think that's probably 99% of the reason that my father made sure my car
Sorry,
only had.
juicer.
I think that's 99% of the reason my dad made sure that I only had one seat in my car. Yeah.
Well, the other thing too is your dad knows exactly how you drive, so he wasn't willing to take on the risk of having anybody else in the car with you.
I am an excellent driver and I have yet to have an accident. Thank you.
All right, Cal Petty.
Listen, or as Amber accuses me of driving mock Jesus down the dirt road.
Now, see, this is...
Oh, it says you
I would
unmuted
love
me.
to figure out exactly what is causing this so that delay is not there.
I gave it crabs.
I didn't. I did. I was trying to see if I could... I guess so.
It's probably, hold on, let me try something. It
I'll take
may or
any
may
help at
not
this
have been
point.
my crappy internet.
Maybe.
Okay, I switched it over to the phone tower.
Here's the other thing.
And now I can't hear you.
Try it again.
Let's see.
Nope.
Hello.
Nope, and that is irking the snot out of me.
Did you guys know that our Heather can play the sax?
It's bizarre that I have no sound without playing it through YouTube. What the world? Try it again.
Very well. Let's see.
Nope.
Hello.
Nope, and that is irking the snot out of me.
Did you guys know
No.
that our Heather can play the sax? Oh.
I haven't played in decades, Heather. Don't tell him that.
Okay, I can see the comments now. Maybe that'll make a difference.
Okay, I don't know what is causing this, but this has got me a little freaked out. I'm not going to lie.
Yes, she is 100% capable of playing the sax. And we were good kids. We didn't like hotbox in the station wagon or nothing, but you know.
Hang on. I'm going to try something. Don't wig out. Nope, that didn't do a damn thing.
I can hear you now. I guess it just wasn't meant to be.
I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. I'm going to do, Heather, tell you what I want you to do. I'm going to kick you out and then try coming back in. Lord have mercy, y'all. What a mess. Well, Inferno, that's kind of where my mind went because, like, I've removed me. The only thing that I haven't done is do a refresh on the page. And when I went to go to try to do that, it's telling me that if I refresh, it could wipe everything. And I didn't want to risk it. How about
Risk
now?
it for the biscuit.
Still no mofo and still a 20-second, 30-second lag. What the shit?
Yeah, what the shit? Look at her doing her like supersonic typey thingy. Okay, so now that I can actually see you guys in the chat,
It's just frustrating because it's never done that before.
what else do you want to know?
It's just because I'm trying to figure out what's causing this and how to fix it, and it's just. Mm.
For some odd reason,
Did you just say some odd reason?
I did.
Okay, hang on a minute.
You're so smart and make me so horny.
You are way too easy.
I've been told that. That's what word around town is.
Mm. Okay. How about now?
I can kind of hear you.
Oh, that's weird, and I've got an echo now. Better?
Yeah. What
Okay,
about that?
this is a damn shame.
This is like the brain trust of the internet trying to keep us apart.
No shit.
Oh, I can hear you.
What about still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, it's a little garbled on my end, but it's better than it was. At least I don't have a 30-second lag.
It's probably my phone. I may have
Maybe.
ran over it.
Well,
And by may have, I mean I definitely did run over it. So,
oh, nice.
yeah, shit happens.
Let me ask you, are you running this on speaker or are you using earbuds?
Speaker.
That might be some of the problem.
Okay, well, I can get up and get dogs. Stop licking that. Sorry.
I don't even want to know.
He's over there licking his dong, and it wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't so loud.
Yes, Inferno. It's as sorted as it's going to get.
I wonder if that
Inferno
would
says
work.
that's an interesting thing to get up to grab.
Wasn't gonna try to grab the dog's wiener. Not today.
Oh. There's Inferno. Let's see.
I just wanted to get your sound.
dude?
I just wanted to get your sound issues out of the way before I jumped on.
God bless. This is as close to as good as it's going to get, man.
Yeah, it's life some days. So, and not only that, StreamYard has been wacky here and there, like for a few people. So you're gonna get what you're gonna get.
Okay,
Yeah,
first of all,
I'm rolling with it.
that shirt is fire, my man.
Oh, thank you. I think this was I'm almost positive this is a Captain Harlock knockoff shirt. I've got realer ones, but the only animes I really, really like are Captain Harlock and like Robotech. So like the old space crap. And Captain Harlock's the shit. To hell with the Empire.
Love it.
So
Love it.
Oh, and I've got my glasses
Represent.
on to hide my Coke problem, just so we all know. So this is your boy Inferno. Ah! And all my Latino men are gone right now. So yeah.
I'm not going on camera. I've been up since like 4 this morning doing
Me too.
invoicing and stuff, so
Got you.
done.
Well, we
But-
don't want you for your hot bod. We want you for your personality, baby.
Oh, my husband's told me twice I need to get up and go wash my ass.
Just now?
Oh no, that was earlier.
Okay.
I still need to get up and go take a shower, but I'm probably not going to do that yet.
Don't get in your face about it. You're good.
See, somebody that gets it. It's not like I don't bathe regularly. I just haven't made it that far today. We all have those days, y'all.
Oh yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Usually they're the weekends, but
Yeah.
No, for those of you guys that don't realize it, I live where Heather came from before she relocated, and we had that hurricane come over the top of us.
oh,
And
shit has
yeah,
been wrecked.
yeah, my shop is destroyed. My business, like my office, is gone.
ooh.
So I'm doing everything from home.
May your
And
tax, may your not tax,
Uh-huh.
but insurance come in quickly and expediently.
I'm working on it. Y'all just don't know. It was like a whole 3-week period. One of my guys totaled one of my trucks. The hurricane came and took out like my office, and then we closed on a house. It's been psychotic.
Damn.
Yeah.
She's
Very
had
damn.
she's had a lot going on, but that's usually the way it goes for her. Everything kind of snowballs.
Oh yeah. So in case anybody was curious about that whole what the hell's wrong with her thing, that's where I'm at right now mentally.
She has just as many unhealthy coping skills as I do.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
Speaking of unhealthy coping skills, I have a story. Heather, if I've told you
God.
this, stop me. Names will be changed to protect the guilty.
Hell yeah.
So
Okay.
I get a phone call from somebody's mother, and you will put 2 and 2 together, saying, "Oh my God, I don't know what's going on, but would you and your significant other be okay with me taking Tiny Rattlesnake and keeping her with me?" Yeah, why? What's going on? So apparently, Crystal Metheny got into some Colombian Bam Bam and stripped butt naked in the backyard.
Actually, you
decided-
did tell me that story.
Actually, if
Oh,
she's
yeah.
Crystal Metheny, she's technically downgraded, so she's doing better if it was just Coke. So,
Well, she was doing Crystal Metheny, and now we're just downgrading.
mm,
But it doesn't change the fact they still live in a shed.
it's a meth mansion, not a shed. It's a meth mansion.
Can I own that?
It's
Can I
yours. Have
take
fun.
that?
Have fun.
Thank
Enjoy.
you.
Meth
I
Village
love
is
it.
mine.
Royalty
Meth
free.
Village is mine. But yeah.
I love that. I love it.
Yeah.
So she apparently goes out, strips butt naked, and decides she's gonna bathe while she screams at everybody that is tubing down the Itchtuckney River, which is in their backyard.
Oh God.
Yeah. So that,
Which sees hundreds of people a day.
yeah.
This river's public, right?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Cool. That
And
means
if
you
you-
set up cameras, right? You set up cameras all over the place, and then you pay to view. Because this is gold. This is gold.
Oh,
Like,
that's
As urine is gold. This is gold. You want this on film.
see, and this is going back to what I was telling you earlier, Heather. Side hustles. You've always got to be thinking side hustle.
True.
It's part of the American dream somehow lately now in the last decade. Yes.
We just had this conversation earlier. If people can sell fart in a jar, I'm sure we can sell crystal methany screaming at the unknowing people just floating by.
Yeah, but you got to build an audience for that. Fart selling in a jar didn't just happen overnight. Okay, there's e-girls who are working really, really hard at looking like e-girls that their farts became commodities. You got to work this one in.
Okay, but hold on. We need to have a conversation about farts in a jar and
Sure.
dirty bathwater.
Of course. Why am I here? Yes.
When did we, as a society, take this as an acceptable form of employment? Farts in a jar, dirty panties, dirty bathwater. I saw a girl the other day who literally stuck a cracker in her mouth, chewed it, and then spit the contents into a plastic baggie, put it in an envelope, and mailed it out for $50.
Okay, she could be doing volunteer work for people with no teeth who need pre-chewed food. Just to point that one out. So she could be getting money from the system for that as a carer.
It's like the Section 8 of food.
It's more like maybe Section 16.
That's gross.
Yeah. So.
I mean, she's not a Keebler elf. This is not her realm of knowingness. She's just like, ew. So I guess my question is,
Yeah.
for the women and even the men that are in the chat, would you ever put yourself in the position to sell your dirty socks, dirty underwear, record yourself farting in a Ziploc bag, and mailing it out for money?
Hard pass.
Realistically, no. For the purpose of this conversation, you fucking bet. All right? You don't live until you're selling weird-ass excremental stuff on cloth to other people. That's how you know you've made it. Jesus said that in the Bible. Solved. So.
Right. Is that like Second Thessalonians? I mean, wow.
No, it's Revelations 2, the prequel. They didn't put that in the Bible because they haven't put the movie out yet. But
That's
it's in
one
there.
of those.
It's in there.
It's one of those tablets that hasn't been translated.
Yeah, it's move over Dead Sea Scrolls. Boy, did we find some shit.
I mean, just out of curiosity, because everybody that I've talked to was like, "Oh no, there's zero chance I would do that." And then I got sitting here talking it with my little rattlesnake the other day, and she was like, "Ew, that's gross. I'd never do that." And I was like, "Wait a minute. If there's somebody out there stupid enough to give you $50 for your dirty, nasty dollar Walmart panties, who are you not to take that money?
I don't know. Like, there's a qualification for this that it's a societal side to this, and there is an individual side to this, and they both intermix. But no matter what you've got, actually, technically speaking, you've got a societal side. You have the individual buying this, and you have the individual doing this. So there's three sides, really. No matter what, it's pretty blatant. Societally speaking, we become more materialistic and more obsessive over physical reality more than anything else. So people jumping out to try to get parts of who they're into is getting less on a mental level for them of questioning, hey, why am I go out and buying a fart from somebody? And the other part is that we already have this deal of money equals power, worth equals wealth. The society carries it out itself, and it varies by subculture, but that's how it is. So you're going to have the ability for one individual who's lusted, wanted, fetishized, whatever, however it works for the other individual buying, to be able to make money off that. I would say that most of the issue is basically down on a societal perception being extraordinarily, how to put this, physically revolvent as most of the problem. And following that, it's really just matters of what's acceptable levels of greed versus what's acceptable levels of, here's what you're doing for money. And oh, by the way, we're going to ignore what you're doing. You got the money. Good job. So there's certain apathies in certain places that somehow are just there that apply that are, I don't know, personally, I find it disconcerting, but everyone's going to have some kind of reaction to that in itself. So
I think I find it odd and off-putting, but in the same hat, it's kind of on the same level with dirty politics. Like, you have a whole level of capitalism there.
Yeah.
And is it just me being salty that I didn't think of it first?
Maybe.
Yeah, good job not being Reagan sooner. Yeah.
Right. Well, that's like whoever invented mail a pound of gorilla shit to your worst enemy anonymously.
Thank you, Juicer.
So Travis will definitely not be purchasing the dirty panties.
Fiend is weighing in on this. If BBW Veronica can sell pre-farted cake, then we can make it big too.
Ice cream too?
Somebody sold a cake that they farted on? Are you serious?
Girl, I'll have to introduce you to her.
You didn't know?
She is actually like a cam girl. No, she's not familiar with Veronica.
Okay. Because when I was first in on all this and dropping in and watching stuff, BBWV was like right there, and she's a relatively nice person. She just does a fetish market. So
yeah, she does like cam girl stuff, and one of the things that she was doing is people were having her sit on cakes.
So is this the one? Does she have like dirty blonde hair?
Sometimes.
No, hang on 1 minute.
Because I didn't watch it. I was just scrolling through YouTube to tell the truth. But it was something about sitting on cakes, and I clicked on it because I was like, what the hell is this? And she was showing how she picked out the cakes that she was going to sit on. And I'm not going to lie, I was cracking up when she got to the part where she said she wasn't going to, not the same girl, no.
Okay.
This was a absolutely drop-dead beautiful girl. But she was like talking about how picky she was about the little plastic things that say like happy birthday or congratulations. And she didn't like the cakes that had those on them because they hurt.
Do they require you to put like parts up to the cake when this happens? I mean,
I have no idea. You would
I
have to consult
morbidly-
Veronica on that.
like, can I go to like a bookstore and get like cake farts for dummies, and it just goes through the entire listing of what you're supposed to do and what you're not supposed to do in regard to like application of fart on cake? Like,
maybe I have Voodoo for Dummies.
oh, Lord.
So it actually, it's a very interesting book. If you have any
Don't mess with it.
interest,
Don't mess with it.
no,
Don't mess with it.
no. But it is interesting to read about.
It is, but like, don't mess with it. The action and reaction off that stuff is really damn quick because the spirit continuums that each of the continuum rulers has sits close to the earth realm, so to speak. Quite a bit. Like, have you ever seen Princess Bride? I'm sorry,
Yes.
not Princess Bride. Spaceballs. Sorry, Spaceballs. Mel Brooks.
Yes.
Of
All right,
course.
remember Druidia, how the air shield was sitting around the earth?
Yep.
Think about, that's how the whole system of those spirits sit around the planet, so to speak. A little above, a little below, but like slightly above and slightly below earth level. So when you deal with those things, shit's lightning. It usually goes relatively quick, relatively fast when you catch one's favor, so to speak. Also, the upkeep on those is, you can't not be dedicated and get something good out of that. You got to keep an upkeep with that stuff constantly.
The reason why I bought this book was because I was into the whole zombie thing at that
okay.
time. And it goes into the differences between Creole voodoo and
Haitian?
yes.
Yeah.
And then they were
'Cause-
talking about the different venoms that they use to do the different. It's just crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot
It's
to it.
okay.
And
You can
voodoo.
just go ahead and admit it. You're the one that sent Monica out there to dance by the river. You know you did it.
I may have.
Well,
I
all you got to
may
do is
have.
call on Easy to pull that one off.
I don't think you even have to do that. I think you can just call little JoJo from 3 houses over, and he can make that happen in about 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. So you have an Easy in the neighborhood already. All right, cool.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah. For sure.
That's convenient.
For sure. I mean, welcome to the neighborhood.
Oh, Lord.
If this will give you an idea, the town that we're from is like 30 minutes away from like the meth capital of Florida.
Not only
you
the
left?
meth capital.
You
Look
left.
at me, my guy. I'm doing everything that I can to keep my skin intact. Not the other way around.
Okay. But I mean, still, that always means like a side hustle, aka a meth lab. I mean, come on, like that's automatic. That's automatic. Great selling ground.
Okay, but where we're from is literally where I-10 and I-75 meet.
All right.
So it's one of the biggest drug pass-throughs
Yeah,
in
distribution
the US.
hub. Distribution hub. Yeah.
Oh, Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil is an amazing movie. And I've actually been through the house. I've done the tours. And I'm sorry, I'm reading a comment.
No, it's cool. I saw it too.
And just to let you know where I sit on it, I know where, not to get into the spiritual and the faith. I'll tell you where I sit on this. If you've ever seen Dogma, which is an excellent movie, once you dig past the nonsense, Chris Rock in it says there's a difference between an idea and a belief. Ideas can be changed, but people die for their beliefs every day. And that's kind of where I sit on it. I'm more spiritual than anything, but on the other hand, I do like to be educated.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I know what's going on in the world around me.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. For me, the only thing I wanted to say at the comment is you don't need to get rid of the book. It's a matter of not doing anything with the information in there.
Yeah.
That's it. So, like, I mean, having a book around, it's all based on will, intent, and focus. So having a book around isn't going to do shit. It's actually doing things out of the book that will. So
Yes.
you're fine. And not only that, the book hasn't had anything done to it.
No.
That may change some stuff. But other than that, like having the book around, and especially since you've just stated, yo, I just wanted to read this to see what was up, pretty much. Yeah, that's not going to cause anything. So you're good.
Well,
enjoy.
You're right. There's a lot of things that, like, if you go back and look, and I was raised Southern Methodist.
Okay.
Hardcore. And I do believe this goes back to beliefs and ideas. If you go back and look at who translated and how it was translated, these scrolls, there's a lot of things that have been proven that there were not words for, there were not thought processes for back then. And a lot of people like to, especially ones that don't understand what they're reading when it comes to the Bible, they equate the Old Testament, they cherry pick. You can read the Old Testament, but then it goes into the New Testament, and that's a whole new white clean on it. But you have people who say, oh, well, women are supposed to dress modestly and listen to your men and blah, blah, blah. But this is the same Old Testament that says men are supposed to have mutton chops and beards and you can't mix fibers. So, I mean, you can't go through a book and cherry pick what you want to throw at other people.
Agreed, and that happens a lot.
Yeah. I was raised Eastern Orthodox Christian in the States, which is a super huge minority group here, but it's like the second largest church globally speaking, which no one knows about. How do I put this? Everything I was taught religiously speaking was already out of like the apostle schools, so to speak. So like this is like the 2K year old version of Christianity. It's different.
Right.
I can't. There's a level to which I agree with the cherry picking. The other side is that there's also a level to which where you do have to keep in mind that we have various versions of Christianity popping up at different times that also, to a certain extent, at least from my point of view, I could say, okay, this is cherry picking now. So the cherry picking thing gets a little weird depending on where you're at in your line of sight with things too. Like, I mean, for example, the next offshoot, the two offshoots I've got off of where I came out of is the Oriental Orthodox Church, and which is another conglomeration of churches, and it's all because of the whole deal with Christ's aspect of personal divinity. If you're Eastern Orthodox, it's 50-50. They're 100% God and man, and both exist at the same time. If you're Oriental Orthodox, and the best way I can kind of put it with this is that Jesus' divinity is primary.
Right.
So it changes things. The next round that came around is 1054, mind you, where Catholicism started. And being grown up where I came out of versus that, in which Catholicism is where Western Christianity came out of. For the most part, there's a matter of watching things getting gutted and then simplified into a workbook codified thing. And because, for example, like Cardinal Richelieu, that whole thing happening in France, there's already rules down on the end where I came out of, where clergy is not able to hold political office before that. So there's a lot of stuff for me where it's just like when I'm coming out of my end on this and seeing all that, there's a level to which it's just, okay, there's a very physical world presence to everything.
Yes.
There's not the presence to be looking beyond this world doesn't exist as much anymore. So I get what everybody's saying, but part of the angle of where it's coming from is just like, really, how?
Well,
it's like Portuguese, Brazilian Portuguese, and Spanish, where the Brazilian Portuguese get what the Spanish are saying, but when the Spanish come around to it, on the other end, it's just like, okay, I got this, this, and this, but what? Sort of like that when it comes down to the viewing angle.
Well, and some people are so one-sided. Like the Methodists and Baptists are so close together.
Yeah, one came out of the other.
But you're right. But they're so far apart.
Oh yeah. Oh.
And it's a very strange thing. But the bottom line to all of this, and it's pretty much every religion, is treat people the way you want to be treated.
In essence,
be a good person.
Let other people live and do their thing. That's another thing too.
Yeah. And I don't know about your perspective on it, Heather, but I've always said, like, take like the sin factor that you hear so much about. That I don't really believe that you are the sum of your worst deed. That realistically, it would be more about the collective of all of your actions. So long as the good put out into the world outweighs the bad, that would be more of what would matter.
What you did do versus what you could have done is kind of the gist, at least on the level of how it plays out, because we live in a three-dimensional reality, and if anything's automatic going to an either or, that means it's already been manipulated.
Well, and I'm not advocating for either one, but if you do your research, and I did this purely for research purposes, like, I understand what I believe. And by the way, I think it's wonderful that we're all adults and we can all have a conversation about not just one or two religions, but multiple religions, without it breaking down into somebody throwing their sucker in a dirt.
We're not fighting over the dogma being right. That's the thing.
And that's exactly it. We're all adults here. I will say, in doing my reading and my due diligence, I have read things about the Catholic Church, and I think we all know about the child molestation and all the other things that have kind of been swept under the rug. But the big one's the child molestation. And if you go read
Jessica
about,
Rizzo.
if you go read about, and it was actually a post I read, and it took me down a rabbit hole. The Church of Satan does more for kids and the protection of kids than the Catholic Church does.
I could see how that would make sense to a degree. I could also say that when it comes down to it, there's a level to which it's individual, whatever. Particularly when it comes down to how you're supposed to conduct yourself. Keeping in mind of how most left-hand path stuff works, and by left-hand path, I'm just trying to make sure there's a clear deal of saying evil as opposed to, oh, it's dark or it's light. That to me, that's ridiculous, because that's just tone and color. And those come in every form and whatever. So I don't Disney anything. Screw that. But
agreed.
When it all plays out, like, there's a level to which Satanism is about upping a primal self, upping what you want, your desires, your ego. You are the ego. So the actual growth aspect of the soul, which is what karma revolves around, not punishment, not justice, it's soul growth as a being. It leaves you at the very least at a neutral point. And that's on a good day, so to speak. So all in all here, like, there's a level to which Satanists can claim that, can mean that, yet it would still have a neutral standing when it comes down to the individual. So
I understand that.
Like, short answer yes, long answer no. It's kind of like that.
I mean, I understand it, but to me, based off of a lot of the ideologies that I tend to have tracked into, a lot of the problems that are created within ourselves are secondary to the ego.
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And feeding into the ego feeds into self-destruction and destitution.
Oh, well, which goes back into what your live cast originally began from, which would be the whole girl world drama.
Right. and they're all ego and they're all self-destructive.
And they are all self-destructive.
It's an online narcissist petting zoo. The only thing is you pet them with money.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. And Val, and I hope I'm saying this right, Val, and you're absolutely to disagree with me on that, and that's awesome. And that's the great thing about being around peers and with peers that are adult enough to have conversations like these. These are serious conversations
this sort of scenario is the reason that the reason why this side of the girl worldosphere is so much different than the people that we're watching, because we can have conversations like this and not lash out and attack each other.
If I can't separate, persona of fuck it, let's have some fun with this versus let's talk serious about it, I may as well be them. That's kind of my headspace, at least in a general sense. That's been my headspace on watching on this, because I'll say what I say. I do what I do. I'm not trying to stay within any kind of PC confines necessarily, but I'm also not doing them. That's
true enough. And Inferno, that's kind of where and I know you probably watched the stream from last night when Hurl made that comment about, everybody's got a persona, and I said I don't think so. Because I don't have a persona. This is me, and I'm just talking. I mean, Heather can account for that. She's known me since 5th or 6th grade. I'm kind of a dick. I have always been. This is who I am. And she can also tell you I've always been the type that either you love me or you hate me, and either way, I'm fine with both. So I don't agree with that whole persona thing. I just don't. I can't.
And you're right. You're absolutely right not to, because we're in the same boat, paddling in the same direction. I will be happy to discuss anything.
Go ahead.
I can't. I have the capability to discuss anything with anyone and keep calm and keep stable and act like I have sense. But the second it turns into a toddler tantrum, I'm done.
Yeah,
that's fair. I would have to say,
and I've said that a lot of the people. Sorry, Inferno.
You're good.
I've got a little bit of a delay still.
It's your birthday. You're doing fine.
The way things generally go in the whole girl world universe is people have a tendency to attack the things that they can see, your appearance, your family connections, the short straw sort of stuff. And I made the point on one stream where I said I don't hide my face, because people can say whatever they want. It doesn't invalidate what I'm saying.
Yeah. And for me personally, I would have to say there is an extent where I would say I do push a little bit bravado forward. And it's largely because there's two reasons for this. One, I've already been sitting here watching all this shit on my own end, either putting together crap or trying to figure out what's going on. So there's a level to which I've processed this. Screw it. Let's have some fun with this while we're here, because people have either processed it or are in the middle of doing that anyway.
Right.
So part of me does go into that. And I'm going to say that when it comes down to it, I'm probably a little bit more quiet, a little more cerebral, a little more introverted when it comes down to just me being me. But I also live with me, so it's going to be easier for you to say that yes or no than me. You know what I mean?
You've done fine so far.
Cool. Thank you kindly. Word. So anyhow, but like all in all here, like, I mean, I'm not
I mean,
necessarily
we're all a bunch of weirdos here.
thank
in
Christ.
Inferno.
Thank Christ. But like, I mean, for me personally, it's not a matter of putting on a front. It's basically like diverting power systems slightly differently if I'm on here or I'm in a chat wall, something along those lines. Because we're different people when we're not by ourselves. You know, it's little shit like that. We're different people when we're not by ourselves. Not too much, but just enough.
Yeah.
And that's very true. I think we all have something that we manage to bring to the table, and all have a different view to bring to the table. And if I can walk away from a conversation and 2 hours later be thinking, you know, I never thought about it like that.
Yeah.
That's what should be happening, because there's multiple minds going on, you know, and we're all individuals. That means we are going to have our own line of sight, and it's not impossible to see another one. It's just people help, you know.
And see, and Heather, I know, like, when I introduced you to all this foolishness, and me and you were talking about it, you were just like, I don't get it. But I think now that you see some of where I'm coming from, it is because you're seeing their fuckery, and then you're seeing the response to it. And a lot of it is I'm seeing it, and tell me if you're seeing this, because they think that they're hiding who they are with their behaviors when they're not. And I always try to come at it from from the intellectual side of things versus focusing on, holy shit, that's a big bitch. You know what I'm saying?
I feel like there's a lot of serious mental health issues.
Oh yeah, no question. But it's been beat to death.
Yes. Agreed. 150%.
And they both know that they need help, but they don't care. They don't want to address it.
And it's sad that it's to that point that I'll be honest, okay? Because I have no problem sharing my struggle and my issue. I was having issues that started with a lot of deaths in my family and just a lot of craziness going on.
Condolences.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Of course.
But it took me a really hard fall to rock bottom to realize that I wasn't going to be able to do this by myself, and attacking the people that loved me and cared for me and kept pushing me to get help was not helping the situation. And I did go get help. And going into therapy was 110% the best thing that ever happened to me.
Yeah.
And Heather knows. She's had many conversations with me when I was at my absolute lowest.
Mm-hmm.
And it got to the point where when I scared myself, that was when I had that wake up call.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to take something that heavy and that hard to get them to wake up.
And that's kind of what everybody here is waiting on. A lot of the videos that I do, I mean, not necessarily the live streams. That's mostly me talking a lot of shit. But the actual sat down, produced, edited videos are, here is what I see. This is what everybody sees. Why are you not seeing this? It's holding a mirror up to force them to try to see it. And if at any point any one of them gets through to them, then I'll take it. Because, I mean, I don't like them as people, but I don't wish harm on either of them.
Well, and I think this speaks volumes about the mental health situation that we have in our society right now.
Yes, it does.
Our mental health situation, society is, as long as you're happy, here's a pill, and it's amazing.
Right.
Lee bad.
Yes.
Well,
And
and
you're right.
pill before all else.
And you're right. And
Pill
that's what,
first, work later.
and that's what they tried with me.
Ooh, okay. Oof.
Yeah, they tried to medicate me, and when I kind of figured out that the medication was really pushing me down further than it was bringing me up, it's only masking. And that's all it is. It's medical masking.
It's symptom management and not root cause healing.
Right.
It's not a cure, it's a treatment method.
It is.
I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
Causation and correlation are usually two different things.
yes.
Yeah.
And that's something that, we've gotten so much into like an instant gratification sort of society. I mean, with our food delivery, with our banking, with shopping, and medical care, because you don't even have to leave the house anymore to get mental health treatment meds, to get weight loss meds, skincare meds. You go on, tap a couple of prompts on your phone, and they ship it to you.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
It is that easy.
Grateful's right.
Mm-hmm.
And you see it every day. And it's not just in the mental health subsection. It's in just about every subsection of the medical industry.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I've had numerous conversations about this, especially when it comes to these two ladies, because they would rather throw a pill at it. Here, just take this pill, you'll be fine. Instead of actually making people step up and meet that medication in the middle by doing the work to help correct things so that eventually they don't have to be on the pill anymore.
Well, throwing pills at things is what got us into one of the worst healthcare crises ever.
I don't know. I think Clinton and Gingrich did a really good job about getting our healthcare crisis up and going, but that's years upon years ago. So
yes, I agreed. And then you have, like my father, for instance, he's got severe heart issues. The first thing they want to throw at it, Heather, can you guess what the first thing they want to throw at him is?
Oh, blood pressure medication, probably.
Starts with a G.
Opioids?
Nope.
Okay.
Gabapentin.
Oh, the brain kick drug. Yeah. Okay.
Gabapentin. And that's going to be the next big one. Mark my words. It already is.
Yeah, I was hearing about GABA when I was 29. I'm 43 now. So,
me too.
It's one of those ones that they're starting to use it for everything. Your neuropathic pain, your mental health. I mean, seizures. I mean, it's a cross-cultural sort of med. I mean, they're throwing it around like Tic Tacs. The sad thing is that it creates a lifelong customer.
Yes.
Like a lot of these meds do. That's part of the reason why the Ozempic thing makes me so fucking nervous, because once you're on it, you're on it. Once you go off of it, all that weight that everybody's so proud and happy that they lost, it comes back.
Well, you're right. And then reading into that, I have a friend that actually started doing that Ozempic and what's the other one? Wegovy. She started on Wegovy, and in reading about that, it causes the whole stomach paralysis. And if you reading, oh yeah,
I'm not on any meds, so always hearing the side effects for me is just like, whoa, it does that? It's supposed to clear up your skin. You know, it's
Yeah.
shit like that. Like, I mean, spontaneous male pregnancy. Like, I mean, really.
Well, just so you know, and a lot of people don't realize the whole list of side effects. Like when you see a may cause anal leakage, may cause blah blah blah.
Yeah.
When they're doing the formal testing on that, let's say the three of us, everybody in the chat, and another 100 people are on a test for a medication, and let's say you have let's say you have undiagnosed depression.
Okay.
Okay. I have undiagnosed diabetes and Heather has undiagnosed heart disease. If at any point we go to the doctor and we're diagnosed with anything, if I go to the doctor with a cold and I'm diagnosed by that physician with a cold, it has to be listed as a side effect.
Yep.
Even if it has nothing to do with the medication. So if you get a hive, a single hive, because you came in contact with something, they have to list it as hives as a secondary side effect. It's just
Otherwise the company can get sued. Yeah, the company can get sued otherwise. Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
even though you could have had problems for decades and you got diagnosed 2 days after you started the trial, they still have to do it.
okay, but look at what was the one that came out, the weight loss drug years ago, and I can still see it. It's a white box that starts with an A. Ally.
Oh, Ally, yeah.
Abilify?
No.
Ally.
No.
Okay.
Ally.
Okay.
If you could buy it over the counter, and
it's like a fat blocker.
Yeah, if you
so it doesn't go into the stream, into the tissues in your body the same way. That's the idea,
right?
No, what it'll do is it'll cause you not to absorb the fat that you're eating, and you poop it out.
Yuck, but okay.
They literally tell you, if you find a box of that, or if you can find the instructions on how to take it, the instructions literally tell you to take a clean pair of pants with you.
Well, that's just not right. That's not right.
Oh, yeah. And then what was the chips? Olestra. Remember Olestra?
Yeah.
They took that off the market because it would make you poo your pants. Like, people are literally out there, and that just goes to show how desperate some of these people are to be able to just take a pill and have it magically change overnight. You're willing to be out in public to shit your britches. I mean, wear your brown pants by all means. Oh, it also tells you in those directions not to wear white. Not even joking.
How do you get away with selling that?
Exactly.
Like, that's what I'm wondering too. Like, it's not just on the buyers here. It's also about, we're the big farming company. Here you go. Oh, by the way, it makes you crap. Don't care. Like, how do you sell that? Like,
Oh, Fin. Fin was a bad one.
Yep.
Yes,
I remember that
ma'am.
stuff. I remember hearing about
and
that
actually,
stuff.
Fin is still on the market.
Yep.
Same uses?
Same uses.
Okay,
yeah.
Wow.
It's basically a synthetic speed.
And I remember when you could buy that over the counter, because in my line of work, we encounter truck drivers.
I'll tell you where I got it later, Abby.
And we would see, especially in cattle haulers, because a lot of people don't realize this. Once these cattle haulers, these long distance cattle haulers, load those cows up, they can't stop. Period. If they stop, the animals die. So they're popping these pills, these stackers that were slammed full of epinephrine, I think, and just driving for 2 days on end to deliver these animals to whatever yard they're going to. But
That's
they're
why
high and tight.
the DOT standards changed.
Yep. Well, I'll tell you from my experience, DOT doesn't really use. They kind of leave the cattle haulers alone because you still have that whole. The cows are gonna die if you stop moving, but now it's switched over to like team driving. So
they basically worked it out to make sure that there's some rooms to still use the trucker speed.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Yes. Yes.
Heather, I've looked all through these instructions, and they must have updated it and changed it since then, because there is no mention of any of that.
I'm telling you, and I know my mother has got. My mama doesn't throw nothing away. Somewhere in this house are the directions to when that drug first came out.
They obviously did some. They did some tweaking to it because there is no mention of none of it.
I will never forget reading that, and I will have to find it. It is sheer insanity.
The closest that it gets is, as a result of this process, you may experience some treatment effects, especially after meals containing more than 30% of fat. These effects will include gas with oily spotting, loose stools, and more frequent stools that may be hard to control. That's as close as it gets.
I'm telling you, it said it, and I will find it.
So we'll turn into foodie walking, pretty much.
Yeah.
Basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's horrible. That's horrible.
It is. And it's horrible that people are willingly subjecting themselves to this. Willingly. And the only reason these things get pushed through is because there's money to be made off of it.
Money.
Uh-huh.
It matters more than people. Money.
Yes.
And
dude, if you ever get bored of whatever you're doing, you got a voice for radio.
Oh, if I want to turn that, the Howard Cosell voice I've been able to do since like 7th grade, so I got it. But like, I just don't, I can't keep using that all the time because it gets droning. Or at least for me after a bit. Like, you try watching one of my videos in a nonstop Howard Cosell deal. No, I intentionally make them tough for the subject to watch in the first place. So, like, when it comes down to it, me doing that, just no. I will break and never stop talking like that again. I know it. So, like,
you have a vocal doppelganger, is what
Abby
Jessica's
Cat.
saying.
Abby Cat, just out of curiosity, what made you stop driving trucks? Was it like anything
all right, I'm good.
that just disillusioned you, or was it just time for a change, or just asking, if you don't mind?
Who are we asking?
Abby Cat.
Okay.
She drove a van trailer.
I'm also more humane because I don't believe that kids are automatically adults if they're having sex. I'm sorry, are automatically kids if they're having sex, but automatically adults if they shoot someone. Dr. Phil doesn't. So.
No. She's talking about not the bald-headed Dr. Phil, not the Oprah with no degree Dr. Phil.
Like accent, really, because I'm from Jersey originally.
She's talking about the Dr. Phil that's always on stream with Skinny Queen.
Okay. I feel stupid now. I'm sorry. I've been watching back episodes of the TV show. That's probably why. So.
Yeah, he's a tool.
Oh no, I'm totally not the real Dr. Phil. I promise.
He
Well,
really
and
is
the real
kind of a tool.
he's not even a real doctor. He has no doctorate level education at all.
Oh, I know it's just a name on that, and I find it entertaining personally. So you're good. Thank you, Tucker.
I think
I am closer to being a doctor than Dr. Phil is,
I know. Thank
which
God,
doesn't
too.
say much.
Thank God.
it wouldn't take much to tell the
What are
truth.
you doing? What are you
Um,
doing?
but yeah, the state of medicine, especially in this country, I'll tell you, 10, 11 years ago, I flew to Germany, and long story short, I was 2 hours off the plane in Munich and broke my foot.
Oof.
It cost me $0. Zero. To
Their
get it
universal
fixed.
healthcare system is nice to people.
It's beautiful. The same exact thing over here, if I would have went to the ER for, would have at
25,
least been
30,000.
25. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, when I had that,
To walk through the triage door, you're looking at 5,000.
oh, when your mama had to snatch that clothes hanger out of my foot, that was almost $3,500.
That doesn't surprise me.
No.
Ouch.
And that was not a fun time for either of us. Actually, I think she enjoyed it.
Ouch.
Well, that's just because she got to yell at you.
Well, not only that, and then she looked at me and was like, hey, I'm going to take a picture of this so I can submit it for a book.
Yeah, she loved to collect odd wounds like that.
I'm
So
so
your
glad.
your foot is probably in some pre-med student's book right now.
See, that goes back to the whole fetishism thing. I should have charged.
I don't know if medical student books technically count as fetishism directly.
I don't think so.
Remember how it went back to will, intent, and focus? Same with fetishism.
I don't know. I'm sure there's
Heather, there's some hard up grad student somewhere looking at your foot going, that's nice. Oh.
Oh God, I need that now.
with my hairy hobbit toes.
If the foot looks like that, I want to see the rest.
Hey man, if the foot fits, wear it, right? So.
I'll tell you the funniest. Okay, long story short, I stepped out of my car and I had on a pair of sandals, and it was in a shopping center in town, going to eat Chinese food because I'm a trick for Chinese food, which we've all had that discussion.
It's good. It's good. So.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I had a rusty coat hanger go through my foot. Well, I was driving a 5-speed, so I couldn't get, and I mean, it was the whole last clothes hanger, like all of it. And I had to like lay there on the sidewalk to wait for my mother to come from 45 minutes away to take me to the ER. And Heather's mom, I'm a wiener. I could never make it in the medical industry. So I'm sitting as a grown ass adult in the ER crying like a toddler. And she pulls me back there and she's got a pair of pliers in her hands. And I started screaming, and she looked at me like I was nuts, and she looked around the room and there was nobody else in there. And she told me that if I didn't shut up, she was going to give me something to scream about. Yeah. That's where Heather gets it from.
Now, mind you, well, I mean, The only reason, realistically, that mom talked like that to her, because she probably would have never taken that tone with other people. But we have made the comment that we are all one big family because Heather spent as much time at my house as vice versa. And mom claimed Heather as a kid just as much as she did any of us. So yeah, she talked to her like she was one of her youngins. Because if it had been me with the coat hanger, she would have told me the same thing.
Oh yeah, was and my mother heard her mother.
You're back. You're back.
And started crying, laughing. So you got me screaming, her mom telling me to shut up, and my mom laughing her ass off.
I'm still on the whole deal of having your foot getting run through with a rusty hanger, just so you know, because my mind is still replaying that.
Oh, and the way I stepped down on it, and it was an unraveled rusty coat hanger, so it went like all the way through my foot, and I had to lay down because I was about to pass out. The local Avon lady.
That picture, it was gnarly.
Oh, it was gross. The local Avon lady, while I'm laying on the concrete on the sidewalk in front of the Chinese food restaurant, because I can't walk at this point, she walks over to me with her latest catalog and says, "Here's the new one, dear. I'll talk to you later." Lays it on my chest and walks off.
And
I mean, you could have tried to use it as a Band-Aid.
I mean,
that's small town behavior.
You get the same thing in New York. That's not true.
I mean, it was just surreal. And then the girl that had rode to lunch with me is freaking out because she can't drive a 5-speed. I guess that's a thing that kids these days can't or don't do.
No.
So
I've got a phone. What do I need that for?
Right. Exactly.
Aren't you supposed to push a button to make it go?
There's an app for that.
Yeah.
There is an app for that. And you know what? The first time my dad got into my car, my new one, to leave in it, he sat there for 20 minutes and then came back in and said, "Okay, I give up. How do you start it?" Like, no clue.
The first time I ever dealt with driving a key fob car, I had to ask about that. Just why is your car? Where is your? There's a key on this. Where the hell is the thing? Oh no! Just keep it near you. Wait, what? Yeah, hit the start button. Whoa, okay.
Yep.
So that took a sec, but after that, it wasn't too bad.
That's what happened to him. I don't know if any of you guys have always. I'm reading something else. I don't know if any of you guys have ever had any interaction with the Teslas. Y'all could not pay me enough.
Personally, no.
Okay. Teslas don't have keys. They have cards.
Yeah.
You start the car with the card. And when you go to tow it, there's a towing mode. There's all kinds of craziness. But you couldn't pay me enough.
I don't trust the whole self-driving car feature.
It only works on certain roads in certain places, from what I understand. It's not like a literal, hit the button and poof, you're off. Like, it's not like having an Uber without ordering an Uber.
Well,
like, there's certain roads that are designed for that, and there are other roads that aren't.
It's not just the Teslas, though. Like, I worked with a lady that had Hyundai Genesis, one of the newer ones, the 4-door sedan luxury car thing. And she made the comment that she will literally turn the auto drive on and she will be doing God and everything. And I was like, you trust that fucking car if you want to.
Oh, I had a coworker who had one of those cars. I know what you're talking about. I used to refer to it as the your drunk driving button.
Basically.
Yeah. Because it keeps you in
And
the
she
lines.
was,
It keeps you in the lines. That's the idea.
yeah, that's what she was telling me. She was like, yeah, it does all the steering and everything. And I was like, yeah, you trust that car if you want to. I was like, you
No,
gonna end up in a damn wreck. I'm like, I'd be damned. And
no.
what started the conversation is I have an older model Genesis, the little coupe version with the 2-door and the turbo speed and all that stuff. And when she heard that, she was like, "Oh yeah, though, don't you just love this feature?" And I'm like, "That car don't have that feature, and I would never drive that car if it had that feature."
No. No. I will say this. The first one we ever brought in was from a man and his wife, and the only injury that came out of it, she got a broke ankle. He fell asleep. It was a self-driver, and that car ran them under the Mansfield bar on the back of a trailer.
Oh,
Oh no.
Uh-huh.
they were very
And
lucky they didn't get seriously hurt.
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
that car came out of it so well. I was
They
very
should.
impressed by that.
I hope
That's
they
a.
bought a lottery ticket after they left the ER. Jesus.
I think they
Oh
might have
yeah.
had their lottery ticket beforehand. They just didn't know they bought it, and that's what happened. It's just tempting fate
Oh,
that
no.
I just wouldn't jump in after an accident.
Yeah, they just they had the Lord riding with them that day, believe you me. But
Mhm.
Yup.
it really knocked my socks off to see how well that car came out of that accident. But you still could not pay me enough to get into a car. I mean, y'all think about this. We're in the day and age of the Jetsons, and one day a self-driving car is going to arrive at its destination, and the driver, and I use that word loosely, is going to be dead from heart
Probably.
attack, stroke, whatever. But you've arrived at your destination has more than one meaning.
Yeah.
I would hope they would have made the car to know that I'm dead and then just drive me over to a hospital instead. Like, this is supposed to be a smart vehicle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it should at least be convenient enough to be like, all right, no oxygen exchange is happening, no heartbeat, and the body temperature is dropping. Change destination, hospital.
Right. I mean, that would make sense.
It'd be nice. It'd be nice.
We haven't
It's
evolved to that point yet. That's probably going to involve like an AI system thing that I don't even think we want
I
to get
hope
into.
not. I hope not. Like, we really got to stop showing off AI with this sense of like, oh, we did everything but put in Asimov's laws of no robots killing humans. Like, that's all it's all it seems to be showing off, and it's disturbing.
Yeah.
when you have Elon Musk saying, "Hey, you guys, AI is probably a bad idea," and then you
I'll
have
tell you
two
something.
AI chatbots that are literally making up their own language to talk to each other.
Mm-hmm.
I
There's a problem.
know.
Well, I don't have a problem with the making up language to talk to each other as long as they're either A, willing to share the language, or B, they've been pre-programmed to not harm us or like somehow subvert us or like, matrixize us just early stages. That's really it. And don't get me wrong, I'm not paranoid of technology. I'm more bothered with the fact that we're pretty much in a state of a technological dark age because we have all this technology, but like there's a whole ton of people who can't explain how the fuck it's put together.
I am a firm believer that aliens pass by Earth and lock their doors.
Yeah, two middle fingers up or whatever they have is middle whatever up, and they just drove right by. I agree with that.
Yeah, we're the universal ghetto here.
We really are. Let's be honest with each other.
That would definitely explain some things.
They're watching us like reality TV on other planets, going, "These motherfuckers are crazy."
You're 100% right.
The episode of South Park with Earth is a reality show is actually happening.
Oh my gosh, I just watched that episode.
I mean, if you'll think about it, I mean, they are broadcasting everything that we televise out into space, I think.
True. I can't wait for the set strike to happen. That's going to rock.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Can you imagine being a fly on that wall?
Well, I'd be getting obliterated because the South Park episode, they're pretty much going to Death Star the Earth because we all found out.
Right.
Yeah.
There was
a
a
quick
doctor
and fun, and I'll be a star myself briefly. It'll be good.
Doctor Who did it first.
Which doctor?
That would be Rose was with him.
Christopher Eccles. Gotcha. Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good.
See, I haven't watched any of those since the original guy, the one with the curly hair.
Oh, that was Doctor number 4. That's Tom Baker. He was on the longest. He ran about 8 years, followed up by Peter Davison. I used to be sick into Doctor Who when I was a kid. Sick.
That's the last one. That's the last time I've watched Doctor Who.
Go through Peter Davison stuff. You're going to notice a decline when Colin Baker comes on. You're not missing much. Peter Davison pretty much like rounds out the universe storylines that Tom Baker ran around on. And he was the doctor that was out of Earth the most. So if you liked that, watch Peter Davison stuff, and then just you can level out after that if you really want to. Best I can tell you.
I personally loved Rose Tyler and Amy Pond. Those are my 2 favorites. And then you've got the whole Torchwood spinoff, and I could talk for hours on Doctor Who, but we're not going to go there.
No, we don't have to. It's better we don't, because I can cover the early doctors way, way, way better than I should as an American. So
I actually stopped watching with the woman. I don't even know her name. I dislike her massively as the doctor.
Matt Smith is when I leveled out, because it was pretty much John Pertwee meets William Hartnell, the kid. And it was just like, okay, I get where they're coming from on this. It's just, I'm not feeling this after David Tennant. However, I want to see Peter Grimaldi's stuff really bad, because his storylines just, from what I've seen of the little bit I have, his storylines just come off like dark and at you, and I want to see that.
See, so. I'm not gonna lie. I would walk through a mile of broken glass to hear David Tennant fart through a walkie-talkie.
We're gonna have to differ on that one, but okay.
I mean, it's a thing.
I just want a TARDIS. I just want a working TARDIS. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I can't. I'm in the same boat as Inferno. I can't agree on that.
It's okay. You're all right. You're all right.
But see, my taste.
To each their own.
How much did you pay for it? How much did you pay for it? That's the real question. Say we're marketing this. Say we're marketing this.
Okay. We're marketing this.
David Tennant's doctorly ass gas. How much would you pay?
But see, you'd only be getting the noise.
Okay.
So, I mean, who's to say that it's really his?
So you just want an ass recording more than you want the real thing?
I guess I just like hearing farts.
Okay.
Just about as much as I like yelling wiener randomly.
How comfortable do you feel with the idea of OnlyFans, and how much do you like cake? Let's start talking about other forms of resources.
I prefer socks to cake.
I mean, we mentioned side hustle. We may as well mention backside hustle. You know.
I'll tell you what's so funny about Heather talking about farts is the fact that Heather missed out on that whole era pre-Natter where Foodie was like recording farts and replaying them. And then sitting there laughing at her own farts.
Okay, so she actually was doing that too, because I was under the impression that she just let them. She was just letting them rip. That was because I came in.
Well, she was doing that too. She was doing that too, but at one point, like she pulled her phone out and was playing like voice notes where she had recorded them and was laughing at her own farts. I was like,
"Oh my god,
what the world?"
Actively recording her farts.
She was recording them, and then like she was playing them. She pulled her phone out and started playing them on stream and like laughing about it. It was the weirdest fucking thing I've ever seen.
I'm glad I did not see that. I'm glad I missed that part.
You missed that. That was like a long time before Nader.
Yeah, because when I dropped in on everything, I dropped in. Let's see, it was like my birthday, and then all of a sudden she was home from Cuba, and all this shit's going on. Is when I started watching. So I was literally watching through as it started.
Dude, you were hella elated on the game.
Oh no! Keep listening though. While I was watching the forward, I was also going back and watching like up till the before Nader time. Because I was watching whatever during the day, and then I was backtracking off the other channels. So I'm literally watching from this point here backwards in time and forwards in time at the same time. I would just take care of the forwards in time now, like the now, and the back in time would be okay. Let's go play catch up now.
Oh, so you backed up to the beginning of Crackhead Olympics at night.
Well, I backed up to the relationship. And then started going through the Crackhead Olympics. And then it was just like, okay, they're in Cuba. Here's why this happened. Okay, this makes a bunch more sense now. And then when it was going forward, it was click, 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 click. This is why this makes sense. This is why this makes sense.
Everything started lining up.
Correct. You give it enough time, and it does. That's the one thing you got to notice with Foodie too. Is if you give it enough time and you just keep sitting there watching it, you'll notice that shit just lines up for the inconsistencies too. So it all played in on itself like that.
Yeah.
I'm still stuck on the whole recording her fart.
Karma.
That's so
up, Karma.
weird.
It is weird. No, that's weird.
Dude, she used to do all kinds of weird shit, you know? I mean, off the wall stuff. Like she would sit down and she would literally do a mukbang, and she would be telling some of the most off the wall stories, which have all been proven as not hers, but she would claim them as hers. She would sit there and fart on camera while she was eating.
Yeah, I remember seeing those.
I mean, all kind of weird shit.
Flashing. The flashing was horrible.
The flashing just nonstop.
Oh God.
There has been more seen of her than the eye can unsee.
I feel like
we know hell because of Foodie.
I feel like that would be like an elderly basset hound.
Oh, it's worse.
Oh my God. Oh, y'all know.
Way worse.
During the whole Cuba thing, she paused the stream, took a picture of her vag, and then posted it online.
Yeah.
First off, it didn't look nothing like a vag.
Nature is cruel. Nature is cruel.
Not to be ugly, but are you sure it was her badge?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna take your word
hold
for
on.
it.
If you need to keep talking about it, I'm doing this.
No. That's a bold strategy, Cotton.
There were just enough discernible landmarks to define things.
Okay.
You don't understand pain until you've seen that is another way to put this.
Yeah.
So, or imagine opening up the Hellraiser cube, but it not being the Hellraiser cube.
I would rather piss on an electric fence.
Good.
Trust me, you didn't. You came in at a good time because like all the stuff that I cover is fucking mild and boring as shit by comparison to all the foolishness that we rode through during that whole crackhead era.
Okay, so here's my thing, right? And what you just said makes it make sense. What I've caught from the live streams and the discussions was how weird all of this was. But my main question was like, why? Why? There's got to be something more. And I think you just answered a lot.
As to why she does what she does.
No, as to why we're following this psychodrama.
Human behavior.
It is human behavior. You can't look away. You don't want to look at a car accident, but you can't look away from it.
Like, I'm from, well, Heather and I, we're from Hillbillyville. And there is nothing like this going on over here.
No.
And that's
Most places there isn't. That's the other side of this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Baseball size green drippy. Oh, Abby Cat. You need to tell me about what Abby Cat saw.
Okay, so the Egyptian crackhead that she was in love with.
Okay.
That she was paying.
Hey, that was an obsession ship, please. That was an obsession ship, not love. I'm good.
Yeah. And they were fooling around, and he pulled it out of her, and she noticed that it was swollen and green and oozing. So she took him to the clinic, and they were both tested. They swabbed her throat, and she came back positive for gono or chlamydia, one of the two, in her throat. Obviously, he was sleeping with other people. She wasn't, because nobody else would. And he blamed it on her being nasty, saying it's because she didn't bathe.
Oh no!
Yeah.
That doesn't work functionally.
Oh, and Abby done busted out with the nacho cheese, the Fremunda.
Yeah.
Thank God I already ate.
She met an unclipped gentleman who apparently does not clean, but she willingly. Yeah.
It's the lure of the peen. It's the lure of the peen.
Oh God! Oh
Yeah.
my God! Okay, but here
and brag about it.
First of all,
now's a good time for beer, just to tell you. So
knock yourself out.
Yeah, now's a good time for beer.
Here is a word of advice before I jump on this one.
Natter's Wang in particular, but it's going towards foodie karma.
Well, no, this is just general life advice. Ladies and gentlemen, never trust anybody that spells gonorrhea right on the first try.
When you say first try, do you mean taste or actually writing it out?
Oh, pen, paper, write it out.
Okay.
That's free advice straight from me to you, and it is 100% gold.
But what if they're spelling bee champion?
Okay.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, you ran into something there.
Okay. Yeah, no, because I'm pretty sure at my 8th grade spelling bee, if I would have said gonorrhea, can you use it in a sentence?
Foodie has gonorrhea.
There we go. That's fair. Yeah. Definition: something Foodie got from Natter.
Yeah.
So first of all, y'all, I'm sorry, this is fixing to get a little gross, and I don't mean it to.
You don't live in my mind. Have at it. Have fun. Okay? Like, that's why I established a party corner in Hannibal's chat, because I shouldn't be punishing people for creativity, even if it's gross. So,
okay.
Abby's beat you to it. Oh, wait.
Yes. Nope. That's not it.
Nice. Abby, you did not score gonorrhea. Good job.
You passed the test, my friend.
Anyone else want to not have gonorrhea? Anyone? We're testing right now. It's this
Volunteers.
easy. It's easier than getting
try it
gonorrhea.
again.
Yeah, okay, so are you doing that because you want to have like a built-up gonorrhea immunity in the future?
Okay. Hold that thought.
Oh, I'm thinking about
Try it
gonorrhea now.
again.
I'm definitely holding it. Yeah.
Yes, if you have it, hold it.
Oh, I've got it.
And I'm not
Abby
trying
trying
to
all these
be.
various spellings is too much.
I love her. She's the best.
Abby rocks. There's no way around that one. Abby does rock. I can't say otherwise.
There has got, and I'm not saying this to be ugly, there has got to be a scent, a clear and present odor that
yeah.
comes
Yeah.
from having specifically gonorrhea.
Yeah. That makes sense. The necrosis of tissue always gives off something. It's just part of the whole process, and just how that works. Yeah.
Oh, I can tell you, gonorrhea we be having people be funky.
So if she is in the position and is ready to give oral sex, and the thing is literally under her nasal cavity, she could not smell that nothing's wrong.
Well, here's the problem. She has
smells like
freely
her.
admitted that she smells like this. She says she smells like these two things.
Barracuda and ricotta.
Yeah.
And there
So
you
it's
go.
easy.
This is how we knew what she had, because she came on live stream and read out her results.
Oh.
You know, I honestly got to say, I think it's possible that they had an STD exchange.
Oh.
I think it's possible they had an STD exchange, not necessarily. It was
I wouldn't
just
rule
all.
it out.
Yeah, like I think there might have been an exchange there more than I would think that it was just all natter. Don't get me wrong; he's still a total effing scumbag. I'm not even trying to whatever any to that. He is. There's no way around that. But like, these are both relatively crotch area trampy people, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Like
no
she didn't.
blind.
Like I can't put it any other way without like being accused of shaming potentially. So what it comes down to is like I honestly feel as though there was an exchange more than there was just, oh look, Foodie's somehow the victim. Really?
I
don't think so either, because I mean she made this big whole to do thing when she went into that whole quote unquote sex kitten phase about how she doesn't need protection because she had a hysterectomy, and it's like, motherfucker, do you not know what else you can get?
Just because it doesn't mess up your ovaries, so to speak, doesn't mean you still can't get it. I mean,
right?
It's environment. The everything needs an environment to live in. STDs are no different.
But everything.
But Heather, you shouldn't really be surprised by any of this, because this is the same woman who freely admits that she doesn't wipe her ass when she goes to the bathroom.
No.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I mean, not to be ugly, but how could she?
Oh, I can explain that.
There's that.
You get a pole, right? And then you get some burlap and wrap it around that pole, a pole vault pole. And then you have her walk across it between her legs. That way you have the whole deal with friction and force providing the wipe. Then you just burn the pole and hope you never see it again. And whatever evil comes off, it could be driven off by clergy.
Abby brings up a good point. And with the gallbladder removal, nothing good is happening there.
Does gallbladder removal do that as a normal result, or is it just because of her failing organs?
It's because of her diet. The whole point behind having your gallbladder is to break down the fat in your diet, and without a gallbladder, it runs through you like shit through a trumpet, bro. Let me tell you.
Okay. Because I didn't know if that was a medical thing on her end because of just other shit,
Mhm.
or that's what happened after a gallbladder is removed. So
Well, with gallbladder removal, they make it abundantly clear. They're like, you're going to want to stay away from high fatty foods. You're going to want to stay away from fried foods because it's going to tear your belly up. It's going to give you diarrhea. It's going to do all these various, you're going to have abdominal pains, stuff like that. And she does not care. If it is edible, she will swallow it.
Yeah.
And of course, the fatty, greasy, fried stuff tastes better. So there you
kind
go.
of.
I mean, let's be real. It does, but also in reality, as fully functioning adults, common sense would say, you know what? I ate 17 Big Macs yesterday. Maybe I should eat a damn salad.
I touch fast food so rarely, and it's been like that for a while.
Yeah.
And because if I'm eating normal fries, like I could just get a regular old thing of fries, and the oil in there just makes me feel like I'm like, ugh, like in my stomach. I'm not like nauseous, but like I'm heavy, and
Yeah.
it sucks.
That's just because that's not a regular part of your diet. You have like a lot of, now mind you, I don't have a gallbladder, but this is not anything to do with that. But like I will do, all of my fries are baked. I don't do a lot of fried food, just generally. And I haven't done fast food since I went to that concert on my sobriety birthday, which has been months ago. But I don't do drive-through like ever. And the few times that I have done it over the last year, it has tore my belly up so bad. And I think it's because it's so highly processed.
Yeah, it would have to be. And not only that, you also have the saturation of the cooking material as well, because lipids are all in that. The reason why we basically use a lot of the cooking stuff we do is because the lipids adding whatever too. So yeah, it'll play in. Yeah, that'll play in.
I still stand by the fact that I'm a trick for Panda Express.
Oh, you got to up your ante. Go to no. You got to go to indie places. Do yourself proper. Go to an indie place.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I love the hot
Or
pot.
you could do what I did for dinner. I did hibachi.
I love hibachi too. There's it's not new now. There's a hot pot place in Tallahassee, and that's like my new favorite thing ever. And Roy's like, why are we going somewhere where we literally have to cook our own food? And we could just stay home and do this. Because if you have to pay to do it, I guess it makes it more fun.
Well, if you'll think about it, you're paying to do it, but you don't have to do any of the prep or the cleanup.
Yes.
Yeah, you just got to eat in order.
Yes.
Right.
And it's the best thing ever. And it was so much fun. So if anybody's never done that, I may be the last person on earth that hadn't done that. Hot pot is a ball. Ew. She literally has drank gravy on camera.
Yes, a couple times actually.
She has bought like the family size container of the gravy strictly so she can drink it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's disgusting.
She did put it on. She did dip and or put it on stuff like between drinking, so to speak. But like she didn't use it all. It did all go down her throat. Think of it like that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because I remember that. I believe I remember that one particular instance happening with potatoes or fry. I know it was a potato good, and she had it on there, and then was also putting the swig back on the gravy, and just that's just too much. That's too much. Unless you got something on that with that gravy, that's just too much.
I mean, like, no.
Hang on.
Oh hell no! It's not even just a no. That's a no. Hell no. I mean, you don't do that to yourself with gravy. Like,
I feel like now I'm gonna have to go back and watch some of these.
Scour through them. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Scour through them and just go through shit. Because here's the thing. One thing I gotta say about Foodie, and you don't even have to necessarily watch this like forever, and or even necessarily look at the particulars of the foodie cycle that everyone talks about, you will see her going back and repeating crap, period.
What
Here's
that's
in
all
her
she
the
drinking,
does.
Heather. Here's her drinking salad dressing.
no?
Not salad dressing, because that never happened, but salad dressing, just to be clear.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
What in the Joe Dirt haircut was that behind her on that
This?
Where at?
first? It was that first What
That's
in the
that.
heck? Oh no, no,
less
no, no,
filters.
no. No. Oh. Oh no.
Breathe, you're doing fine.
Oh. Even the dog huffed and turned away. Rocco, have you had enough, bud?
Animals can sense evil.
Oh.
Is she having a hot? She's having a hot dog and what? Cabbage?
Oh no. What part of this is supposed to be attractive?
No, just no. That's the answer I have for that. Just no.
Just so you
And-
know, she was high as hell during all this.
Uh-huh.
She would order 1,000 milligram gummies, saying that she was
atomic
only going to take like
wheelchairs.
little bites off on it. Yeah, atomic wheelchairs. And by the time the night was over with, she would have ate like like 3/4 of it.
Oh,
She would get so
no.
fucking high that she couldn't even, she'd be like in a stupor. It was wild.
Yeah, not only that, but
Oh.
wheelchairs are actually cut up to be eaten in sections. That's the thing. They're like sort of like divide. I mean, if you were to pizza-ify a cookie, that's kind of the idea of what you're getting out of an atomic wheelchair. Nope, pop.
Oh.
Just that's it. And mind you, like I'm a smoker. Like I don't go nuts on stuff. I'm more about like flour than anything else. I get knocked off my ass if I eat it. She
No.
must have been fucking railed. She must have been utterly railed. Cause like, wow. Just wow. 1,000
Okay.
milligrams?
Okay.
It's terminal
can
patient edibles. Keep that in mind. It's like terminal patient edibles. You want to go for the terminal route? Not because these things are actually out of, I believe, last I remember about atomic wheelchairs is they were supposed to be out of range for the usual sales in Canada for regular distribution in like rec stores and stuff. They would have to be gotten either directly through the company or for something that specifically caters to the medical end. So
It's
she was
not, they're
getting
not
ass kicked.
regulated. They're not regulated through the Canadian government. Like if she were to have gone through, and because I mean, everything in that department is regulated through the Canadian government. This was like an off book and whatever. And she was ordering one of those damn things like every day or every other day.
and her fans, quote unquote, supporters, encourage her to do this.
Oh,
Sort
yes.
of.
They were giving her money.
The thing is this time she was also starting to get an influx of channel trolls in who were pushing the bad behavior too. So like there was a variance to it. A lot of, yes, when it comes down to what Salty just said, yeah, pretty much is the most, but you also had people leaving because of this. There's also people who are disenchanted with prior bullshit where this was like, last straw type crap going on too. So when it comes down to it, it's sort of the general level of inhale and exhale that Foodie Beauty was creating for herself at the time. The only thing is inhale and exhale was also happening at the same time. So you had people coming and going. So certain things looked more even than they were.
Oh my God. Thank you for pausing right there.
That was intentional.
That's not a face you ever want to come back to, but yeah.
That is pure depossession.
That might have been the same face that she made when she got gonorrhea.
It's the only penis replacement she
Probably.
knows.
Oh God.
Yeah.
You know, as a human being, whether you like this girl or not, if
She's
you
mental.
are up in her comments encouraging this type of behavior, you're a horrific person.
Well, here's something though that you haven't really been around to kind of become familiar with. Past the point of this video that you just saw where she had her eyeballs rolled back, from the crackhead era on, if her followers did not immediately co-sign, she would kick them out and block them.
Yeah.
She demanded, fall in line, you will agree with me. If you're not a supporter, you get out.
She created a hug box with
And
cruelty.
it's still now.
She created a hug box with cruelty.
I mean, that goes back to the whole mental health thing. You create what you feel you deserve.
Yeah, and it's been said over and over again. She loves to talk about karma and how people who do reactions to her will get their karma. And we've said it, a lot of us have said it, you know, she's living in her karma because she's created the hell that she's trapped in.
Well,
she's already warped down as a being. As far as I'm concerned, it's carried out. The rest is just cause and effect from other things and people and stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, don't get me wrong. They're influences, but they're not the root cause of it all.
But at the same time, they're still fueling too. So there's a level at which I can see that as what you're saying, along with being a battery at times.
Well, I think Amber just hit it on the head. Sila wants to leave, but she can't deal with the thought of him leaving.
No, they're talking about leaving Taiwan.
Well,
Land.
I think it may be a little deeper than that too.
Well, obviously, I mean,
Well, he's already getting beaten up by pimps for trying to earn them money to leave anyway, so I don't see the problem with why he would want to go.
Well, why would he want to go with her? Because at this point, I think he feels like this would be the place to find his fame, but he has found fame, just not the fame he wanted.
He actually told a friend of his that his entire goal is for him to be YouTube famous. The problem is that he picked her and she is not liked at all. She is actually pretty well disliked. So now he is saddled to somebody who people can't stand. And he comes in thinking that he's going to be well received, and he's not either because he acts a lot like her.
And she seems like the chick that would be the one to say, if you leave me, I'm going to do terrible things to myself.
Other people first, but yeah.
Yeah.
Other people first, because when the crackhead left her, she went to the police and filed a false police report on him saying he raped her and he held her hostage, and she tried to have him put in jail.
Yep. She also admitted to it later that she did that. I could point out, if you want to see it, I could point out where you can.
Oh, yes.
Go to, like, the entire thing is actually conglomerated, but it explains the entire thing well. It's also one of my favorite things to go watch for, like, all right, I either want to go back and watch this or for something I'm working on, I need to. If you go to Erie Pepperoni and look up The Obsession, that video explains the entire rundown effing gorgeously.
Well,
it's called The Obsession, and
can we take a moment to just appreciate Erie? Erie is a freaking beast, yo.
Oh God, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
She is something else, my dude.
If she is threatening him with all this and threatening to put the blame on
Oh, yeah.
him,
Oh yeah, she
then
still does.
then he obviously has some kind of I'm not going to say heart, but isn't completely heartless, doesn't want to be responsible for somebody, offing
No.
themselves.
She has never threatened to off herself, but what this whole
She's narcissistic. She probably won't. Unless it's all falling down on her, she probably won't.
Yeah, but what she does is she lashes out at the other person before she would ever do anything to herself. That's what this whole obsession thing is about her trying to have the last guy thrown in jail because he didn't want her.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, also, Dee Dee was also teetering into the picture as well. So it wasn't just a matter of like he was being rejected as he had been for like a good amount of time. Dee Dee was also entering into the picture too. So aside from the fact that she was rejected repeatedly, she's also getting what she wants to be her place in the obsessionship pushed away very clearly by reality. So she's
that just made her even angrier.
Yep. More react, less think. And her reaction to this is right to, I'm going to punish you.
Oh.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
That level of psycho.
Yeah. Where she's the one who's waving the sword around and calling it karma when it's done being swung. It's not at all how it works. That's revenge. And but that's how she is. That's what she did. Or at least as a one image to drop down on how the whole deal with that came down. That's it.
Oh, I mean, this is a very Occam's razor situation.
Yes, it is.
It's Occam's machine gun in this case, a little more than Occam's razor.
Yeah, agreed.
Occam upgraded it during World War II. So, yeah.
It's Occam's Panzer.
Panzer Division Occam. We'll just put it right there. Done. He has an entire tank division now, and it's because of Foodie. Thank you, Nazis. See?
Oh, my God. That's the equivalent of strapping a claymore to a Roomba.
I trust the Roomba.
Yeah.
That's the only difference. I trust the Roomba.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Especially in an enclosed area with a claymore, way more than I trust Foodie with a claymore in an enclosed area, whether we're talking about the sword or the propelled projectile launcher, whichever one. So.
I mean, honestly, from what I've seen, this woman is just one giant self-destruct button.
Yes, that's exactly it. And when I said that people treat her like they do a car wreck, it's 100% accurate. I mean, look at the stuff that she does. And then she expects everybody, because she'll go through and she'll delete whole sections. This is no longer on her channel. She went through and wiped in that entire crackhead era thinking that nobody would ever find it. The problem is that there are too many channels that archive this stuff.
Yeah.
And then she's like, I never did that. I never said that. And that never happened. And it's like, bitch, you do know that the internet is forever, right?
Mm-hmm. And not only that, too, she made this. Erie did make this before the Great Wipeout happened, before she tried to reshape herself into faking Islam and a marriage. So, there was a little bit more time on Erie's end to go in and grab and do. It's not as easy
There
anymore.
you go.
So, just to put that at you for time frame. So.
I mean, even at that point, and I don't know a whole lot about Islam. So
it's like Western Christianity, but different is kind of the best way I can put it.
Right.
Really easy. There's a lot more that correlates with affirms of Protestantism and teachings out of that than Christian-wise.
Well, it's not a check and balance system. There is no separation of church and state.
That's yes, but Islam also can survive in situations where there are separations of church and state.
And I think that a lot of the issue now with her is that she's trying to do the Islam,
So badly.
but she
So badly.
just doesn't. I mean, coming from a place like Canada, which socially is a free state, I mean, you don't have the same restrictions put on women. You don't have.
Well, I mean, to give you an example, because you were like, she's trying this whole thing, and I'm just like, as a part of this whole conversion thing, there are some basic things that I can throw out there that she does that she's not supposed to. Like, she's not supposed to be doing any of the overeating. She's not supposed to curse. She's not supposed to badmouth people. There's all these, some of the most basic stuff act as though you have some generalized common sense and manners. She doesn't. She's incapable.
The other thing too is that
she's gotten is dressing up.
The other thing too is that she's also taken on societal prejudices that are around, from Solid, from Allah and Murad. Like, you see a lot of them mirroring a lot of subcultural and or sort of general cultural aspects of stereotypes at non-Muslim Westerners. So you see that happen in between things quite a bit, because like one thing that always stuck out to me a lot, actually there's two things. One is the fact that anytime Salad has dropped racism and Islamophobia, it's always been because we don't believe what they're saying, or we're not holding our religious aspects below Islam, which is an abuse of the word use of Islamophobia.
It's if you criticize their behavior, like if the things that they say and their behavior doesn't match, then you pointing that out makes you Islamophobic.
Correct, which leads into my second part of this, is that when it comes into certain aspects of mannerisms and stuff that they've said, going back to the societal stuff that you hear, the one thing I could say is I've had friends who've worked in the Middle East. I was friends with somebody who was originally from Australia that was working on one of the UAE's city builds. They were designing the stuff to do with the roadways going in between the buildings and stuff. Mind you, this was a little while ago, and it wasn't like necessarily Dubai proper. It was like stuff going into Dubai that was still being built. And she was saying how, like, when it came down to it, like, there's just a level to which if there's certain mentality out there where if it's not Muslim, then it's not a sin to do something to them. And we've already seen Allah try to play this off by trying to play ransom games for money and trying to use church backgrounds to get, whatever. Then there's also Foodie and Salad saying crap like, oh, you're Christians. Well, aside from the fact that you're lumping it too much, like, that shouldn't necessarily matter that much. Like, we've had,
but I mean, realistically, it's not just this arc. I mean, the behavior that we're talking about, where she tries to completely erase everything and change everything, and
that's happened before. That part has happened before.
She does that with every new phase that she begins. It doesn't matter what it is. Long before she got into this crackhead thing, it was, I'm going to be a vegan, and then I'm not a vegan. Jesus. I never said that, this and that, and whatever. And it was closer together and on a smaller scale, but it has progressively gotten bigger.
So it's basically her just trying to reinvent herself into whatever the flavor of the week is.
Something like that, yeah.
Whatever she wants to try to convince you that she is now. It takes a little longer, but yeah. Such a mess.
And it's been said that insanity is trying to change things by doing the same thing over and over.
And she has, and that's exactly her to a T. And she fails every single time. You would think that she would kind of say, there's something wrong here. What I'm doing is just not working for me.
Nope, not at all.
Wow. That's a whole new Pandora's box.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. You've heard about people like, being stuck in high school states because they topped out in high school. She
That's her.
topped out. She topped out in kindergarten.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like with some
I've
aspects of it, she's topped out in kindergarten.
I've noticed that Abby Cat, she does not have her own personality in
But
just the little bit
she's
that I've
not the
seen.
only one.
It's for
Amber
acceptance.
Lynn, the other one, she does the exact same thing. She was with Becky. She got with a girl named Becky, and Becky was from Kentucky. Becky was very country, and then all of a sudden, within months, Amber Lynn starts trying to talk with a southern accent. Okay,
Uh,
she dumps Becky. She ends up
Abby.
with a girl. She ends up with the next girl. The next girl happens to be African American, and then all of a sudden, the AAVE starts springing up in conversation. She takes on. It's like a running trait between these ladies.
They're afraid to be rejected off of things that they can control, and you can control an accent. Like,
Yeah.
you can. So
I mean, you're not wrong. Wow, that's
Abby,
that
the
is
psychologist, has to be into hardcore S&M for that. Like hardcore S&M.
well, and that goes back to I don't know, Heather, if you saw what I posted earlier, last night on Facebook. I think you did. I think you
Let me see.
liked it, and I think you know where it was directed, because to be clear to everyone, I very rarely post anything on Facebook that is either personal or towards anybody or anything. I literally just post memes and things I think are funny because, they're
You
funny.
can. You can. Why not? Yeah.
The one about Facebook has taught me a lot of things about people.
Uh-huh. And that
Okay,
goes
here.
back to point 2.
I'll read it. Facebook has taught me a lot of things about people through the years, but 2 standouts would be: 1, the best sign of a healthy relationship is no sign on social media. And 2, the more someone posts to convince people that they are something fantastic, i.e., the proverbial mom, friend, expert of the year award winner, chances are good that they are trying to convince themselves just as much as they are trying to convince everyone else. That is these 2 ladies summed up to a T.
Yeah.
That'll work. That'll work.
And that it's both, it's gross the way they're doing it, and it's sad that they feel that they have to do it.
Well, Foodie refers to this as work. And don't get me wrong, like, I get
so does ALR.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, like, I get how, yes, this would be work if you were to, there's that if you were to that they leave off, and that very intentionally they leave off, and they think that either sub counts or views seem to just make up for the fact that they could just go and say that. Like, that's kind of the issue when it comes down to it in general, at least in my head it is.
Well,
it's weird. It's diluted as it is weird.
It goes without saying that you have limited audiences for these things, and she has created a toxic cesspool around her.
And you can't convince her of that. Everybody else is the problem and not her.
Uh-huh.
And that is her entire personality.
Yeah, and it's also all wrapped around, and I deserve this because I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and my all-time favorite one is we're all bullying her when all we are doing is observing and reacting and pointing out the things that she chooses to show us.
I'm an outright dick. I just admit to that on what I do with Foodie. So I am an outright dick. I also make sure that people are aware of that on the opening, that I'm not exactly looking to like be like, because everyone else is talking about whatever in the first place, right? And I'm
Right.
like
Yeah.
6 months. I'm intentionally 6 months in the past to make sure that like I've got something conclusive to put together. But I'm taking as many shots as I possibly can because it's fucking fun. I'm just going to be very straight up with that. Mind you, I'm not monetized. I kind of don't care to be if I can get away
I'm
with
not
doing
either.
this. Yeah, like I kind of don't care to be if I can get away with doing this. So I mean, for me, it's just one of these deals of like, no. I'm going to mix this up. I'm going to mix this up because as far as I'm concerned, and she's even said this, I learn from shame. You're asking to be conditionally responded to. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And if anything, I'll give a narcissist, the one thing I'm going to do is make sure that their conditional response, wants and not wants, are totally met to how I like to do them. And I'm a bastard to those people. So I'm having a good time.
And it's very metaversy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because and the crazy thing is that like with that in mind, it's not us directly interacting and involving with her. It's the other way around, because the people that are doing these reactions, that have those opinions, that are pointing stuff out, we're just doing it because it's something to do. And her and we can. And what happens is on her end, it gets into what you're talking about, because first off, she's too much of a puss to do anything herself. So what she does is she dog whistles the people in her audience to have them do the dirty work for her. And it's like a two-step, it's like a 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon thing. The people in her chat will find people and then try to intervene to fuck up people's lives simply because they have an opinion on her.
And also they're doing the flying monkey approval thing too. A lot of them are doing the flying monkey approval thing. So,
yeah.
And that's sad. And I think Travis just hit it on the head. You can't love yourself. So
yeah. Hell yeah, Travis. Hell yeah.
How can you expect somebody else to?
It's readily apparent that neither of these ladies do. And I have made that point before. Because like Amber was like in this whole, I'm going to go on this single girl thing and I'm just going to love myself. And I'm like, boo-boo, it's readily apparent that you don't. Nobody who loves themselves balloons up to 530 pounds. If you love yourself, that's going to involve taking care of your body and taking care of your mental status, which you absolutely refuse to do.
And I'm going to be the first to tell you, through all the crazy that I've been through without going through the last 4 years, which you know.
Yeah.
I put on weight? Oh, you bet your ass I have.
Yeah, but the difference is that you're aware of what you're doing, and you are still actively taking steps to try to help yourself. They know what they're doing, and they continue to do it because they don't care.
They're also rewarded for it.
Fine.
They are rewarded for this.
They're continually positively reinforcing negative behavior because they're getting paid to do this.
Yep. But it all starts with mental. I had to heal mentally.
Peace, karma.
Before I could start to heal myself physically.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And I mean, you say that, I mean, and you know just as much about me as I do about you. You know that I do a lot of that work too, so I get it. But these ladies are completely blinded to the forest because of the trees. They're too fucking close to it. And it doesn't matter how many times you took a picture saying, here's the forest, motherfucker, take a look.
Well,
They're like, nope, I don't see it, blah, 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 blah.
And they just ordered fast food. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
And then, yeah.
and I'm not saying that I'm to the point in my life where I still don't say I've had a really crappy day. There's a zebra cake on the counter. And youngin, if you touch it, I'm gonna punch you in the face.
Forget
Well,
that
I
with
mean-
foodie. It's I've had a crappy day. I'm gonna throw on a zebra dress to go to the funeral.
Oh, God.
Well,
like that.
I mean, okay, there is method to that madness, though. I understand what you're saying because it is a dopamine response. You know, it's a pleasure response that we get from food, which is great. That's part of just how we're wired. But these ladies have progressed past that point to where I don't think they even get the dopamine anymore.
And to
I think
clarify,
they get it more from the planning stages than from actually eating.
to clarify what I just said, for everybody that doesn't know me, I would never punch my kiddo. She would probably beat me up.
Oh yeah, she's a scrappy little joker.
Noted.
So I'm not that guy. It was just a joke.
Yes, all of my child abuse charges, I mean jokes, are just jokes.
Yes, exactly. No.
All of them. I swear, all of them.
This kid is something amazing, even if she is mine. But either way, I'm just saying it's a whole mentality thing, and if you don't start making that walk towards mentally healing yourself, you will never heal the physical part of it.
I agree with that, but I've also said too that both of them, they're so far gone that realistically the only way they'll ever see that change is if they relinquish control of everything, their lives, their choices, all that stuff is someone else, like going inpatient. Because if they sign themselves in and they're saying, I'm dedicating to 6 months with no release, that takes every opportunity out of their hands to continue this decision-making cycle wrought out of insanity that has brought them to this point to begin with. Kind of take a look at Tammy Slayton as an example.
Yeah.
When Tammy finally surrendered, she actually started to see change.
I
And until these
absolutely
ladies
agree.
get there, it's never going to happen.
Yeah, pretty much.
I absolutely agree. It is going to have to be where they totally turn over control. And I just don't see,
I don't see that.
No, I
With
don't
both
see
of
the
them,
willpower.
they're very much control freaks. They want to control the people around them. They want to control the perspective that people have of them. They get angry when it doesn't work out the way they want it to. They attempt to rewrite history. They get angry when that doesn't work. It's a cyclical thing.
Yeah. Yes, 100% agree.
The merry-go-round to hell.
Yeah, and that's why, like the videos with the British guy, he talks a lot about those behaviors, and that's why I bring those up, because they are very much narcissistic behaviors.
I don't think I've seen one that didn't have narcissistic gaslighting behavior in it.
Oh yeah, there ain't been. It's almost hardwired from like a young age.
Yeah.
I just, and that makes you wonder about the childhood.
Well, Foodie's was really neglected and mentally and emotionally abusive at times. I mean, just generalizing it.
To kind of hit the high points on it, Amber, her parents were both drug addicts. She ended up in foster care a couple of times. until she aged out. I can't remember that for sure. Foodie's mom got knocked up by her dad, hoping that her dad would marry her. That never happened. So when Foodie was born, Mama was super young. She was a teenager and said, hell with this, I want to live my life, and dumped Foodie on her grandma. And grandma had really debilitating depression, so Foodie was planted in front of a TV with whatever snacks she could possibly want and kind of left to her own devices. So you've got emotional neglect, you've got abandonment on both these ladies, underdeveloped social skills and coping mechanisms, and it is just all and learning that they can manipulate to get what they need from people, and it is all snowballed since.
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally everything that you could possibly imagine to lead to a traumatized life.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh
Something's
my
definitely going to be wrong
gosh.
someplace. Yeah.
And even now, take Foodie as an example. Foodie claims that her mother was the best mother ever, that her mother was always there and involved and whatever, and, all these various things.
Is Foodie's mother still alive?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Huh.
Still with stepdad too, from what I understand.
Yes. Still married to her stepdad, who she has a sibling with. And from what we have been told by Shannon that was in the chat earlier, used to be best friends with Foodie years and years ago.
And
she has let a lot of things out about Foodie and how she was when they were coming up.
she has that's awful, Abby.
Yeah. Mentally, physically abusive to her.
Yep.
And told everybody on live stream that her sister was delayed.
Well,
And there's no evidence of that.
that's awful.
Yeah, it
As
is.
a young child, she did that to her.
I'm sorry, I'm reading what Abby.
Right, as I'm saying, she put her sibling, who was a young child, in a dryer.
Yep.
That's horrific. And I have personally seen, as you have, Heather, without absolutely naming names or revealing, have seen what happens with kids like this.
Oh, yeah.
And in having to deal with a situation similar to this, it's very hard. It's very hard with me being on the side of the fence that I'm on to watch it from a distance. And I kind of feel like that's why I have so much sympathy for Foodie, because I can see a lot of that in her situation too.
Well, that's true, and I'm not discounting those experiences, but you have heard my perspective on all this, and you have said it yourself. It is not about what has happened to you. It is about what you choose to do about it.
Well, at the point where you become an adult and you're capable of making your own decisions, then that's where you have to take responsibility for yourself. And when you're raised by someone who has obviously never taking responsibility for your own self, then you have no clue where to start.
She never had the realization of this is not a role model. That's just that's what goes on in my head when I see a lot of this. It's just you never when it comes down, especially because you could see so much just billowing out in regard to action and reaction over time from her that it's like, yo, that's from childhood, that's from childhood, that's from childhood. You could pretty much do that like with relative ease once you have an idea. She never had the realization of this is an antithesis role model, not a role model. That never crossed her mind from what I've been watching on this. And for me, it's just like, are you kidding? I mean, mind you, putting this in perspective for you here on my end. I'm adopted. Both my parents are pretty much narcissists. My dad's like a narcissistic sociopath. My mom is a covert narcissist who is pretty much beaten down like mentally and emotionally by my dad. So putting this into perspective here, for me, it came down to understanding, and this is also making sure, like getting through my head of I don't have to be my dad when I grow up, because I thought I was, I found out I was adopted when I was 20 during their divorce. They were never intending on telling us. So like when it came down to it, for me, there's a level I need to break out of knowing that I'm going to become this person. And my realization for me was, and this is like when I was like, I was like 10 or 11. It's just like, these aren't role models.
Yep.
Just one way
these are caretakers.
When it wasn't some kind of like weird ego game. Yes. And like, the thing is that without me coming to that point, it's just like, oh my God, I probably would have been in jail by now. Well, shit like that, and in her case, she didn't bring herself to jail yet. Inshallah on her going to jail, mind you. But like with her, she never had the realization of there's something wrong here.
And
just at no point.
When you're raised in a house like that, you don't understand that this is wrong. This shouldn't be this way. Not to make excuses for.
No, it's true. You get normalized to it. You get used to being around it. It takes a while for certain shit to also set in, even once you've noticed that, because you're so normalized to the bullshit.
Right. And then when you have the one person in your life, right, that's supposed to love you and nurture you and care for you more than anything in the world is your mother. That's who and this is worldwide. This isn't a religion. It's not a race. It's not a region. It is.
That's people. That's everybody.
Right. Unless you're a seahorse, your mother is your protector. Period.
Yeah.
And when you have a mother that cannot do that, because your own mother is, she herself, stuck in some kind of vicious self-serving loop and can't take attention away from herself to give to her children, then that creates serious mental issues and sets them up for failure as adults.
Yeah. Totally can.
And it's I've seen it. I've not I guess I have my mother was always there whether I wanted her to be or not. Heather, you can still have her if you want her. But
I'd like to borrow her when I need her.
Well, you're welcome to it, but it's sad to see these, and I'm not saying that a single parent home cannot be successful. I have seen women raise amazing men and amazing women by themselves.
Yeah, it's functionality of the environment. It's functionality of the environment.
right,
And that
and
can
be
come from
well
anybody.
adjusted. Yes, it could be the man or the woman. It could be the mother or the father.
Yeah.
But you need at least one functional adult
It
in
helps.
that child's life.
It helps.
And some kids just don't have that. And these are the kids that are the most vulnerable in society. They're the ones that get abused mentally, physically, and emotionally.
I mean, and
And
this is
they
gonna sound
don't,
bad, but I've
yeah,
seen the end result of what you're talking about because I mean, Heather, you know that my grandparents died when mom and all them were real young.
yep,
And everybody was kind of left to fend for themselves. And one of my aunts went through all
yep,
of that.
yep,
And she's been through, abusive marriage and drug addiction and all of that stuff. And she's come out the other side of it, thankfully. But all of my grandparents dying and the immediate follow up was, one of those situations that just kind of led into it.
let's see. I'm reading Crusty Salty called you from a house. You're losing two loved ones and struggling, thinking of end it all. Absolutely not. She could call me and tell me she stubbed her toe and needed an emotional support moron, and I would drive the 3 hours to get to her. Period.
Well, here's the other half of that.
I mean, stop it. I don't. I am a firm believer in the blood of the covenant is stronger than the water of the womb.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like family is something. Don't get me wrong, my little family, I'll fight somebody over it. But your friends, the ones that you are close enough to call family, those are the ones that you pick. That's your tribe. They have chosen to be with you, and you have chosen to be with them. Because if you really think about it, and this is something I tell my little rattlesnake all the time, some people you can love, but you have to love them from a distance. And that's not true with your covenant.
Abby is asking that question because for the longest time, Shannon, who was in the chat that you kind of chatted to a little bit,
Yeah.
Foodie was a part of her covenant. And the situation that's being described here, you would be playing the role of Foodie, and I was playing the role of Shannon. That's why it's laid out the way that it is. This is something that she actually did to Shannon.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, this was its own live stream. It's deleted.
And then completely outed everything about why Shannon was in the hospital, which was nobody's business.
Yeah, if you're in the hospital, it's your call to say. That's that.
No. I'll be Abby,
content.
just to tell you, like, the relationship that this one and I have. She knew I was out of town when my dad woke up from emergency heart surgery, and I could not be there. We were away. And there's a long story behind that. But let's just say that he told us he was not going to the hospital unless we left. And that was because he just wanted to be left alone. And then he calls me when he wakes up, and to my surprise, I hear this one in his hospital room with him. There was no questions. There was no, do you mind? It was, I'm going to be there when Dad wakes up. Period. No, that's not how normal people react, and that's not how friends do friends. And I think, and I know this is going a little teetering off topic, but that's what makes being older and realizing that you don't need quantity, you need quality, starts to shine. And that's what I have with her.
I mean, I'm going to tell you, it didn't even take, I don't think it even took the dad situation to come around. I think I had already won all of y'all's. You all became the president of my fan club with Mom's car accident.
Yep.
But y'all we were already kind of bound together by that point anyway.
Yep. My mother said she knew she was going to be okay when she heard Heather. So it was just, it's a whole thing, and it takes a sick person to do what Foodie did, from what you guys have just explained to me.
Every time. Like,
and the part that she said where she had lost two people, one of the people that Shannon lost was her dad.
Oh,
yep.
About 2 weeks after Mom died, Heather.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And Shannon's mom called Foodie and begged her to go see her.
That's despicable.
Yeah.
I can only picture how that phone call went. Could you please go see Shannon? I'm waiting for a burger. And my wheelchair is kicking in. So,
and I mean, I'm going to tell you, and I've said this, and I know a lot of people online don't really jive with Shannon because of how abrasive she can be. But, the situation with Shannon losing her father is what prompted me to reach out to her. And she and I had a few conversations about losing a parent, and I explained to her what happened with Mom.
Yeah.
And I told her I completely understood what she was going through and the feelings she was having. And I let her know, I said, everything that you're feeling is okay. You don't ever let anybody make you feel otherwise. You are allowed to feel the way you feel. And we had our conversations, and she's actually the one that pushed me to start this channel.
Well,
good deal.
Awesome. That's absolutely awesome.
I had actually said to her, I said, I don't even know why I would bother. I'm like, I was like, nobody's going to want to watch that. And she said, I would. And to Shannon, I'm a total stranger to her. And the fact that she had such faith in me, not even having a clue who I am, says a lot about her.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other person she lost was her child.
Yeah. Like Shannon's fucking hardcore, but she's sincere, and like I like her a bunch.
Yes.
Personally, I like her a bunch. Like I also honestly do think that she is, unlike Foodie, doing what she says she is doing in regard to like personal
Yes.
self-advancement and all the other stuff. Like and
Even when it's hard.
Exactly. And this may sound utterly silly here. But like the thing that tells me the most is that when I go over to like watch a just Shannon, whether I'm in there alive or not, it's about her presence and stability of presence for me as to what's telling me like, yo, something's up or not. There's just, I don't know, the best way I could put it with her is her presence just seems to get more serene but solid as time goes on. I really can't put that any other way, but there's a certain it's solid here. It's more serene out here around her, and it's been growing steadily. So I honestly think she's practicing what she's preaching, and she's moving at her own pace. So like, I think she kicks ass when it comes down to it. So
you have to heal. There's a point where you have to heal, and if you choose not to, I'm a firm believer that the universe is going to force you to pick a side, pick a lane, and get in it.
Yeah.
You know, I remember that day, and I don't think we had spoke to each other and not willingly, not like, you know, ew, I'm not going to talk to her. But
it was
like
just we were riding our paths is what it was.
Right. And as adults, that's what you do. We're not in high school anymore. We have jobs.
We're not attached at the hip.
Right. And the first thing I did was reach out to you because I know how you are and say, look, I'm not going to jump all over you and smother you because, again, I know how you are, but you know where I'm at. Period.
Yeah.
And that was
always. I mean, even from the very beginning, I mean, you and I, we were very head buddy. And we have always been that way. We do have a tendency to kind of challenge each other. And I think that's part of how our dynamic is just laid out. But despite the fact that we challenge each other, we understand each other in a way that a lot of other people don't.
Right. It's an odd relationship.
Hey, as long as you get along and you're not jacking anyone up to do it, you're doing fine. No matter how you want to cut it, that's the easiest way, and you're all good.
And that's how it is. And that goes back to the whole, like, blood of the covenant, water of the womb thing. It's crazy. It's just crazy, but that's the way it should be. You know, I cannot imagine the situation that you guys and Abby laid out and not responding to it. I mean,
people, I know, like, I've said it plenty of times, you know, like I would bury a body for you. I ain't joking when I say that. I mean, I say it in a joking manner. But if it came down to it, fuck yeah, we done had that conversation.
Oh, we got plans, sister.
And I'm the person you go to if you need anyone killed. Joke.
For all
emails on my profile.
Purposes. I don't feel bad. I've made many a joke that I have a excavator and a commercial grade chipper shredder.
For yard work purposes only.
Yes.
We make professional grade compost.
And not only that, people sometimes pay them to clear out swamps. So you need that to clear out a swamp, not to get rid of a body or 5.
Yeah. Bet you didn't know there was a third option to burial and cremation.
YouTube, we're teasing.
Of course,
It's
it's all a
YouTube,
joke.
this is
YouTube.
all jokes. This is entertainment. Please do not flag me.
Take it out on me.
Asterisk.
Fuck it. Like, just I'll have a field day with this.
Asterisk.
Just do it.
We have morbid senses of humor.
I have to smile too. That's all it really comes down to. I have to smile.
But I in one hand, I want to feel bad for her, but in the other hand, you can't, because you do have to you have to be able to snap yourself out of it. The only person that can decide that you need the help is you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and
Period.
see, that's what Abby's talking about here. There was a situation with that whole crackhead thing where Foodie had told Shannon that the crackhead was abusing her. And it came down to it, and Shannon was trying to get Foodie to talk to her, so she was calling her. She was on live stream, and Foodie kept ignoring the call. So Shannon went into the chat and confronted her. And what ended up happening is Foodie outed some of Shannon's personal history, and then started talking about a bunch of issues of hers, and then blocked her. And that's when they parted ways.
Yeah.
Oh.
All because Shannon was trying to help her when she made it known to Shannon that she was being abused.
Because she was concerned.
Yeah.
Yes. And because Foodie was dick blind.
Again,
Wow.
I'm sure the
Wow.
speedy substances didn't help with the blindness.
Oh, no, probably not.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It made her incredibly nearsighted.
Or
telling
wang-sighted. Wang-sighted, but with tunnel vision. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
The devil's baby powder will do it every time.
Yeah. And there's multiple versions of it now, too. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
multiple versions.
No joke.
So, I mean,
I
Heather, I understood the perspective, and that where you were coming from on a lot of what you've said about the situation thus far. And because that was the same view of it that I had initially too. But as time has passed and I've seen more of it and gotten a clearer view of who Chantal especially is, the ability to sympathize with her wanes away.
Well, and I understand that too, because the current situation, and I'm 99% sure you know exactly what I'm talking about, has been blown up into something similar.
Mm-hmm.
And it is to the point where this person is now considered an adult, has never gotten the help that they need, was never allowed to get the help that they need.
Mm-hmm.
And since that person that person actually has a warrant out.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't know that.
No, I knew that.
Rattlesnake.
Little rattlesnake told me. Mm-hmm.
The little big mouth rattlesnake.
Trust me, there ain't much that she didn't tell me.
I'm going to tell you right now, we are incredibly blessed that she is who she is.
Mm-hmm.
Because if she wasn't as strong as she is, I don't know that she would have made it this far.
The Lord built her different.
In more ways than one, sister.
Mhm.
I'd say it would be the other way around, but yeah. Well, it's all free will growth and choices off of that. You do that yourself. That's my headspace on it. But yeah, no complaints on it. Just yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
you.
with the who we're speaking of, you're talking about somebody who has literally fought an uphill battle since the day they were born.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she is incredibly resilient,
Okay.
you know. And I've told her many, many times over, I said, there is something meant for you. Otherwise, you would not have gone through everything that you've gone through. You're being prepared for something.
Afterlife. That's my take on it too. Your life is a preparation for the afterlife. So yeah.
Well, this kid's gonna make a difference in people's lives.
And if it is
100%.
preparation for the afterlife, that one's going to be an archangel or something. She's a tough little bird.
Good deal. Good deal. Good deal.
But she growing up in the same household as the other situations, and then there are two smaller situations behind her that are suffering through the same thing. And it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to watch it. It's heartbreaking to make the phone calls to the necessary people who are supposed to be protecting these children. And they're just not doing it. And they know what's going on.
How our system runs right now.
It's a sad situation.
Our system also runs based on our humanity, exceptions, and allowances too.
Well, there is some biases involved too.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that.
Yes.
I mean, like the assumption that a mother is going to be obviously the better suited parent of two when they are the unstable parent of the pair.
People really need to start putting in mental evaluations as requirements.
Agreed.
Yes.
Or at least have them stressed more, because I know each state is different for that kind of stuff when it comes down to specifics and definitions and all that. There's got to be some uniform deal. Mental assessment, real one, like a real one.
Yes.
There's got to be.
Agreed.
There's got to be.
100% agree.
Yeah.
I agree with Travis too, and I agree with Inferno. A lot of this could be avoided if we did do, okay, you have court mandated reporters for a reason. If there's even a question of mental instability, don't just pull them into a room for 10 minutes, ask them 3 questions, and then be like, oh, well, you're fine.
Yeah.
And that's what happened in this particular one's case, because there was SA from a family member, not my family, and this kid took what he learned and applied it somewhere else.
This is not a role model.
And you're absolutely correct.
Yeah, this is not a role model.
After being warned multiple times that something's wrong, something is seriously wrong, all the red flags are there, and then being told basically to mind my own business. And I did. And what has happened is incredibly sad. And it's difficult to watch because even though you know that these people have been through things, it's still watching them do what is blatantly wrong and blatantly disrespectful. I mean, it goes back to, it's not a case of, well, you know, you probably shouldn't have stole that stick of gum from the corner store. This is where you're infringing on other people's bodies and doing things that are completely unacceptable, not just socially, but morally, emotionally, and it affects the people that you're doing this to mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. So now there's 2 lives that have been impacted, and it's sad.
And potentially more because of lash out factors, connections, and otherwise too. So there's a subsidiary level of affectation as well.
Yep, it is the definition of a generational curse. And at some point, someone has to take responsibility and say, I'm going to be the change. I'm going to be the one that stops this. I'm going to be the break in the chain. And that's exactly what our little rattlesnake's doing. She's going to be the first one to graduate high school.
Word.
With straight A's.
Double word.
While she's dealing with all this nonsense, plus, not to give too much away just in case, she's dealing with all this on top of being physically disabled.
See what I mean? And I know she's just built different.
I got it. However, there's also, I can't keep out the free will and understanding on aspects too. Like, you grow you. I mean, there's no other way I can kind of put that after a while. You grow you.
Yes.
So, like, I mean, that's a self thing for me. When it comes down to it, no matter what, like, that's coming from her, that's her, so on and so forth. So that's testament to being in oneself out of one's own life.
But you have to have that influence in your life to show you that it's possible.
You would just have to have the understanding that there's more than one way.
Yes.
That's really, I mean, whether it comes from an influence or not, I mean, everyone's different. So there's a matter of whether it comes from a direct influence or not is one thing. It's the realization thereof, and that can come at you in any way. So,
well,
like, that's the thing.
when I say that, like, she's built different, I mean, like, she has like a fighter spirit to her.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's fucking awesome.
She's one of those ones that it doesn't matter what swings her way. She's bobbing and weaving and fighting back against it. Doesn't matter what it is. And she's been that way as long as I can remember. She's a tough little bird, real tough.
Oh no, that's awesome. No, that is awesome. That is good. But no matter what, there's still a matter of person has to deal with putting themselves together. So it comes from them first.
Yeah.
If it's appealing to the upstairs or not, I mean, one way, shape, or form, it'll show out. But I can't not up the person as the highest. Not saying that they are the highest thing, but as the highest person out of the situation, they are, because they've managed to keep themselves on a rising level, even when most other people wouldn't. So that's pretty fucking badass. Yeah. That comes from them. That's like all from them, So. I just attribute it there first. That's all it really is. So.
Yeah, 100%. And it's tenacity from the get-go. But I mean, that's not to say that we're not going to get her therapy, because she's going to need it. You cannot grow up in a situation like that and not be affected by it.
Cognitive
Period.
behavioral therapy. All I'm saying, cognitive behavioral therapy.
Absolutely. And we are talking about someone who is already planning on being an advocate for kids like her.
Oh, good. Good.
So she has been a part of the system. She sees what's wrong with the system in more ways than one, and she wants to be that change.
The only thing to say, from what I'm aware of it being in my 40s on this, is what's going to really, really help is, other than having a psychology background in regard to stuff, making sure you have a decent sociology background as well. Because everything we're doing is dealing with subcultures and greater into a larger culture anyhow. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, just make sure you get some sociology down better than average, and she'll probably be fine. That's my thought.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we are right smack dab in the middle of two of the best colleges for that in the United States.
Oh, lovely.
So either way she decides to go.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, but that's awesome.
Yeah, she's 100% supported in that. But look at you smiling. You know you're proud of her.
Let me. Is one of them mom's alma mater?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'll tell you what needs to happen. When she puts in her paperwork, she needs to make it known that she's one of mom's family.
Okay.
Because I don't know if I don't know if I mentioned it to you. I've had conversations about it, but the school of nursing over there,
Yeah.
reached out to Dad and actually asked if they could set up a scholarship program in her name, because she precepted so many of their nurse practitioner students that they said that they would not have known what to do with everybody.
Oh, wow.
Now, I don't know if Dad ever followed through on it, because they approached him about it like 2 weeks after the fact. But I mean, despite everything, that legacy sticks around.
Well,
because nobody has stepped up and taken the mantle over on that.
I have no idea what exactly the route is we're going to go, but we do have several offers for scholarships already.
Nice.
Good.
Nice.
And she's guaranteed college anyway because of her specific condition. Like, if she can pull the grades off, they said, come on. So, she's ready to go. Actually, I'll give you the information, but she's getting one of them November the 4th. They're going to do like a big ceremony and blah.
Good.
So, yeah.
I don't see it. I don't know if Dad followed up on this. I'm gonna have to call them.
Well, it's and this goes back to what we were talking about at the very beginning of this. The whole mental state of the health crisis is truly where we need to start. Well,
Yes.
We have to reconstruct society to do that properly, because the way this is all working, going, and flowing is a lot of what's causing issue on people, and people are getting blamed for it when they're not in control of it.
Well, then you have the secondary part of it too. And I actually commented on this recently, and I know Heather saw the video that I put up on Facebook about the CMS is the controlling body for
Yes.
nurse staffing in nursing homes and other medical facilities. And they made the executive decision. Okay. And none of these people have medical training. I found out that they all work in finance, that LPNs are not effective in nursing home environments, and that only RNs could give an adequate level of care to nursing home patients. Here's
No.
the problem. When you walk into a nursing home, 90% of your nursing staff is LPNs. LPNs are trained to do pretty much the exact same thing an RN is trained to do, and they're wanting basically to do away with them. And I ain't gonna tell you no lie, I got hot under the collar, and I posted a Facebook video, and I'm like, if y'all want to see fuck around and find out, this is what it's fixing to start with right here.
Yep.
You cannot make these executive decisions when you have no knowledge of what's involved. I said, and then you make it more about the money than about the patient care. It has nothing to do with what license the nurse may have. It has to do with the fact that when a nurse goes into that nursing home, me as an example, I go in on a shift, I work nights. I can have upwards of 50 patients by myself. It stopped being about patient care a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's all about the money.
When we started seeing HMOs is where that started to go downhill.
Yep.
Yes, and that's part of what needs to change.
Yep.
I have spent more time in a 12-hour day documenting everything that I've done than actually putting my hands on a patient.
Damn.
In our 6-hour phone conversation the other day, we were talking about things like insulin. There is zero reason why anybody who has diabetes type 1 or 2 should have to pay $750 a vial and up for insulin. And that's how people die.
Oh, yeah, there is, because they're allowed to write their own bill for the year pretty much. Do you ever, because of the legislation to make it an industry as opposed to actual health care? As I said, that whole deal with Clinton and Gingrich, that's what caused that. There's no audits.
Well,
they just write their own bill.
There are, with the insulin, and I'm not telling people this, okay? If you take insulin and you cannot afford it, do not seek out pharmacies that give away insulin medications for animals, even though the insulin that's given out for animals is also the same insulin that people use. Do not seek that out.
Mm-hmm.
We process sugars the same way?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Wow. Okay, I had no idea. Wow. All right. That's a new one.
I actually knew that from
and a lot of people don't. But dear God, don't do that.
well, that's kind of like right up there with the antibiotic shortage, but you can't take fish antibiotics that you buy from the co-op.
Well, it's because those were formulated different. Antibiotics versus insulins are different things. Because the insulins like let's say your vet gives your cat or you give your cat at home, it is literally from the exact same vial, same brand, same manufacturer.
Oh yeah, we saw that when mom and dad's dog got pancreatitis and ended up
And
on
Inferno's over
insulin.
here with his mind blown.
This is just amazing because because here's the thing, that the whole deal of the insulin being a different deal than the other stuff makes sense because immune systems are immune systems. If you're dealing with bacterial crap, you're dealing with an immune system. That all works. The other side for me is just like, wow, how much general nutrients do we just have in common with everything else? If it's sugars or sugars, you know what I'm saying? Like that's where my head's going off with this. I'm putting it all together. So, my brain will do this. Libra rising, Libra moon. My brain will do this. So,
I have medications for my dog that are the same exact things that they were giving me. Literally, same milligrams, everything.
Wow.
Yeah. Even the pills look the same.
No, it's just really weird for the crossover because I mean, it's not like I can go get like a blood transfusion from a snake, like just.
Well, actually, believe it or not, you can get an organ from a pig.
I do know that.
Yep.
Pigs, orangutans, like they have been like share organs with other animals, but like it's the whole deal with the fluids and stuff. It's just like. I didn't expect that to work the same way because they live in this environment, eat this, and like do whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's like that kind of headspace with that. So,
fun fact:
many holy shits going off in my skull.
Heather, we are going to send Inferno down a rabbit hole after we get off of here. He's going to be like, I got to do some more research.
Yeah, possibly. I'm more likely to do that tomorrow. This shit's fascinating. I mean, it just turned tomorrow. It just turned tomorrow 5 minutes ago for me. So, like, I may do that after I wake up, but it probably will. So just keep that in mind. That's your fault.
Well,
sorry.
Here's
your.
You're fine. Here's your. It just turned 3:05 for me. So.
It's early. Okay.
2:05 here.
Still early.
Here's your fun fact from World War II: is the water from young green coconuts was often used as a replacement for blood plasma.
Oh, they could do that with coconuts. Okay. 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 That kind of makes sense. That was
totally a thing. But back to my.
Go ahead. I got one for him. Civil War era.
Yes.
To prevent wound infection, they would place wounded soldiers along the roadside and have other soldiers urinate on the wounds.
Oh yeah, no, because of it's sterile, urine sterile.
Yep, and it's acidic, so it kills bacteria.
Well, you got to work on the acidity.
And I know everybody out there's going, "Oh my God, this just went off into left field." But
it's just some pee.
Crazy.
Everyone laugh.
It's just urine and
medicinal urine, so it's okay.
And fun fact, it mostly applies to men. If you pee on your feet when you have athlete's foot,
I do know this. Kills it kills off. Yeah, that I do know. Yep. Not just because I'm a guy, it's because I heard it. So
a lot of people don't know that, and people are grossed out by it, but our bodies are capable of doing all kind of crazy stuff.
Yeah, the ammonias don't allow for the life support of the fungus that would grow for athletes' feet, so they cancel each other out. Yeah.
Well, Roy didn't believe me the other night. There was a question on one of the game shows that was just on for noise. And it was talking about, what was it? It was, this guy was making venison moonshine.
Out of venison?
Yes.
Okay, keep going.
They kept asking him. It's a show called Snake Oil. David Spade hosted.
Yeah, surprisingly, this is something Cobra would do. As soon as I heard snake oil, like venison turning moonshine, I'm thinking Cobra, right? Then all of a sudden it goes into snake oil. Yeah, done, solved.
Yeah,
got it.
Well, this is true. They used to use. There's a gland in beavers in their anus that used to be used for artificial vanilla flavoring.
I heard about that. I was creeped out as fuck because I like vanilla flavoring.
Yep. Yep.
So,
then,
as a natural recourse of this, I immediately got into beaver sodomy. It was not the same thing. I was shocked. And there is also a web page for that. I'll discuss that later. So
there is that is not a replacement.
I thought you were more a proponent of sea sponges these days.
Well, I'm an American, so whatever sells as sex on the internet is okay because that's what Jesus died for, along with oil. If I've learned anything,
disclaimer.
So yeah,
this is not a replacement for your Glade plug-in.
I am also not technically a religious source when I say that, so don't listen to it. So all right.
But anyway, I digress. Back to the $750 for insulin. Why is it $750 for a vial of insulin that is literally going to save someone's life, but yet these 80-year-old men can go around popping boner pills for $5 a pop?
Oh, because they didn't do anything to update the procedure as part of it. A lot of our supply and demand across the board is about, and why we have billing the way we have too, is because we're not updating things. In some cases, we're regulating down, so we don't have to pay to upkeep it. Medical industry would be just the same, considering the fact that they get the same cover that a lobbyist would when it comes to the government. And ultimately speaking, they're a very, very, very high two-pronged crown for where money goes to. You have not only the medical industry itself, but there's also medical insurance. So,
but somewhere, somebody sitting in a corporate boardroom, which I'm sure is why it's still happening, has to be saying, it's probably a bad idea to feed these 80-year-old men boner pills.
Well, here's the difference. Like, if you want to get like a cut and dry assessment of why they'll pay for the boner pills versus the insulin and why one is more jacked up.
It's
Number
boners.
one, them 80-year-old men can stop taking the boner pill and they'll continue to live with or without it. So there's no need to try to jack the price up on it. Whereas your insulins are life sustaining. They can't not pay it.
You're right, but do you see it in it? Oh, okay.
It falls under Reaganomics. Like, that's the basic of it. The more we need it is the higher we're going to be exploited and the charge is going to be jacked around. It's Reaganomics.
Well, that's like cancer drugs. We were just talking about cancer drugs, me and you, the other night.
Mm-hmm.
Cancer is one of the most, if not the most, ridiculously expensive diseases to treat. And I use the word treat loosely. The things that are given are like, well, this is either going to work or it's not. It's a guessing game. And there's a reason as to why childhood cancers are more treatable than adult cancers. Because, people are putting money into the kids, and there's a lot more money into treating the kids. But when I've just sat and watched my 36-year-old cousin, mother of 3, fight a 4-year battle with colon cancer like a boss. I mean, and she was a lioness, period. And finally say, I can't do this anymore. And then when she passed, her family And once again, this is the single mother who was still working through all this as much as she possibly could. The father left as soon as they found out that she had stage 3 colon cancer. Just took off and left, says, I don't want to be responsible for this. I can't deal with this. And left her. Yeah. Class act guy. She fought so hard. And there was so much money. And it's not just the medications. It's the logistics. It's the child care. It's the days that she can't get up and go to work. They had her on what is lovingly referred to as the Red Devil, and that was hurting her more than the cancer was. When you have to go through a chemotherapy treatment and you need 2 weeks to recover from that therapy treatment just to go have another one done,
I mean, to surmise it, as much as I hate to say it, chemo is basically just poison.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
With the, here, take this, we hope it works, kind of a thing. And as the cost factor on it makes perfect sense. If it comes down to it, how much would you pay to possibly keep yourself alive? They know the level of desperation for a lot of people.
But they had that laser. Okay, this is forever ago, and this is still during the Clinton administration. This is like the second, somewhere around the end of the second half of the Clinton administration. They developed, and this was on talk shows for a part of a year. They basically had developed a laser cannon thing, well, not a cannon thing, but a laser thing that would basically be able to target a cancerous cyst or tumor or any kind of shit like that and zap the fuck out of it. The only place I know that ended up getting anything along those lines of that was one of the cancer treatment center areas, and I believe it was the one in Chicago that did. Now, what makes me the most curious on all this, / also fucks me up about the most all this, is that this thing suddenly disappears. It's floating around and it suddenly disappears. And basically, for the most part, everything starts kicking up more with treatment methods, not cures, when it comes to mission statements for stuff. Things are even rewriting crap to state mission statement, not cure anymore. So when you see that coming in, and then, you have other shit happen, like we're fighting for stem cell stuff, blah, 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 blah. Everything's great. It's all of a sudden Obama gets to office, it's clear. And then poof, we no longer have stem cells, just disappear from everything. Yep. You see what starts to happen. When anything actually comes up that would make sense or actually be a functional deterrent outside of an old, already used and or abused, potentially manipulated way, it disappears or it only turns into what I usually like to refer to as, here's medicine for the wealthy and here's medicine for everybody else.
Yep.
That seems to be what basically mostly is going on in regard to cancer in itself. And it's fucked. It's fucked because everyone is affected by this.
Yep. You're absolutely right. And the same thing goes with the whole, and I'm not trying to stir up a pot of worms here. I'm really not.
I'll do it for you. Just start off and I'll go. You're good.
COVID.
Oh, great time.
Okay.
Loved it. Yeah, I got you.
Time out.
I got you. Yeah.
Time out. No use of the big C word.
All
if you're
right.
going to talk, if you're going to talk about it, we're going to call it the coof.
Oh, I was going to say 19 because I already know about the whole deal.
The coof is I try to stay away from anything resembling the big C word.
Okay.
If you're going to talk about this stuff, then the jab, the prick.
No.
I wasn't thinking about it.
YouTube is hella sensitive on the code wording, on the hard wording. So
needlessly. I don't believe it. I don't believe in Disneying myself. This is the same thing in my head.
No,
So,
you're
yeah.
you're not wrong, and out of respect, I will pass because there are 100 million other things that could be related to, you know, and there was a crisis in the early 80s
Mm-hmm.
with a particular disease that is now apparently and wonderfully, might I add,
Treatable.
under control.
Treatable, not cured.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, yeah. So, and
Well,
that's
we've got it
fantastic.
progressed to the point now where people's viral loads are so low that they're non-detectable.
Yeah, but are
And
they still
that's
would they still be communicable?
Fascinating. And if their viral load is so insufficient that it's not readable, then from what I understand, no.
Okay, cool. Because I didn't hear anything in regard to that yet. All I knew is that it was enough in the system to keep it in a perpetual state of remission as long as you keep the cocktail going.
Mm-hmm.
That also doesn't mean that it couldn't still not be communicable. It just means it's not turning into like the full-blown version in your system.
Well, I
just
mean, with the viral load being what it is, there has to be a sufficient enough of it in the bloodstream for it to be communicable to others.
Okay.
That's part of the reason why, like, you have those prep drugs where you can take the medications before you interact with someone who has it.
Yeah.
Which kind of counteracts any exposure.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
which brings me to a question about dirt.
Dirt.
It probably doesn't carry the 1980s thing very well.
Literally dirt. We have become a society that is like, ew, I'm not going to put my child on the ground outside. We're not going outside. Get up off the grass. Blah, blah, blah. We're not going to the playground because it's gross. Let me Lysol everything. Do you feel like that has had an impact on our immune system?
Yes.
It must have. However, the thing is it's been moving up and down in trends. That's the other side of it.
I'll tell you why I say that. Heather, you know my other brother's kids.
Yes.
Now, kid number one, who spent most of her time with me,
right,
went out, got in the dirt, we ran around the yard, we got into everything. The child has got an amazing cast iron immune system.
Yes.
Child number two, who mama has claimed the miracle baby, literally wouldn't let her do none of that shit. And every single time she got a runny nose, she was running to mom saying she needs antibiotics. Mom said to her, no, just have her swallow her snot. She'll be fine. And that child's immune system, she is so systemically sensitive to everything, food, allergens, you name it.
Yep. And I thought that was going to be your answer. See, when we were kids, I was locked out of the house. Go find something to do. Go play in the dirt. Go play in the mud. Go play in the horse pasture.
Until the sun starts to set.
Yeah.
Damn those boomers.
Exactly.
Well, no, I mean literally the baby boomers, just to be clear on that. I hate the whole deal with referring to Gen X as boomers. I think it's ridiculous and it shows not education because we're not the generation that fucked everything up.
No.
We're actually cut in half because of their fuck ups.
I mean, crazy as it sounds, a lot of people don't seem to understand that we were kind of left to our own devices and we sort of raised ourselves.
A lot of the time.
Oh, yeah.
You know? That's part of the reason why we're
vastly different now for us when we're growing in the formative years as opposed to like later too. Vastly.
Oh yeah. And that's
I
and
mean,
I've said it a few times, like when I have had my shit to say about various creators, I was like, first off, you don't want this smoke. You're too fucking young. You don't know me. This era, we are not designed to be the bigger person.
Hell
If
yeah.
you want to roll there, we can go there all day long, but you're gonna walk away with your fifis hurt.
you're
And I will not
gonna
apologize for it.
no.
You don't necessarily have, given situations, generally you don't have to. That's the thing. If they're already playing the pull the call to challenge and you take it, you don't have to. That's the thing.
You know, when I knew we were in trouble was when they started having anxiety dogs and emotional stress animals at universities because, oh my goodness, it's time to take your midterms. If you're getting anxious, go to the library and pet a doggy. What?
Well, I like
Are-
animals.
I
I mean,
animals more
like,
than most people.
I have no problem with the dog, but
oh, like different
as
animals. Like say if we had like a squid to pet.
I'd pet it.
Ugh.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. Like if I had a petting squid, I'd be down. That's cool.
Like I'm good with that. But why would you let's say that you're going to a university of higher education to be a
A leader.
doctor and you felt all of a sudden that you were so anxious to sit down and take a test, you had to divert yourself to, butt face hall to go pet a dog for 15 minutes. Really? I'm not sure I want you cutting on my spleen.
Right. How are you going to handle surgery?
I don't
Right.
know if I would say the same thing if the person's still a doctor 20 years later. They made through it and went through it to being a doctor 20 years later. Everyone's got a different deal
That's
with
a good
hurdles
point.
and stuff. So
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if I can necessarily bank it off that. Although I hear you. I get you. Like there's a certain level to it of just like you expect them to be a little more nerves of steel going in. But
Yes.
there's also a matter of people also grow into nerves of steel too. So I got to play that out a little more situationally. Just personally, I'd have to.
I mean,
Well, I
I
think
totally see what you're saying. Though, so
Yeah.
to play the devil's advocate here, more of what Heather is saying is that, like, with it, she's talking about the newer generations.
I would still leave I would still leave at least that as a shell of my answer. At least that's the outer side of it. I would still.
No, I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
And I mean,
Okay.
and I see kind of from her perspective because here I am and I'm 25 years in nursing and I have brand new baby nurses, and I mean true babies, year less, give or take. And we get called everything but the daughter of Christ by our patients. We get spit on, we get hit, we get kicked. And I am seeing baby nurses go into a full-on emotional breakdown because they've been called an ugly name. And it's like, you can't take it personal
No.
because this person is obviously not right. You've got to separate your feelings from their actions because what they're saying has nothing to do with you.
Mm.
And they have a difficulty with that divide.
Yeah.
Which also takes time to also understand as well, especially if they're not used to it. So yeah,
Well,
it makes sense that would fuck with somebody, especially if they're not like in an environment where that would happen or they would necessarily expect it.
yes.
Well,
That's a
I
life
can tell
changer.
you I can tell you this as somebody who's worked in every environment from the hospital to the prison system and everywhere
Wow,
in
okay.
between.
Wow.
There are not many environments where you are not going to have that happen to you.
Okay.
I have been physically assaulted. I've had people spit in my face. I've had people verbally abuse me. I've had my life threatened. I've had, you name it, it has probably happened. And I am at it so long that, and I understand that the way the nursing system is designed, the older nurses kind of eat the young because they
Okay.
expect too much of them right off the jump. And instead of guiding them, they nitpick them. And I went through that too. Every generation of nurses does that to the youngest of the bunch. And because I have never been a fan of people who bully others, I make it my goal to reach out to them, and I let them know this is not personal. This is not personal for that person. If it was not you standing there, it would have been whoever was standing in your place, whether it be me or the next shift's nurse or an agency nurse. It doesn't matter. You are simply the body that pulled the short straw. That's just unfortunately the way it goes.
Yep.
Whether or not you wear it on your sleeve out of that room is your choice. And whether or not you let it affect how you provide your care is also your decision. I have only actually negatively reacted to having somebody do me any kind of way one time out of the last 25 years.
Yep.
Word.
And it was immediately following my mother dying. And
Explainable.
the guy involved drugged my mother into it, knowing that she had died.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. And I turned and walked away from him, and I refused to go back in his room again. That's the only time I've ever done that.
I think that's fair on everyone's part that you wouldn't have to. Like, I mean, you know, like, I would think that would be very fair to level it down that, like, yo, you don't have to go in there.
Well, and I went to my direct boss and I said, look, I hope you got somebody else to go in there, because if I go back in there, I'm going to knock that motherfucker in his teeth.
Yep.
And I did not go back in that room the rest of the night, and did not ever go back in there again, because the next morning I turned in my notice and I took like a 3-month-long break.
Yep.
Nice.
Because I went
Nice.
back to work too soon.
Yes.
You did.
Yes.
100%.
I mean, people
From what you just
calling me a
explained,
bitch.
yes.
I mean, people calling me a bitch and patients beating me up, that's an unfortunate side effect of what we do. The issue is that we don't have the same level of protections that a lot of the other medical services do. If you were to beat up a paramedic, your ass is going to jail. If you beat up a nurse, what happens is the management comes to me and asks me what I did for you to beat me up.
Okay, weird question here, but are hospitals camera rigged up? Do you even have to do that anymore if they are?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, like, is a hospital rigged to monitor like patients and stuff, hallways and stuff? Like, aren't there cameras set up in like corridors and things that they could basically like just look at?
Hallways, yes. Patient rooms, no.
Okay.
And a lot of times you're going to be dealing with assault problems in patient rooms.
That's what I would think.
They can't put cameras in those rooms because of privacy violations.
Yeah. All right. Because I figure they may have them only because of the drapery that surrounds the bed thing. If you really want your privacy or whatever, so on and so forth, you just put that around. Otherwise, like, you know, keep the eye on.
Well, if you're dealing with like emergency rooms and stuff like that, there are some that have those bays set up that way with just a curtain.
Okay.
But even with that sort of circumstance, I've heard of nurses being physically attacked and yelling for help from people and nobody responding.
Oh my.
Yep.
Oh my.
Yeah. There's been a few cases that have been documented that nurses were so drastically physically harmed that they actually couldn't work again.
Yep.
And the patient was never charged.
Yep.
Was this outside of a psychiatric environment too?
It was an emergency room.
So technically, okay. Because the only thing I could think is, well, if this is where it happens, say in a state psychiatric hospital, for example, I would think that would be a little bit different, only because
Well, the upswing of I happen to have a little bit of knowledge on that front because I have family members that spent a lot of time at one of the nearby mental hospitals. A lot of them actually have armed security staff in the building that are in the patient care areas, because especially like in your higher violent areas, they tend to house a lot of those guys together, or the ones that are violent criminals that are there for assessment. If there's any issue, the security staff interacts with that person versus the nursing staff. Whereas your hospitals, with your hospitals, your nursing homes, it's a lot less likely.
Okay. That makes a bunch of sense. All right.
And, you know, to add to that, I deal with a lot of that too.
I will also be right back.
All right. But, you know, and you've been there and you've seen some of the crazy that I've had to deal with. And a lot of it is like, oh gosh, some of it is I'm a man and I'm not going to listen to you. And some of it is I want to speak to the owner now syndrome.
Yeah.
Some of it is you're dealing, and this is something that I fight for every time I go to a PWOF meeting in Orlando, is we deal, and we talked about this too, we deal with a lot of the stuff that you guys deal with, but we're on scene. So we're there as it happens. We have the family members with us, and whenever something traumatic happens, they a lot of times don't know what they're doing.
Their anger needs an outlet, and unfortunately, it doesn't matter who it is.
You're absolutely right. And sometimes you just have to, I mean, by all means, still protect yourself.
Yes. And I mean, like one of the girls that I most recently became friends with over here, she's a brand new baby nurse, and she and I worked together for a little while right after I got here. And she's a nice girl. She's going to be a great nurse. She needs time and she needs guidance. Unfortunately, we're not working together anymore just because of the way circumstances played, but we're still friends. And she'll call me sometimes and she's like, oh my God, I don't know what to do. He's calling me the N-word. She is a melanated young lady. So thus the choice of vernacular. And I told her, I said, do not let him steal your Jesus, young lady.
No.
I said, you go in there. I mean, because she has to tell somebody no. That's a big part of what brings the behavior out of people, is when we tell them, no, I can't do that. People have that angry response. And I've told her, I said, what you do is you go in there and you tell him, there is nothing that you can say. There will be nothing that you can do. There will be no one that you can talk to that is going to change this until the time is appropriate that I can give you this or do this for you. It cannot be done.
Yes.
I said, and it doesn't matter what he says or what he does. You turn around and you walk your little happy tail out of the room. I said, and you separate yourself from them. Let them sit with their anger.
And there is a lot of that. And especially with like dealing with, I hate dealing with traumatic incidents roadside, because now it's you with the family, with the law enforcement, and Leos are going to come out. They're going to hear voices. They're going to run over. They're automatically going to, run, especially nowadays. They're going to start going into uber protection mode, which is great. But sometimes these people don't need. I've one time, I think, I've needed to truly be protected. And it happened, and then I got an apology afterward. But this is from somebody who had just lost 2 of their family members in an accident. And it was roadside, and he was trying to get back into the vehicle, and his family members were still there. And it was the big deal with us is once we're there, and once ambulance and everybody does their business, we are in control of the scene from that point, because we have to safely manage all that.
Mhm. Yeah.
And they get angry with you, and they want to take pictures, or they want to be in the vehicle, or they want to be on the side. No, you can't do that. But no, it's not. I mean, I know you deal with a lot of dementia, and like I told you the other night, mad respect, because I went through that with my granddad, and honestly, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Dementia is hell. But in working with, especially, and I don't know if it's an especially in the South thing, but in my line of work, it is a male dominated industry.
Yes.
So if I stand up and say, no, you're not, and they come back with, yeah, I am, what are you going to do about it? The beauty of having your own business is anything I want to do about it is the answer. So how do you want to do this? And there's been many a times I've cut somebody off and said, look, I'm going to walk out this door, and I'm going to breathe for a second. And when I come back in, you decide how we're going to act, because we're not doing this. But no, it's a whole nother level of disrespect. And I feel like that has grown. Like,
Oh yeah, people's inability to relate to each other and to utilize some generalized common sense and civility. It's taken a nosedive. It is circling the drain at this point.
You're absolutely right. Everybody jokes about the Karens, but they're real and they exist.
Oh yeah.
And you're not going to walk into my office and tell me what I'm going to do and how I'm going to do it and when I'm going to do it and where I'm going to do it. This is what it is. This is how it's going to be. I'm not the one who got busted, drinking and driving, or with a car full of weed, or whatever that is.
It's probably a good thing that I never did any work with y'all, because I already know what my response would have been. I'm sorry. Does it say crazy bitch towing on the outside of this building?
Yeah, exactly.
No, exactly. I don't think so, which means you're muted.
I have been called.
That would be fun. You should go with it.
Oh, you have no ideas. I had a woman call me one time at 2:00 in the morning. She had a rental car, and I don't know if you've ever read the fine print on a rental car agreement. if you are not specifically named and specifically insured on that car, you have no business driving it. I don't have to return it to you. And a matter of fact, if you get arrested and that car gets impounded, I still don't have to return it to you. So I had one come in and threaten me, and then she left, and that was fine. But then she calls me back at 2 in the morning and says, I want my stuff. Okay, I can let you do that. And she says, well, I'm going to get my car too. And I said, no, we've already had this discussion. You're not getting the car. And her exact words to me were, F you, I'm going to get my effing car, or I'm going to cut you, you stupid bitch.
Shanae was really polite.
Yeah, she was really nice.
No, I said Shanae. No, I'm talking about someone very specific, but I'm totally picturing this conversation happening from her. And it's
she's not familiar with Shanae.
Oh, okay. Then disregard I said that. Salty, totally pay attention. Covered. All right.
Heather, just real quick, Shanae is a woman that was on 600 Pound Life.
Oh.
Who failed, who flunked out.
Oh.
Dr. Now dropped her on her head. She is also now on YouTube, and she is just like Foodie and ALR in her behavior. And she has recently had a 3-month premature baby who she has actually videoed and broadcasted child endangerment for.
Yep. Multiple times. Multiple times.
That's sick.
It's not like this is like one accident here.
And doesn't care about the kid. She's using the kid as, y'all just jealous that I got a sexy baby.
Oh, okay.
We are not the right audience to agree to that either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not weird at all.
But that comment about I'll cut you, that would be some sort of
threat she made to keep her car, because she's also had car scams and done a whole bunch of yucky shit before the baby thing even happened.
Well, and this is why I said, okay, I'll meet you up there. So when I get up there to let her in the gate, she comes storming out the car, beating on her head, and pulls something out of, I don't know what she pulled out of her hair. I'm assuming it was a razor blade. But she backed up real quick when she saw Koa come out the window of the truck. Little did she know Koa would, not hurt a fly, but he was quite big enough to scare the hell out of somebody. And she got back in. And I told the guy then she got in and some random dude got out, and I turned around and he saw my super fancy side hanging long belt buckle. If you catch my drift. And he was like, whoa, I'm not here to start nothing. I'm just here to help her get her things. And I was like, dude, I don't have anything against her. This is literally my job. I'm not trying to start nothing. I'm not the one that arrested her. I'm just doing what the state has told me to do. And he says, I totally understand that. And if you can keep her under control, we can do this. Otherwise, she's going to have to go. And the whole time she's in there banging on the window, screaming through the door. But why? What did that accomplish?
Nothing.
Right, exactly.
Is a really bad
Exactly
attempt to
nothing.
force control in the situation to exert one's will in order to attain a physical thing as a highest good.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
realistically, it's a method of intimidation that's obviously worked on other people previously, and so they revert back to it. It's kind of like the whole "I want to talk to your boss, I want to talk to your manager, I want to talk to the
lay
owner"
down.
bullshit. And my all-time favorite thing is like when the ones that I interact with do that shit. I want to talk to the charge nurse, and I said, and I'll just turn around in a circle and say, "Can I help you?"
Oh yeah, I get them all the
Because
time that walk. Yeah,
because I am the head bitch in charge in that building when I'm on shift. Nobody in them buildings have more time than me, so it does automatically fall to me. So I was like, and then I flip back around. I'm like, I've consulted the charge nurse, and the charge nurse says no.
oh yeah, I've
I'm a
had them.
sarcastic dick. I can't help myself.
Start doing
I
that with
have-
hand puppets. That's going to be really fun.
I've done that. It pisses them off. I've also got a
Draw me
big.
some lips.
That's what I'm saying. Just one hand puppet would make all the difference for your day. All right. Not
Oh.
probably theirs too, but better yours. That's right.
I've got a sock puppet in my drawer at work, literally. I've had them come in and they'll walk into my lobby and I'll say, "Hi, what can I do for you?" Well, I need to speak to the man in charge, not a secretary on a power trip. And then they'll turn around and walk into my bay and find one of my employees, and I'll watch their face drop because I can't hear what's being said, but I know they're saying, "Well, was that the HR dolphin? Did you just pull the HR dolphin out,
all right.
Inferno?"
This is a shark. That's a shark puppet. And this is the most creepiest puppet. I've gotten so many complaints about this thing that it just bothers people. I call him Smack. He's supposed to be like a remix of a punch marionette in a Jack in the Box.
That's the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Isn't it? So yeah,
when-
like I love this thing. This is like one of my favorite things ever.
Yeah.
It's fucking
but
creepy. That's why.
my guys will turn around and say, "You need to go talk to the boss." And they're like, "Well, where's he at?" And then they'll point at me and I'll be standing in the window smiling and waving. That really pisses them off. But it is what it is. It is what it is. No, I truly thought that was like Pam's HR dolphin from Archer.
No, it's a shark. It's a
I
shark.
need HR.
I've got the cobra. That's a stuffed animal. The Smack and the shark. So
And
I just have a robot someplace too.
The wild thing about all that, when we were talking about like violence in the institutional medical facilities and stuff, as crazy as it may sound, the least likely place that I would encounter any sort of physical violence is a jail or a prison.
Oh yeah.
Good. I'm glad. Good.
Amazingly enough, the general public is more of a danger to me than any inmate is or will ever be.
Absolutely.
They're the ones that talk a lot of shit. But even I've had sergeants, like the last sergeant that I worked with was 6'5". He was 280 pounds. He was the nicest guy, but I would dare not ever cross him or make him angry because he could hurt somebody easily. Yeah. And me and him finally come to an understanding, after he worked with me a little, for a little while. And guys would walk up to this window and they would talk shit at me and they would threaten me. And he would just stand there and smile at me because he said, "I know that I don't have to worry about you." He says, "Number one, you're going to talk to these guys in such a way that it makes them feel so stupid that they're going to be embarrassed and they're going to walk away of their own accord."
Yep.
He said, And if and should it ever escalate to the point where you need me, he said, I already know that if they get through that window, he says, you're going to get a couple of licks in before I can even get my hands on them.
Mm-hmm.
But general public, I have no backup. It's me and that singular person in that bed, and whatever goes, goes.
Yeah.
You know?
And
And a lot of people seem to think it's the other way around. Like the prisoners are going to do me more harm than some Joe Schmo walking into the hospital, which is not the case.
but see, here's my problem with where we are right now as a people. The corporate entities, let's just take the Dollar General, for example. You're paid minimum wage or slightly above, and you're expected to take major abuse from the customers for minimum wage. And I know you pick one or the other. You can pay me enough to take anything, or you can pay me what you're paying me, and it's gonna be purge life. Like, I will return this feral gremlin energy that I am given, but it's not going to be both.
Well,
like
I'm kind of at a place now where I'm on a fine line between the two.
Yeah.
Because of the changes that I've made. And now
Yeah.
that I work strictly with agency, I decide when I work, where I work, and I am paid more than adequately for that. I make almost twice what the staff nurses make. And I go in there with the full knowledge that if I don't want to deal with the shit, then I don't have to. I can walk out of there at the end of the shift and never go back in that building again.
But that's
an entirely different ballgame.
But that makes you look at your job differently.
Oh yeah.
You can go in and know that you can protect yourself mentally, emotionally, and physically.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you don't want to go back, and why would you want to go back if they're accepting of you as an employee being abused? Because I'm here to tell you, as a private business owner, number one, skilled employees are hard to find.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
But they don't see it that way with nurses because there are so many. You know, even though they say there's a staff shortage, there's plenty of nurses running around. They're just not working bedside. They are like, fuck it, I'll sit at home. I'll go work at Home Depot. I don't give a shit.
Yep. And I will not, and that's the first thing I tell any of my employees. If you feel at any point you are being disrespectful or disrespected, come get me, because I will handle it. And I'm not making excuses. We do have, in our particular line of work, some of these guys are fairly weathered and crusty and have a tendency to just open their mouth and pure shit falls out. And they don't mean anything by it. But there are some who are there just to be abusive to the staff. And there's a big difference. And I will absolutely not tolerate anybody being abusive to my staff. Not gonna do it. I've fired customers for stupid shit. It's just not worth putting up with. I can find another customer. I can't find somebody to replace the employee that you're berating.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you, like, God's honest truth. I mean, I'm at a point where, I mean, I've had a pretty drastic shift in perspective. I mean, you know this. Me and you've talked about it at great length. I mean, I refuse to dedicate energy like that to people to allow myself to get caught up.
Yeah.
I mean, once upon a time, and you know the time frame I'm talking about, I was a full-time employee. I went to work every day. I did way the fuck more than I should have done and been asked to do. But I'm not willing to do any of that anymore. I am making myself the priority in all things from henceforth in relation to me, because I'm selling my time to other people.
Yep. And everybody
I'm doing a lot of what I'm doing.
Well, everybody gets burnout. You and I had this discussion. The burnout that I'm went through or going through or have is a combination of work and personal, and when you work with your personal life, you can't leave it at home or you can't leave it at work.
Yeah.
It follows you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I think this whole destruction by hurricane thing, maybe the good Lord's way is saying it's time.
Well, I told you what I told you what I said. The Lord was like, "Heifer, sit down."
And I think that's what it is. I know the Hubs was getting mad at me because I was showing up at like between 9 and 9:30 instead of 8 o'clock on the dot. But the truth of the matter is, number one, I'll get there when I get there. Period. But number two, it was so hard mentally to get out of bed and get moving in the morning. And that contributed. Yeah. It contributed so much to my mental distress, on top of all the deaths in the family and dealing with the trauma of watching Dad pass away in front of me like he did, and then coming back, which was super weird, as we've discussed.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just a whole lot of things. We were selling the house and dealing with kids and dealing with dogs, and I think in that, oh yeah, well, in a 4-year time period, we lost both of my grandparents. We lost Brandy. We lost 2 horses, 2 dogs, and which may not seem like much to most people, but you know how I am with my animals. They're my kids.
Yeah.
And then dealing with everything going on with the actual kids and moving, and where does it stop?
It doesn't. It all just happens at individual times per individual event. Just to put it at
No.
you.
It all happened at once. It was like stuffed into a cannon and fired.
Well, no, I
It was
know, but
horrible.
each individual thing happened in its own individual time. It happened to all coalesce at once.
It you're right. It
Yeah,
did
yeah.
in its own way, but it doesn't happen in, I guess, nothing in life like that. Nothing traumatic ever happens at a convenient time.
No,
So
it does not.
by the time one thing happens, you can't mentally deal with it so you can move on to the next thing.
Right.
Yeah.
And they were just all kind of like overlapping. So you didn't get a
Oh.
moment to like,
Yeah.
Instead of getting a grenade, you got carpet bombed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
150%.
Easiest way I could put it from what you just said. So
150%. You know,
Yeah.
with everything, and then my dad had a bunch of stuff happen, and it was just it was crazy as life could. I mean, I'm sure it could get crazier, but you know, where do you start? And this is why I'm so open about mental health, and I'm such a huge proponent of mental health, because I know where I was and I know where I've been.
and I mean, you asked that question, you know, what do I do next? You take a breath.
Yeah, chill. You're
You
allowed
take a
to.
step. You know, you take a breath, you take a step, whatever you need to do, but a little bit at the time. You're not going to fix or handle or take on or tackle everything. It's just not humanly possible, you know.
No, and you're right, and that's a hard lesson to learn, especially when like you've been through the ringer too, and you and I kind of fall into the same place. Like, everybody else has to grieve, so we have to watch them and make sure everybody else is okay before we can worry about ourselves.
I mean, Inferno, that's kind of a complicated sort of scenario.
No. I get what you're saying. For I've had my own life too. Like, so I get, like, I could piece in the things in a general construct here. So I've got like my patchwork quilt version of this.
Yeah.
So I'm hearing you. You're good. I promise. You're good. I'm filling in the blanks and filling in the blanks with relational sources on my own end to put together a general picture. I don't need a literal picture. You're good.
I mean, realistically, I don't know you well enough to know if you're like that strong personality type where people are like, oh, he's fine. He can handle this.
It depends. I've basically been said I look stone on the outside a lot of the time. I keep a straight face unless I'm talking. So I get the whole deal of, oh, fuck, you look like a serial killer. My police record's also entirely clean, just to put that one at you too. But like, when it comes down to it, like, no, like, I've had a whole fucking shitload of whack ass trauma here and there. It was mostly mental and emotional shit when it comes down to it. But I mean, I could fill in spaces pretty easy with just stuff and things. That's I mean, it's not a problem for me to get from here to there with general, like, vague statements in order to still have something to say at the end. I can do it somehow. I just need to take a little longer because I'm putting it together myself. That's all. But
mostly with for the other folks that may not have that skill set. You know, a lot of what she's talking about is that, you know, with everything that goes on, you have personalities like me and her.
Yeah.
And we're so used to being so capable and dealing with things and all that people kind of forget that
you're a human, you have feelings, you're outside of duty right now. Yeah. I got it.
And people are just like, oh, they're fine. They'll be fine. And we're over here like, we're not fucking fine, you know?
Yeah.
So,
I've had a lot of points in my life where I've had to handle that by myself, and I've been able to without, like, you know, putting myself in jail. or getting a hardcore
Right.
narcotic issue. So like, I mean, there's a level, I get what you're saying. As I'm saying, like I'm getting it from, I could put it together off the vagaries enough to make a structured picture enough to respond back without sounding like a total fucking idiot, but I can't get at the literals without knowing the literals, and I don't need to know the literals.
But the funny, and then and then you know too, because you've had some similarity in that front, but in that being left to our own devices and to sort things out and to deal with them on our own, we develop like really fucked up coping mechanisms that obviously don't involve self-destruction.
Well, you're good at because you're not being guided.
Right. And then people act really fucking surprised when we have like a warped response to things. It's like, well, what the hell else did you expect?
Yeah, no, like I'll joke around about anything and I will laugh at atrocities because that's a coping mechanism for me. Because for me, for two reasons. One, I'm conquering darkness if I'm laughing at it, because the last thing like evil wants is to let like, you know, like have anything other than to have it be some kind of controlling grip. If I'm laughing at it, 2 middle fingers up, you lost. One. And the other one is that I can take it.
Yeah.
Because if I can laugh at it, I can take it. And don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm instantly laughing at whatever or like, oh, boom, school shooting. Hell yeah. Not necessarily. It's literally more along the lines of like, as soon as I'm able to process and get enough of away from what happened, I can do this.
Yeah.
Like it's not something that's just poof, or at least not with everything. There have been things where it's just because of this, that, and the other thing. Okay, whatever. Fine. I can walk. That's good. But like all in all here, no, like, I mean, there's an adaptation to getting to that at least for me, there was. So like when it comes down to on the overall, no, me laughing about it, me joking about it, me taking it to a dark extreme, that's ridiculous. I'm already telling you, I'm aware this is fucking ridiculous when it's in that dark extreme, if I am taking it there. So like, I've already managed to figure out my coping mechanism towards it. And for me, it's to put the non-reality in to make sure I can like say laughable things so I can walk by it. It's weird, but that's really the easiest way I can put that. So, but I guess, I mean,
I mean, it's the same sort of like, there are paramedics and nurses and stuff that are on TikTok that have caught a lot of fucking flack because we have this tendency to develop a dark humor about things.
No, I love that about paramedics. Are you kidding? You guys are fun as shit because of that. No, that's awesome.
The civvies who don't understand the humor because they don't live with the day-to-day stress and trauma and all the stuff that comes with a part of our job.
Yeah.
They don't understand it. All they think is that we're being disrespectful. And it's like, it's not that. We are doing what we can to cope. And and in those comment sections, you will see other people from our field saying, no, that's not what this is. We have a sick sense of humor because without it, we would self-destruct.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
And you need us to not self-destruct because
it's better you don't.
Us, the rest of you are fucked.
And not only that, you guys know how to kill us. That's a really bad idea. Like,
well, and the craziest thing as of late is, you know, all of these nurses are being locked up for stuff that they weren't actively participating in.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are like, yeah, well, they're overpaid and they're not really worth it and everything else. But it's like, motherfucker, do you understand that the only thing keeping your doctor from making a mistake that kills you is me?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. That's true. That's true.
Because when your doctor asks for something, when he doesn't have the whole picture because he only sees you for 5 minutes, I'm the one standing between him and you.
You got the chart on that. You know, you got the chart and files off to the side in your own places too, right? If I'm correct on how that's all stored.
Well, there's that. But if I have been with you the last 3 nights for 12 hours,
you got a better line of sight.
And I've had more one-to-one interaction. A 5-minute, I've come in the room, I've talked to you, I maybe listened to your lungs is not enough of a. I mean, these doctors, no offense to any doctor, no offense to any provider in the great wide world, but they cannot be everywhere at once.
True.
They cannot maintain constant visual upon these people. That is what we're there for.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't understand that comes with a lot of really screwed up situations. And it does cause us to develop that sick sense of humor because if we don't, I mean, we would have no other way to cope with it. We see people at their absolute worst.
Yeah. That
Oh,
makes
yeah.
that makes a ton of sense. That makes not only that, but like if you're going through it over and over and over again too, like I mean, not literally the same person, the same thing, but like here's some shitty shit that happened this week. Maybe a couple days to a couple weeks later, boom, different shitty shit. Same, like it hits you sort of the same way, but you got to have something there to make it not be a constant. Boom, I just dealt with this trauma. Boom, I just dealt with this trauma. Boom, I just dealt with this trauma. It's got to be something.
Yeah.
And humor, I mean, I'm sorry, humor, that's a really fucking sane way to do it.
Yeah.
Well,
and
I
It's a sane way to do it.
Yeah.
I think people
think we're crazy for it.
No,
yeah.
They're just. If this were, and I hate to put it like this, but if this were like 10 to 15 years ago, it would probably be a slightly different deal because darker shit was being handled like a lot more like carefree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of it goes back to, and you're right, it was a whole different ballgame 10 or 15 years ago before everybody was so, let's use the overused term, politically correct.
It's the mentality that causes blindness in places that shouldn't. Like I don't have a problem with PC on the overall. It's just when you get into certain details and aspects of things where PC's just, oh, it's all good and you should acknowledge that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're not going to get anything solved. Like that's all it is. You're just not going to get anything solved with everything. So
right.
The parts that get me are like I just examples. You have like take good example here, really good example. Washington Redskins have recently.
You may have to fill me in on
name.
this. I don't follow sports. I only follow hockey.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Pro football. Okay.
Yeah, I know that. But like, if there's any details about the teams or years, you're gonna have to fill me in on this.
Funny man. No.
Okay. Just making sure.
You know, the Redskins mascot was a Native American.
Oh yeah, I remember the controversies over the Native teams. Yeah.
Yes. Well, they recently changed from being the Redskins to the Commanders. Okay. And their mascot is no longer, it is currently a pig wearing a helmet. Okay. The Redskins, the actual native tribes that the Redskins hail from, are upset. There are people from those tribes that are upset saying we did not want that changed.
No.
Redskins are a badge of pride. They are warriors.
It's also sports.
We did not ask for this change. And a lot of it is coming from, a lot of those changes that are being made by four groups that have not asked for those changes to be made, if that makes sense.
No, I get it. No, it looks as though they are jumping to do it before the group actually asks to do it, to either take credit for or try to give an appearance that does not exist. That's what I'm thinking off that from the top.
Something along those lines.
Yeah,
but that sort of thought process is being applied across the board to all things. And there are people that, you see it pretty regularly. They're like, I don't see what the problem is. There was nothing wrong with that. And, I realistically, and God's honest truth, people's reactions to just general conversations like that, they tend to be very triggered by them. That's why I try my best to stay away from the politics side of things, like when I'm on here. Because and I told Hannibal this too. I was like, realistically, this right here, all of this is supposed to be kind of a break from all of that.
Sort of. Sort of.
Coming on, talking about psychotic fat women takes you away from out there for a little bit.
Ironically.
My personality's ironic, but this ass is iconic.
It'll lead you to a colonic.
Oh, geez.
Oh, no.
On my right, on my left, I've got some chronic. That helps. So.
Oh, God.
I live in Oregon. I smoke. It's fun. So.
Do you, my man? Do you?
Yeah, like I don't drink. I've already done that. Like I was a frat boy, so like I've already had like most of my drinking fun across my 20s. And mind you, I don't have any like issues with whatever. My reason for stopping was I hate waking up with the hangovers because you get used to drinking hardcore, and it's just that. So when I went back to drinking after like a little bit, my body hated the fact that like I was still used to doing the binge drinking, but I wasn't used to doing the binge drinking because I wasn't drinking as regularly. So by the end of my 20s, I just didn't care, and it was just okay, cool. Or there's still weed, and that's really been it. So it's been good. No complaints on that. I like the stuff. It's fun.
Whatever works for you, my man.
I'm happier with it. And just so we're all clear on my deal with use, I'm all rec. I have no issues with the med use. I'm just not going to play it off like I need this for anything. I'm a rec user. That's that. So.
And it is what it is, but I would rather people say, hey, this is what I'm doing it for versus trying to hide behind, oh, I need it for XYZ. Please. Or hearing someone you know has had problems with whatever and then referring to something as medicine, and it's just, please stop. Yeah. That's the only thing that gets me.
I've stated many times I would much rather be around a pothead than someone who is... Yeah.
Oh yeah. At least I know nothing's gonna happen. Like
at least I know you have Cheetos stashed somewhere.
I don't really eat junk food too much, so I don't. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, and Heather wasn't there for all of it, but you were, Inferno. I mean, we can use the ever illustrious Chantal as an example.
Please.
High Chantal versus Cuba Rage drunk Chantal. Which one would be the more manageable?
Oh.
You know what? I'm going to take this to the last high rage I remember seeing that was fucking stellar. She was wearing the boss necklace. And this is right before, like about a couple days to a week before Salad got thrown into the picture and given this glowing lie of a report about him.
I'm here, buddy.
Both need to be handled with cattle prods and trank darts, but out of the two, I think I would rather deal with the stoned rage because I could always throw more weed. So it could be managed out somehow if I'm patient. That's how I feel.
Right. Well, I mean, realistically, and we know how she is, she doesn't do anything in moderation. She goes from 0 to 850 milligrams in one session. And then she just kind of... that's a hell of a lot more manageable.
I remember seeing this all the time before it got into this is actually it was a little after Maten too, but I remember seeing this a lot for like a couple months. She would be hanging out usually in the evening, and like she'd be chilling, chatting, doing her usual blubbery bullshit, and she would go off camera briefly, come back. And this would happen over a course of about 10 to 15 minutes, mind you. But she'd be a little perkier and then toning it down and then toning it down and then toning it down. And then she'd be somewhere around the pass out area or like the non-communicative area, somewhere within about, I'd say about approximately 45 minutes if you want to make sure it would hit every time and you knew where to look. It was about 45 minutes after. This would happen like nightly. Like she even did this on the she even went off to the corner again when she was dosed out S-Jam in the hotel room with wheelchairs.
Yep.
She even did that. She was doing that really consistently. And one thing I remember also about that was how many people were just like cocaine. I'm just like, that's not a speedy reaction. That's I always thought it was ketamine if it was anything, because she seemed to be in that little perk out of the K-hole. If it wasn't that, in which she could have gotten ketamine if she said something to a vet. I know that much. She probably might have been able to. She could bribe a vet. But
I don't know.
But like I remember her being off camera and doing that often.
I mean, realistically, we know that she's a what you got, because whatever you got is going to get done unto an excessive level. I mean, that's just the way she functions.
Yeah.
Y'all, we have been at this for 7 hours.
That's it. 3 more.
I don't have 3 more.
Caffeine.
Wow. Wow.
I already came on stream, Inferno, with no nap midday.
All good, all good, all good. I'm just having
So
fun with this. That's all. So
I am not naturally hardwired like you, sir.
I'm a hardcore night owl. This is fine. I love this.
Well,
So
I mean, this just happens to be a regular day for me versus my flip.
okay.
Tomorrow night may be different.
I'm usually awake
Because
right now.
Tell me
We're
what
good.
you do at night.
I'm on rewatch if I'm not doing stuff for video editing a lot of the time. There's also Photoshop involved too. So
Oh,
Oh
God.
yeah,
I have my own
let me
channel. I do
just
my own thing.
let me tell you, Heather,
Yeah.
Inferno is like a wizard in Photoshop. He photoshops the hell out of some of the most hysterical shit with Foodie. He be putting Foodie's face on like zebras and shit. It's funny.
I made Pokey
Oh, my
Haram
God.
cards. I was able to make
Oh,
Pokey Haram cards for the whole deal with when this all kicked off after
Oh,
Salad's run down.
no.
Yeah, I totally did.
No.
I'm horrible, but it's fun.
I bet you felt totally bad about it after you did it, too.
Yeah, I did a disservice to myself and my fellow man, and I should be ashamed. Blah 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 things.
Yeah.
So yeah, now that that's covered,
He is the house crew's meme master is what he is.
have fun.
He is the one, and people are like, "All right, Inferno, all right, Inferno."
Wow.
Like we'll have
Well-
conversations, and Hannibal will be like, "Don't mark that Inferno," because he knows eventually it's going to come out. Oh,
Yeah.
I got one for you.
What up?
Uh,
What up?
Since you're going to be up tonight,
Yeah. What's up?
you watched the stream where we talked about Breezy's haircut. Yeah.
Okay, that was House of Hannibal, not the last one, but the one prior.
Not my last stream.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, yes. I thought you were asking. Yeah, okay, got it. Okay.
Okay. Hannibal said it. I don't know if you were in there for it.
I
I
don't believe I
found
was.
a picture of Mo from Larry, Curly, and Mo.
Oh, my God. That was
Yeah,
hilarious.
Three Stooges.
The Three Stooges.
I did see that.
And he said, I want Breezy's face edited onto Mo's body.
Here's the deal. I don't go after Breezy. I do not go after Breezy. And it's nothing personal on anybody. I used to be a mod for Breezy. I haven't been in there. In
Bummer.
here's the thing. Hear me out. Just hear me out. Because I got my own comment I made towards that too. Because that hair, wow. And this isn't going after Breezy. This is going after a hair situation that should have never have happened. Just to be clear. Well, I haven't been in there since she did stuff to do with RSN. So it's been like months upon months upon months upon months. And I also stayed back a little bit because I was watching some of Busy stuff too. And it's just, all right, I get what these people are saying. I get what I'm seeing. Take a step back, neutral distance, watch things, because I'm not going to necessarily jump for one or the other. I see valid points coming out of this side too. Like I can't say I haven't seen. And I also, the other thing too is that I won't go in on anything that your mama's looking to attack for his own clout either. And a lot of where it seemed to start, at least how I felt in part of it, seemed to come off what he and Pissy Poo were trying to create with the whole deal of Casey Anthony and all this other shit where, all right, stupid, show me the fucking body then. There is none, right? So it's crap like that. So for me, anything that's up to the Dancing Christmas picture, I won't touch. I'll leave that alone. Anything past that, I'll take an open look at because that was fucked up entrapment as far as I'm concerned. He used a trophy picture, which a guy he already talked about having trophy pictures in his live with his buddies on not Destroyer, what called that, Discord. and that's a trophy picture. I refuse to exploit that or that mentality because for me that's fucked. You don't turn people into trophies. I won't go anywhere. No, yuck. But anything past that I've been watching, and for me it's just I have no reason not to perk my ears up at this. I agree with this. I just very much I don't see a point with running with that. And people who I do go after do worse shit. I want you low. I want you low so I can skin you and enjoy it. It's like that.
Okay. Well, I mean, like I asked that question because
No, you're
like
good.
Hannibal was like, I would really love to
I
see
would
that
I would if
with
I
her
could. It's
face
one of
on it.
those I would if I could. It's just I don't feel
And
right
I
about
was
going
like,
on that.
no, it's
Not that
fine.
particular
I
one.
figured it could not hurt to ask.
Yeah, no, you're
You
good. Oh, the other thing I was going to say though, Barney Greenway, the lead singer of Napalm Death, had that hair like 2 albums ago. Like I gotta say, for personal love, because I love Napalm Death. I've been listening to them since I was like 11. I love Napalm Death. That's a humor value to me unto itself. So I love it. Like I personally love it. I enjoy it immensely, but it's because of that. It's not at all fetching. I feel so bad in part because I would never do that to myself. But the other side is just, fuck yeah, Barney Greenway. Yeah, Barney. So like I can't not have like that reaction because it's just like I got your autograph when I was 17 at that show and you were fucking cool and you talked to me for a little bit. Like it was right when he came back to the band too. They were on pre-tour. So it was just like I had like it's just one of those deals that okay, reminds me of this too much. I can't really shoot you down for this, but that's horrible. Like, it's just horrible.
That's
I love Napalm Death. Remember that.
It's like an odd combination of Greta Van Fleet and Alabama Thunder Pussy.
Me personally, or my description?
Yeah, both possibly.
Because you need to get me know me better if you're going to throw Greta Van Fleet at that. So.
Oh my god!
Think
oh
Guar.
My god.
Think Guar, not Greta Van Fleet. Guar.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I can definitely go Guar with that.
Good, amazing live show, by the way. They're amazing live. You can see them do it. So.
Oh my god!
Saw them 4 times. It was great. But,
all right, guys.
Yeah.
We're gonna let's wrap it up, and we will pick back up another time.
Yeah, this train's rolling into Hooterville Station.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's only 2 in the. It's only 1:30 here, so I'm chilling. I got a stream to go back and look at, I think, but I'm pretty sure I answered that right. I did see that, and it was fucking great. It was fucking great.
So I'm gonna let both y'all go because I know me and her both we are past due on some shut eye, and I'm gonna leave you two. You're finagling and you're catching up.
I'm gonna do this, and I was gonna do this and smoke and listen to new trance I got. So
y'all screwed around and said Photoshop, and now want to go play.
Do it. It's the best video game in the world. You could bring the shit that comes up in here out here. It's the best video game ever.
Fun fact, I was a graphic designer for 13 years.
Oh, nice.
So yeah.
Nice. That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm self-taught, so.
Yes, I totally.
That's awesome. You got my envy.
Totally did that.
Both of you go play and do your thing.
Get yourself some sleep. Actually, everyone get yourself some sleep. I'm going to get stoned and listen to new trance music I got.
Everybody in the chat, thank y'all for hanging out. I see the 6 of y'all lurking.
Word.
Everybody on replay, thank y'all for coming
left
through.
Alive, good shit. Thank you kindly.
Yes.
Appreciate you guys. Heather, I love you. Talk to you soon.
Peace,
love
rest,
you.
have fun.
Happiest of birthdays. And just before you go, not this week, but nice catch. Not this weekend, but maybe next weekend, depending on what the Hubs decides to do. Me and Rattlesnake may go for a road trip.
You might want to push it because this weekend coming and next weekend I'm booked already.
Okay.
I fly on preference. I get nuts in a car.
There you go. Well, that can be sorted.
We'll talk about it further.
Yeah, man. All right. I'm letting y'all go. Talk to y'all soon. Love y'all. Thank y'all for hanging out with me.
Bye.
Bye.